Ladies and gents, welcome to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. My name is Major. Joining me is my handsomely duo in Pabs. Pabs, mate, we're used to casting on Sundays when it comes to championships, but the guys across the pond, they want to try and sort it out on Saturdays, it seems. So we've got something slightly different now.
Nice and early. You expect that from the Air Forces, and this has been an incredible invitation, mate. We're used to doing the RAF, who are so unholy unorganised. This has been already an incredible experience. But I know the guys out at Hill Air Force Base, I believe, are actually at LAN right now, ready and waiting to try and get underway. But already it's shaping up to be a very interesting championship, and all leading towards that final continental championship down in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, so we'll give you guys kind of the rundown of how today's action is going to go when we have a look at that bracket. We've got currently, I believe, 6 teams that are remaining in this one, and we've got boys of JB Charleston, Cannon, AFB. They're obviously going to be our first matchup that we do indeed see, Pabs, but we've also got Buckley and Hill. They're currently sat up in that winner's side of the bracket, and the other game, which is going to come after this one, which is going to be Luke Air Force Base against Shriver as well. So we've got a lot of games to cover this evening, and a lot of players that, to be honest, Pabs, we will hold our hands up and say we haven't seen these guys play before. But one thing that we do know about US teams is that they tend to be stacked whatever level you get to over across the pond. So I assume it will be no different here with these guys.
Mate, they don't mess about, do they? We know that the quality, like the idea of they've got this huge player base, and as you just get further up, the quality gets better. And we know that the boys in the Air Force are going to bring it. But I've got to say, Garrett Douglas, did he get his gamer tag when he was like 4 years old? These booty cheeks, tremendous work from him. But yeah, really looking forward to these games. And Major, you kind of glossed over it, but we do the RAF all the time, but Shriver Space Force Base, I mean, that's something we don't get to say very often. Pretty cool sound, and I wonder if there's a rivalry between the Air Force bases and the Space Force bases. But yeah, it's looking very interesting for us to see, a whole host of new names, and we're really interested to see how these two teams shape up. Cannon, obviously, are based in New Mexico, the Air Force Base there. It's just to the east of Albuquerque, and obviously the great state of Charleston there. We're going to be looking forward to see these guys tear it up across the maps they've already picked, done vetoes and ready to go.
Yeah, and one quick disclaimer that I will also say is, if we butcher any of these guys' names, we do apologise. But yeah, Berto, Reza, Keckbros, and Dinger are going to round out Charleston's roster. And then Cannon Air Force Base is going to be Hate, Arsenal, Koki, and yeah, Cheeks, who's Booty Cheeks Gaming is Discord. Which, yeah, if we're going to hand a medal to the best name that we've seen so far, it's going to be Cheeks there. So I'll tell you what, if he absolutely fries as well, it'll be absolutely brilliant. But we will look ahead to the map set, Pabs. Obviously, best of 5 as we're used to in this one, and we're going to be starting on a lovely 6-star, which, to be honest, it's grown on me, this map. When it first came out, a lot of people kind of gave it a bit of stick. It's obviously been tweaked and changed throughout the year, and it looks as though we're finally cemented, saying that Activision do love throwing a curveball at us from time to time. But yeah, 6-star hardpoint map 1 is a pretty good medium ground to get us going on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for a while I had a preference for the original rotations, but this one's actually grown on me as well. But you're quite right, Activision, I think they've got the public roadmap, and then they've got their private roadmap, which is largely trying to ruin things for everyone. But it's for such a large map, it's quite fast paced, and it's great for both SMGs and ARs. So expect both teams to come out all guns blazing. It largely comes down to obviously trying to get control of that mid ground, ready for that P2 swing, and whether those players can get ready. And then you've got a huge loop over P3. Interesting to see how they're going to shape up in a double invasion, something we haven't seen in a while. We're used to double high rises, we used to double Rios, but it's been a while since a double invasion. This is looking and shaping up to be a hell of a game.
Yeah, well, it looks as though we are finally loading into map 1 on our 6-star here to see if this one gets mixy. But oh no, we've had God bless Activision, we're having a map restart, so we are going to come back, perhaps. Because one thing I did actually want to mention is that there is a triple ban on the side of Cannon. They do not like Karachi. They've banned it in every single game mode. So if obviously they do manage to progress on this one, the other teams will probably think, right, okay, we might be able to predict where the bans are coming in with these lads, because they don't seem to like that map too much.
Yeah, I think that's one for the other teams to look out for. If Cannon are able to progress, that would be an instant pick, maybe, and just see how they are under pressure. It could be in mind games, though. You don't know. Maybe it's 4th level, 4D chess thinking, Major, where they're going to make it look like that, and they're absolute legends on Karachi. So maybe they're hoping to get through it and use that as a bit of a psychological warfare. Yeah, again, this is all coming down to this continental final down in Eglin. Apologies, I've been butchering the name all day, thinking it was Elgin. Into the marbles. Never mind, I've lost my marbles anyway. But yeah, Eglin Air Force Base down on Fort Lauderdale. So it's the top 4 teams get to go down, and I think you're going to have to pack your budgie smugglers because there's white sands and blue seas down there. So it's shaping up to be an incredible end to the championship.
I was going to say, I think the best you can get around here is you go Bournemouth, I think, round in the UK. You haven't really got many options, or Hastings down here, which is just rocks. There's nothing good about it. But obviously, over in the US of A, yeah, the guys and their lands, to be fair to them as well, Pablo, every time we do see a land on American soil from a lot of the kind of what we would deem those kind of tournaments outside of the traditional Challengers circuits, every single one, production, execution is bang on it. And I would assume it'd be exactly the same here with the Western Regional today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, already the guys have got an incredible setup. The Discord's amazing. This whole setup. I mean, every time we drop into VMix, we're like, oh my god! It's like you finally coming to like dropping into a 5-star hotel, a 6-star hotel if you must. But yeah, it's shaping up, and obviously the lands always look great. But the UF Air Force have been supporting COD for a little while now as well. You know, they did some sponsorship with them over the last few years, so it's great to see that these guys have got an outlet for the time on base as well. So we are actually heading back into game. So 6-star major. Any thoughts about how this should shape up in terms of you play this a lot? You're a very good player compared to me. What's your overall thought process as an AR going into this map?
Well, in this one, it's kind of you look a lot to SMG presence on this map. We've had a kind of a year where the subs haven't been too blessed with the map set that they've been given. Obviously, we've got Invasion map 2 and map 3, so the subs are going to be like, oh, brilliant, straight back to normal. But yeah, it's very much an SMG presence map, especially in towards the P1. So I'll have to wait and see how these guys go straight off the rip of this. And already, Pabs, that kill feed goes a little bit red. Cannon AFB just grabbing a couple of picks. But yeah, P1, as we always see, very, very mixy.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. Again, this is just all about trying to make sure you win your individual gunfights and then they're able to shape up for that P2. But as you say, already Cannon absolutely flying out the blocks. We've got Koki and Hate already dropping 2 over towards Charleston. So this is just going to come down to really Charleston. Can they just get and contest on the hill and try and shape up? You can already see Kekbro just looking to try and get a position with a little bit of support and get that entrance control, which is vital for that P2. So about 10 seconds to naught. It's not looking great right now for Charleston, but there's plenty of time for them to start hitting picks. But they are going to need Major to win those individual gunfights.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Hate here, just working his way in towards the back. There's a free pick on the hill, so nice work. And already you can now see that Crafty's going to be the last man up in the hill. He's able to get 1 pick, but you do anticipate the trade here from the man who has started off very strongly for Cannon. And now, with a sizable margin looking to be pushed out on the back of the P2 here, it's going to be down to Charleston to try and break. Reza and Crafty going to try and push their way through the front of the hill. Not necessarily the easiest way of doing it, but they're going to have to try and combine alongside a teammate who's pinching around the back. But Dinger, being that player, will go down. They do manage to get the man on the hill. And already we're having a little bit of back and forth here, Pabs. Teams just keep re-breaking at the moment.
Yeah, they really needed to do a good push, and you can see now the kill feed finally going the way of Charleston. That they did choose the most difficult option. Normally, you would try and kind of control those back stairs so that the team can't re-push through when they get spawns, but and we were able to do it. I mean, really nice play from them. It's going to give them a solid opportunity to tie things up as we head into this really difficult P3. This, again, is all about maintaining the control down sight to these stairs here, and make sure that you've got your ARs there, making sure that you're not allowing anyone to pop up. But it's good to see Charleston able to bring things back tied. The Cannon are going to be dug in a little bit now, so this is going to again come down to comms and some big individual gunfights. Not looking good right now for the team of Charleston.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was a big kill actually from Reza right in the back, who's just locking out those back spawns. So now they try and pinch from both angles, and it will be Reza that's the last man up to maybe get that final kill. He's got another gunfight coming up against Arsenal, and he's going to get a couple of shots in towards him. Not going to get the kill though, either player, so a little bit of a standoff. Meanwhile, on the hill, it will be Arsenal back on soaking up the time, but again, you get another repinch, this time in the form of Dinger, who's just actually managed to pick up what was his first kill off the map so far. 15 seconds of scrap time. How many times do we say it, Pabs? It might not seem like a huge amount, but the way these guys are going at the moment, it's going to bring them back to even, and they are just trading blow for blow.
And not just that, they got the 15 seconds of scrap time, but they've won their important gunfights over towards P4, so that's going to allow them to get nicely set up. You can see those red arrows just trying to get a little bit of mid-map control. They are split right now, and you can see the support now coming in. Can number 3 and Rezzes, if he gets this pick, this is going to be huge. And mid, he gets the pick. So again, is he going to be able to come in behind those teams and get control? That's going to be good for Charleston. We've now taken the lead, despite the fact that Dingo was on 0-7 for so long. It does look like he's finally picked his pad up and managed to get a few kills, and he's absolutely flying now. 4 in a row, does get dropped eventually, but it is going to be an hour face-off. And what worked from Charleston, Major, to be able to turn this around?
Yeah, and it kind of came off the back of Rezo, who managed to get himself 5, not quite able to get that cruise missile, but that presence now is just ever growing for Charleston. As you mentioned, Dinger coming back into it, but saying that Hate is going to be the man that looks to try and drag Cannon through the mud as he manages to grab 3 picks in quick succession. So a little bit of a contest on the hill. Cheeks mops up what remains of that final attempt from Charleston to get on the time, and now the boys for Charleston going to try and bully their way through the front, but again, it's this man on your screen. Hate, 5 in a row. He's 1 off of it this time. I think he managed to get short maybe by 1, so I don't think he actually managed to get the streak here, but the damage is done. His team have a lot of presence in towards the middle section of the map. Now it's going to look towards, again, Charleston having to break in.
Yeah, I don't, his name might be Hate, but I'm not hating these plays at all. Nearly double positive. 15 and 7, incredible performance, dragging Cannon right the way through this, manages to turn the tide again, Major. This looked like it was going to be a bit of a runaway performance at the very start of this. Charleston have done well to be able to keep it, but again, we go over to this mix CP1 and this second rotation. Dinger, though, just started to heat up. You've got to bear in mind, 0-7 off the blocks. He's caught up to Crafty 8 and 12, so maybe heating up, Major, just at the right time. There's only 10 seconds between these two teams, and there's a solid 16 of scrap on this P1 as we see that battle for P2, and it's almost identical to the first rotation. We've got Cannon backstairs looking to spawn out there, and we've got players from Charleston looking to push front. Number 3, though, Reza, just keep your eye out for him. If he's able to win this gunfight, Major, this could be huge for Charleston.
Yeah, so now they're going to have here, and now Keck fly in, but Arsenal just invents, manages to grab a couple, but Rezzes managed to play his life out towards that shallow area. He goes down, and again, a very red kill feed. Now it's going to be down to Charleston yet again to break. It feels like every single time Cannon of the team just that one step ahead and winning those important gunfights in towards the front side of the hill. Dinger's going to get a pick, but he's going to have to try and grab a few more as his team try and condense inside. But again, it's going to be Arsenal with another important pick. When you look at the kills coming through on the side of Charleston, it is Reza who's really trying to work his magic in towards the next couple of gunfights. Hate's going to grab one, but again, Reza's there for the trade. So 15 seconds of scrap. Another early rotation is going to come off the back of that from Cannon. And it's now going to be another setup that the boys from Charleston are going to have to break. You do worry, Pabs, if Cannon don't manage to get a rotation here, Charleston might grab the line share of a lot of these times.
Yeah, I think up to now it's been really weird. It's almost like that Parasite style play where you get 40 seconds and then they just leave the remaining scrap time to the opposition. And it's a dangerous game to play when the game's this tight. Because it only makes one mistake where you're not able to defend a kill from the outset, and then that team can get that reversal. Right now it is Cannon slightly on the ascendancy. They are going to get taken down with some big kills coming out of Crafty, who's 11 and 17. Again, Major, one thing I would notice, it feels like Cannon have absolutely slayed out, but not got a lot of time for that reward. So, yeah, big plays by Charleston, and I feel like this tide is turning slowly but surely as these players start to heat up, and you feel if Keck Bros can start to get a few more kills and go positive, this could be a Charleston game.
Yeah, Crafty doesn't realise that Koki and his team have spawned out the back, so it will be 15 seconds that is able to be grabbed for them. Is Dinger double backs, but over towards the New Hill, you can already see that Cheeks is now going to have a 1 versus 1. He's able to manage to take down Keck, and now 3 players on the map on this side now for Cannon. So again, early rotation is there, but they're not going to realise the pinch, or are they? Arsenal's going to spin around, and clean shots there to take down him, and it will be 50 seconds of a huge amount of potential here for these guys, but they're stacking it on the point. Again, you're going to look towards number 4 in Keck, who's making a bit of a pinch, so he's able to grab one. And again, how many times are we going to see this Charleston roster just completely break a hill that Cannon have set up for? And they're just edging their way out, Pabs, little by little. And if they hold this one, this is going to be the best league we've seen so far, but the teammate won't help.
Teammate straight in the back. Again, we talked about how difficult it is to do that 40-20 split. If you get it wrong, then the team on the receiving end of that can flip things completely, and that's exactly what's happened. It is going to be Charleston in that ascendancy, 164 to 136, with a little bit of time going to be going their way as they extend this lead out just little by little right now. Reza 23 and 15, a personal battle between him and Hate, who has largely been the slayer for Cannon, but it's not going to be enough. 40-second difference. Now we're looking at the largest deficit we've seen in this hardpoint as we go to a third rotation P1 and the battle for midway begins again.
Yeah, well, it looks as though they're going to try and hit it through water steps. Dinger's going to grab one, so does Reza. And it will be another pick for Reza, who just flies in towards that plat side on blue, and he's just now able to really get that control in mid-map off the back of that. As Koki's going to try and work his way up through water steps, and it looks as though the guys of Cannon, they are just starting to let this one slip now, because this is the best rotation and set up for a hill that Charleston have probably had all map long. They now see themselves past the 200-point mark. They are well and truly in gallop form, and Reza with another 4 streak before he finally goes down, but they do manage to collapse on the hill, and I'll tell you what, perhaps they might actually breathe a sigh of relief on the back of that one, because that 20 seconds of time now is going to prove huge for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Charleston spawning right out of Narnia as well, so not only are they going to get no scrap time realistically on this P1, they're not going to be able to get set up for P2, and you can already see number 7 in Arsenal is getting set up. He's done a stellar job previously of being able to defend this, but that's going to be another big kill as you see Crafty just trying to push through. He's going to reread that. That is going to be a huge kill feed for Charleston, who's going to extend that lead, Major. Only 33 seconds off the point of getting a game 1 victory right on the precipice. Reza with a 30-17 performance, almost double positive, incredible comeback.
Oh, but Dinger's on the pinch, but he's only able to get one. You've still got Keck as well, who's going to drop down through vent. So we're going to have a lot of individual gunfights coming up now. Crafty and Keck both inside the hill. Cannon trying to collapse on it, but every single second that goes past is just a dagger in the back of them here in this map 1, and it will be another couple of gunfights, which Charleston are able to win, and Reza is just showing his authority now on this map. 32 and 18 from him. His team have got him truly to thank for this map. Another couple of kills, but who is it other than Reza alongside Dinger, who's now finding himself back even. That kill feed is very, very blue. Charleston absolutely flying through to the final portion of this map. I think they want to get it done on this hill, unless somebody on the side of Cannon can touch this one, which it doesn't look as though they will. It will be a very, very strong galloping last second finish to this one. Perhaps Charleston, they ran away with that one in the latter portion.
Yeah, just an incredible kind of like halfway through that second rotation, they just completely started to take control, largely on the back of an incredible performance by Reza. But, you know, got to give props to Dinger. Started off so slow, 0-7, and then just came back. And I think he ended up on a 1 KD or thereabouts. Incredible performance. But again, just, you know, that fall off in that last rotation for the guys in Cannon, it boggles the mind. They were so in control. And again, it was that kind of 40-20 split. They were given scrap time to Charleston, and it just failed in that second rotation. And Charleston were just able to absolutely dominate.
Yes, so we'll have a look at the replays off the back of that one. But yeah, it was very, very neck and neck in the early stages of this. I think it was kind of about 140 to 140 at one stage, but then off the back of a really, really strong P1 and P2, Charleston just completely ran away with that. And this man on your screen here, Reza, was definitely to thank for them. He was absolutely living the dream with the SMG in his hand. He was frying in moments in that one. We obviously flagged up Hate as well, Pabs, who put up some big numbers for Cannon. It was just a case of, in that early stage, it felt as though off the back of his slaying, they just couldn't really convert the time.
Yeah, that was exactly the problem. Normally, if you see players kind of slay out that well, you've got it's that kill to time kind of ratio, and they just weren't able to convert it. And in that second kind of third rotation, the guys from Charleston just able to do exactly that. Reza largely being a pain in and around the hill, and then the rest of the boys able to get a ton of time. Reza himself getting over a minute's worth of time. Big plays from them, but yeah, well done to Charleston. A really impeccable performance. And again, you've got to, you know, if they are able to see this series out, they definitely want to watch with a player like a star like Reza right there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it now on the respawn, and we'll obviously have to see how it fares in map 2, Pabs. Obviously, Invasion, we kind of go from a very action-packed, fast-paced game and fast-paced map to literally the complete opposite in Invasion Search and Destroy. So it will be a good opportunity to kind of see what Charleston have kind of got under their belts in terms of S&D ability and kind of that composure as well. It's all well and good being a very very cracked player, but when you've got to try and tone it down, we have seen it obviously in EU. You've got kind of players who have their specialities in respawns, and then Search and Destroy, they can tend to maybe struggle with that kind of additional requirement to slow down the game ever so often. But I mean, if you're Charleston at the moment, hey, off the back of a strong map 1, you're feeling good going into this Invasion now.
Yeah, I think it's for S&D for me, it's that startle kind of gun skill. So the ability to just snap immediately that you don't necessarily kind of need, because there's like a fluidity to hardpoint. But already you can see the boys can just get very aggressive, very much like the start of the hardpoint, trying to take up a ton of geography and a very cautious approach coming out of Charleston. So this could be interesting and a great opportunity for Cannon to try and tie the series up.
Yeah, well, it's very much a B Street push at the moment here from boys of Charleston. Cheeks and Koki are going to have first engagements. Hate's able to actually win a gunfight as they try and exchange a few bullets on towards the point. So first blood goes in favour of Cannon. Cheeks is able to grab one. Hate grabs one as well. Wow, this is a very, very strong round. Wowee. And Cannon, tell you what, kaboom, absolutely blew them out of the water in that one. I don't think they even dropped a life.
Yeah, really nice plays as well. And that first blood was on Reza, so whether that's the talismanic player that goes down first and whether that plays a part, but just really solid defense. You know, they got aggressive. They took up a ton of geography on the map, able to get information and then able to get the picks as well. So good plays coming out of Cannon, and, you know, you've just got to keep the momentum up. But they are going to be in the reverse now. It's up to them to get this bomb down. It's going to be interesting to see how they strategize this, but it's also going to be intriguing just how is caution going to be Charleston's game in the defensive mode, or is it going to be you know, that kind of level of aggression? It already looks reasonably cautious again from the team in blue.
Well, the team in red, they don't look as though they've got much caution on their side. Haven't seen the smoke as of yet. Very typical play is that smoke over towards that B site to then at least cross towards a kind of broken area. But the first blood this time actually goes in favour of Charleston. So Crafty's able to pick Hate off. Man, he managed to grab 2 kills in that first round, and then we see the typical invasion fashion of 1 kill comes through, and then everything seems to come to a little bit of a standstill. So keep an eye on a few of those players around the point. Rez is able to pick 1 player off. Arsenal will reply at least with 1 pick, but now leaves them in a 2 versus 3, and another big pick comes through actually from Cheeks to tie it up 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it's going to be Cheeks and Arsenal trying to deal with Reza and Kekbros. Reza just going to be in and around. That bomb is going to be down, so going to be up to Cannon to be able to get back over and try and find it. I think this is going to come down to a 2v2 TDM. Arsenal just in this mid area, just going to be back tanks, just looking to transition. I think he smells blood. Whether he's going to be able to get the COD time here, it's not going to be there, but Cheeks is going to be there with that information to get that pick. It's going to put Kekbro on the back foot and back over towards B.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Ooh. Oh, unfortunately, he's too busy looking to the other bomb site, and he will go down. So Cannon, they are going to take another round, and fair play, Pabs. It was, I think they were down 2. It was 2 versus 4 in one situation. Yeah. But it was, I think, Cheeks and Arsenal that were just able to just really pick those players apart one at a time. And it's kind of a criticism that we do have on certain players in Search and Destroy is when you're in that kind of blessed position of being a couple of players up, not to just carelessly throw lives away, because it's literally exactly what Charleston just did. They had the advantage. They kind of got a little bit reckless with it. You saw, I think it was 1 player trying to make the pinch, and Cheeks actually took him out over towards that DVDs area. So it's a big round there in the mental for Charleston, because that was one that they really should have at least won.
Yeah, again, it's it's the split, isn't it? If you get 2 wide and then you've got the other team with good comms just getting that quick pick, and now you're left kind of in no man's land. So yeah, it's always about trying to get those players together so that they can at least get a trade. But again, we just look at that aggression. This time, I think the boys of Charleston have read how aggressive Cannon can be, and it's going to be Reza just right at the back getting that first pick. And again, this is going to give the advantage to the boys of Charleston, who see Hate and Koki both drop, and we're back to Cheeks and Arsenal in the 2v4.
Oh, Cheeks got info. At least he does take 1 down with him, but it's going to make it just a little bit easier for Arsenal. But unfortunately, he's still got to go through 3 players, and Bomb is now down, so he is right up against the ropes now in this round. Needs the 1 versus 3, and he's just going to have to work his way down through B Street, all on his lonesome as well. So this is going to be really awkward for him. Is anyone going to give him just a little bit of an opportunity to maybe grab a pick? You do feel it's inevitable, though, if he is going to get spotted, and all those blue arrows just completely turn towards him. He's on that heady, but he gets absolutely ripped off it, and Charleston finally find themselves on the board.
Yeah, Senior Airman Taylor Sabo going to be heading into the next round there as we see another solid defence as well. And again, Charleston just look very, you know, although they're a lot more cautious, they do look kind of more strategized. They've got themselves together a little bit more. I think Cannon right now relying on kind of individual gun skill and that kind of you know, almost cracked capability. But again, there's going to be 2-1 to Cannon right now. We've seen some big plays coming out of Cheeks. Garrett, as much as we give you some crap for the gamer tag, you're absolutely playing S&D to the full. Koki with Bomb going to be looking to push towards. This could be the first A push of the game that we've seen, Major. So this could be interesting. Dinger going to be on that tank, looking to get some control over mid-map.
Yeah, I was going to say, they say variety is the spice of life, but unfortunately it's the spice of death for Cheeks, because he goes down, he gets picked off. So
The curse of the
with Dinger,
caster.
yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? It's like, oh, they've mixed it up, something might change, and then somebody gets absolutely whiffed from across the map. So it's Dinger, I think his trophy might have tripped him out a little bit there, because he just snapped onto it, and it will still be a little bit of a standoff. There's a lot of presence in towards that calf area, and now we're going to see, I believe, the first smoke of the map so far as they try and get their way out towards the A site. But I don't actually think any of them leave that calf building. You can see that number 4 here in Keck just going to re-shut that door. He was raised well, was Keck. Just close the door behind him, and there will now be a lot of gunfights in towards that, and team shots actually take down Dinger 3 versus 3 as they try and maybe, I don't know, are they going to try and work this straight back onto the A site? It seems it might be difficult if they do, but they're in a position where they've got to either stick or twist here now. They've only got 25 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be straight into bullets. Oh, but Koki with an incredible kill there that he should never have got. It's going to open up B site for them. This could be a reversal of fortune as they head straight over, and that's going to leave Charleston in the unenviable position of having to try and get some information with players split up now, and that's going to be Reza who gets the pick. I don't even know if Bomb's down. Bomb hasn't got Bomb, but is he not going to be able to get it down? It's going to be another pick, and that is an incredible performance from Charleston there to get the win.
Oh man, the shots there just into the toenails of the man planting Bomb, and it will be a round that is enabling them to tie it back up. So off the back of 2 very good rounds, we find ourselves back in a tied position after Charleston managed to clutch up in that one. So we've seen little bits of opportunities for both sides, Pabs, to round out some of these, and kind of already we're kind of seeing fine margins in this map too, where both teams could have easily have taken the rounds, but we find ourselves back at a stalemate again with Keck as well, notably on a 4 streak. So a really big set of rounds coming through from him, and his team now tied back up.
Yeah, when the rounds ping-pong a little bit like this, we start to worry about getting the whiff of around 11 already. We just need one team or maybe one player to take the game by the scruff of the neck and maybe get themselves a couple of picks, and we've yet to see a solid 2-round advantage. So I think if we do get that, that's going to be an important psychological moment in the game. But right now, we're going to see Koki is he going to check all corners, checks the wrong one first and gets shot in the back by Dinger with a free kill. It is going to be, as Arsenal falls as well, it's going to be Cheeks and Hate. Again, it leaves Cannon in a 2v4. Another tricky situation. This could be an opportunity for Charleston to take the lead for the first time in this S&D.
Well, they've got complete control of that site. You can see it all the way towards that back door. But one pick for this. Almost got the second as well. But he's not going to be able to, and it will be Charleston mopping it up. So maybe just becoming a little bit wiser to the way that Cannon are playing. Hate had an opportunity to get it to first pick, as he did get traded right there in Cheeks, just caught in transition. So 3 rounds in a row there at the moment, perhaps, for Charleston. They are going to be feeling very, very good, obviously, taking that map 1 very strongly in the latter portion of that one. So maybe we're starting to see a team that might potentially be slow to start, but gallops towards the finish line, because now you can see the 8 streak by Dinger, Crafty, and Keck. And Cannon at the moment just need to maybe rejig something, because these last 3 rounds, it hasn't worked for them.
Well, you would kind of expect it from a Forces-based team that they would be able to read the other strategy, assimilate it, and then be able to execute on their own strategy to counter it. So great play from Charleston. Maybe they need to send some of their Air Force boys over to Cannon and over towards Albuquerque. Yeah, maybe they could teach them some strategies. But right now it is only 3-2, so let's probably not get ahead of ourselves. There's going to be bomb down, a much more aggressive strategy coming out of Cannon, getting that bomb down and forcing the timer. Reza is just going to be over there. He's not going to be able to get the headshots over towards Koki. He's just going to play prone and wait for support coming down that A-long. So be very interesting how this plays. He's ready. He goes to bullet penetration. Not able to get the pick. 29 seconds left, Mage. And this again, they've got themselves pinched into a little tight corner.
Trapped. Well, Hate gets 1. Now they're going to kind of bob up like whack-a-mole, and Cheeks is able to get a pick onto Crafty, but now it's all on Hate as his teammate goes down. But 15 seconds is all he's got to try and play with. But Dinger with some really crisp shots. They should have time to hop on that defuse. See if 7.5 seconds is at least still remaining, and it will be another round on the board. So the bomb went down, Pabs, but Cannon, they kind of got themselves, as you mentioned, really trapped on that A site. There wasn't really any opportunity to move. Charleston had that player over towards that kind of that back bridge area, and they just completely trapped them in. We saw the efforts of a few of the players. They're trying to literally play their lives for as much as they could of that one, but unfortunately it just kind of fell apart, and the trades were, again, very clean from Charleston. That's 4 rounds in a row now for them.
Yeah, it's the second time that Cannon have found themselves kind of not really not really having a strategy, either post-plant or pre-plant, and just finding themselves penned in. And literally, as you said, whack-a-mole, they pop up into the air trying to get the jump shot. So big plays coming out of Charleston. Dinger from 0 to hero, 5 and 3 on a 4 streak. And at the way they're playing at the minute, they're not going to need any kind of cruise missile to deal with this. I think they can probably play this out. But again, for me, it really comes down to Cannon need this first blood. They need to be able to get a little bit of control, and then they're on the way. But right now, Charleston just playing so well. The number 2 there, did Crafty not see that player?
He's literally behind him. Well, Arsenal was just completely pinched. Both players, Keck and Reza, go down. They had no idea of the whereabouts of Arsenal, and he has just completely put a dagger in the round of Charleston here. So they don't want this streak going anymore. Dinger, though, able to find the pick onto him in towards top broken. There's a little bit of an engagement in towards middle map, which Hate is just about able to get away with by the skin of his teeth. So it will be a 2 versus 3. But that bomb, again, is probably going to be the issue here. Hate's all the way over towards this back bridge area. We know how hard it is to get players out of this one. And a lot of information is going to come through there from him. Surely going to come that both players are back. You can see on the mini-map there, number 6, especially Cheeks, is now going to start to push over towards this site. Hate's able to get a pick. Dinger goes down as well. And that will be a much-needed regain round for Cannon.
An important kill as well. Dinger was on 5, so if he's able to get a pick, that's a cruise, and in many ways, that's, you know, as much as they lose the round, it's a small victory that's going to enable them to be able to take possibly the next round. So that's huge for Cannon right there. It's going to give them an opportunity now to tie things up, and I just feel like they're just starting to read some of these plays from Charleston a little bit better. They didn't rely so much on hero plays in that round, so big opportunity for them to come back and tie this series up. We know that they've got it in their arsenal. Hate's been absolutely slaying. Cheeks right now 6 and 4. So right now this is a very close game, I would say, not just in terms of the scoreline, but just overall in terms of the gun skill between all the players. Yeah. And right now you're just again waiting for someone to just take the game by the scruff of the neck and take over and get themselves some big kills. Koki just going to be looking over towards mid as Cheeks makes his way through towards that A bomb site. Hate with the first blood again, and we know that that's vital for Cannon.
Well, look at Keck. Well, unfortunately, it might be a little bit too late for him because his teammates are kind of dropping like flies. He's able to get the first pick onto Hate, so now makes it a 2 versus 3. But his teammate and Crafty in towards this compound area. It's so hard to stay alive here. Just going to throw a nade towards darkness. No, Keck has to make the play. He's going to get spotted. He goes down. Cannon take another round, and they tie it back up. So for all the dominance that Charleston have had in the most recent rounds, all of a sudden it's completely gone away. We find ourselves in a position where we go, we have no idea who's going to take this one now because we're tied up again off some really strong rounds from Cannon.
Yeah, we said that the scoreline was kind of ping-ponging back and forth. Cannon, though, that was probably one of their strongest rounds. They looked completely composed. The comms looked in place for the first time. They wouldn't kind of rely on the big moments from individual players. So nice kind of teamwork coming out of them. They weren't as compact as they have been in the previous rounds where they've lost. So there's going to be Crackbro with bomb. They're going to be looking try and push over towards that B again. A very aggressive push all the way forward from number 7 there in Arsenal. Is going to try and get some information about those players potentially pushing through towards A. And that really solid setup and a better strategy coming out of Cannon on this defense as well.
Yep. Koki over towards back. Digger. Whoa, hold that. Razor's got the short back and sides there from him. He's just absolutely trimmed him off of that one. And it will be an opportunity to try and push in towards Dark as well as they're trying to isolate their player. And although the team kill actually, I think, didn't really help. He's able to put some bullets in and it just completely fumbles towards the end of that round for Charleston off the back of a really big 2-piece. We might maybe catch it towards the end of that one. Hate, again, opportunity strikes just to make the trade onto Keck, who tries to get away from that one. And now they find themselves on match point here, and they are a very important one, Pabs, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to tie the series up. So this is going to be test of nerves now for the Cannon boys. Can they hold firm and see this over the edge, or are Charleston going to be able to come back? It is going to be, I would say, advantage to Charleston. You prefer to be on that defensive side, get yourself well set up. It's going to be interesting to see whether they go a hard stack over towards B. But again, it is going to be a B push from the team in red. This could be very aggressive for them. We know they like to push forward. Tech Bros is going to get that first peak, putting the advantage to Charleston Major with a 3v4 Hate with bomb 110 on the clock.
Yeah, well, Koki's got himself in towards this cubby corner. He's going to spot Dinger, and Dinger takes him down. So now Charleston really in the driving seat to push this round 11. Hate's going to manage to fight back with one pick. Just got to be careful not to grant him another, because you've seen the shots come through with that MCW. He doesn't miss many of them. So just going to opt to reposition. And keep an eye on Reza as well on the minimap number 3, because he's going to be holding the cross of middle map. But they're still just hunting on information. Arsenal's spotted. Oh, he gets away with his life, though. And, shots in from Hayes, so he now makes it a 2 versus 2. Opportunity knocks now for them to maybe push out one of these sites. So Reza and Keck going to have to try and spare themselves a bit of blushes here as they try and just play this one a little bit split, and they might manage to isolate Reza here in towards Calf. One goes down. Can he get the second? No, it's going to be Hate now, who's, I believe, on the opportunity for an ace. He's got the opportunity to take this map and to do it in what a fashion as well. 10 and 6 now is what you could see. Can Hate with the gunfight. Oh, he slaps him straight across the face. Cannon take the round off of a quick one, too, and they take the map as well to tie it up.
Hate goes full Mike Tyson at the end to take that 6-4. Incredible plays from Cannon to just reverse that round. They looked like they were going to, be on the back foot at the point they were 4-3 down. But no, they come back strong. Great strategy. And in the end, it is going to be the big plays coming out of Hate. Unreal performance. Going to tie the series up 1-1. Maybe one of the more exciting S&Ds we've seen in a while. We did know it was going to go in and be quite a cautious approach, but in the end, it just ended on such a crazy note. Not often you get to see the 1-2 at the end of an S&D.
Yeah, it was a really, really good set of regains, actually, that came through from Cannon, because it looked for a second when Charleston kind of got up to speed again in that map. It looked as though they might just kind of run away with it, but to be fair to Cannon, they completely adapted the way they were playing. They were kind of playing it a little bit more cautiously, and off the back of it, they're able to take that map. So we do find ourselves tied up at 1 apiece. We are looking forward, obviously, to that invasion in map 3. But what we'll do, guys, we'll throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have that invasion control. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. We've got a series on our hand, Pabs. We thought for a second Charleston might be looking like the favourite off the back of a very, very strong regain in map number 1, but we find ourselves tied up and in a position where we say, right, okay, it's anyone's game again. We've had some really good maps so far, and yeah, I mean, we call it early. Sometimes we call it too early, but it would surprise me if we see a game 5 of these two, to be honest, mate. It's been a good series so far.
Yeah, we're embarrassing when it comes to plan flagging. I don't know what that is, but plan flagging. Yeah, we always kind of pitch it. I think Reza gave us the impression, you know, kind of partway through the hard point that they were just a kind of an indomitable force, and really they did really well in the hard point, but Cannon just come back so strong. Now that midpoint in the series, S&D, kind of a wild one. We saw the guys from Cannon get really tight together, make some weird strategic choices, but they just never phased them. They come back strong and have tied the series up. An invasion and control, though, this is really going to separate the men from the boys, or the I don't know, the Air Force pilots from the engineers or something. But either way, we're going to find out. What I know, this is a great map for me. I actually really enjoy it because it's one of the few times I get to run AR. This can be a little bit of an AR-centric map, I think.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, who takes over. Again, I'm expecting to see big things out of Reza, and hate that matchup's been really interesting so far in terms of slaying. But we've seen some players, you know, creeping up in terms of quality. Dinga had a really good hardpoint, S&D, sorry, despite the loss. And we saw Cheeks go big as well. So big players coming out of individual players. But this is now about that team cohesion. Are the comms in place? And we're going to find out very, very shortly.
Yeah, so invasion control is going to be our next stage on this one, Pabs. Obviously, the infamous kind of decision that people have to make off the early start is, right, do we just leg everyone towards A, especially off the start of the round when teams don't have trophies? You can find yourself in a position where if you throw the right nade, you can initially stop those players from kind of holding the cross towards the point. Especially if you're running lightweight boots, you get towards that point so quickly. And if you're nading those kind of cross map areas that a lot of the ARs can lock down, you can have an opportunity to get on it.
Push B?
The boys have decided, no, we're not going to do that. They're going to go straight towards B and just completely...
Yeah, I think sometimes the B choice is about getting the ticks more than anything else. Obviously, you want to complete the zone, but it's a solid opportunity to get, you know, 2 ticks down, even if you're not able to potentially, we can have defend that attacking side. So it is going to be some big kills coming out of Hate. Again, dropping players over towards Charleston. Arsenal gets himself a pick, but is able to get traded out. But yeah, it's a solid idea. You can see they get almost at that 2 ticks. It opens up the map a little bit, but now it leaves Charleston in that kind of tricky predicament where they forced themselves to go to B. But when you've got shots coming out like Dinga is doing there, it's going to make it all the more easier. But can number 7 Major in Arsenal cause problems over towards Dark?
Yeah, well, there's 2 players trying to head over towards that A point. One will go down in the form of Keck, and it's Dingo who's trying to do his best. He's put a lot of bullets into these players, but unfortunately no kill will come of it, and that B point is now done. So 2 minutes on the clock might seem on the face of it perhaps like a lot of time to work with, but saying that, we have seen a lot of maps on Invasion where 2 minutes just suddenly gets whittled away because nobody can cross over that kind of that A Street side, and they've got to push their way through this middle calf building, which it looks as though that's what the boys in blue are going to try and do. But another couple of kills come through for Cheeks and for Arsenal, and it will now be almost a 4-man wipe there. Only Crafty's the last man anywhere near, and that is a really good regain there from Cannon.
Yeah, they've done really well, and again, it just makes it very difficult. If you don't get kind of opposition spawn control at the back of A, back of gas station, then you're going to really struggle to get this A if the other team have got their wits about them. It does look like, again, a very compact push from the team of Cannon. They're going to be there for trades, but are they going to be able to, you know, get those picks in and around the edge of the map right now? Fortunately for them, they are going to spawn, but Major, number 4 in Keck Bros, has got in and behind. Now this comes down to decision making. Does he pull the trigger too early, or does he fly in? He's going to get 1 pick, and then they'll look to try and get spawn control. Major, clever play from Keck Bros.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and play his life for as long as it takes his teammates to get some progression over towards that point, because what it's now doing is just meaning that the boys of Cannon, they're just second-guessing everything that they do at the moment. Crafty's able to get a pick, and you've still got Keck alive in the back, so now this is potentially an opportunity. Those spawns now coming up in towards Ruggs now means he's going to try and rotate over towards the point. He's all the way out the back still is Keck, and he does manage to get that pick, so now opportunity to maybe touch the point. His teammate Crafty actually does him an absolute world of good by keeping him alive, by taking down Arsenal. He manages to get shots into that one man on the hill, so they are now starting to stagger the push a little bit. Crafty's now on the time, and now it's going to be an opportunity for the boys of Charleston, but they've only got 2 players relatively close. You can see the swarm of Cannon players are now going to try and come over to the hill. Hate mops 1 up, Arsenal mops up the 2nd, and just as good as it looked, it just completely capitulates there.
And this is the thing, this is the tricky bit. We're going to be first. Now you're in a position where you've only got 3 ticks down, and at the end of the game, that could be all important. They're not going to have an opportunity realistically to get more than that unless they manage to get a few kills here. But this team in red is really well set up. You've got number 6 there in Cheeks already in the hill waiting for that push. No one yet trying to get on board to stop that clock. But Catbros is going to get a big pick. He is going to go through the front door. The timing could be perfect for him. Not able to get the pick. Arsenal drops him down. That's going to be a nice defense coming out of Cannon Air Force Base.
Yep, really good round there from them. Obviously, Charleston opting to go for that B point first. It was done very quickly, but in typical invasion fashion, unfortunately, that A point is just proven so difficult to take, especially when that defensive team is all locked up in position. Again, an opportunity kind of towards the later stage of that one, Pals, when Keck found himself around the back, and they did manage to get a couple of picks. But unfortunately, you've just got such a leg race, haven't you, coming off respawn as the attacking side. It's so hard to get towards the A point to try and reinforce them, especially when those defensive players start spawning back garage and over towards kind of that bottom blue area.
Yeah, and especially when you're spawning out kind of towards like top palace, so it just makes it so difficult. You've got so much geography to try and make up, but again, this is why the A push can be really difficult. Now it's going to be a huge gunfight. One that Koki is able to win, and that's just going to leave Arsenal in an opportunity to maybe get some time. It's going to split that team as well. So right now, a good opportunity for Arsenal to be able to get himself another big pick. He finally gets taken down. This, I mean, again, that partial time, and they're going to have to send. The thing is, they're going to have to commit someone to drain that back, and that's just going to allow the team of Cannon to get more time on B.
Yep. Well, what they've done is they've only put one man on it. Cannon just opting to put the one man just to give themselves a little bit more time to maybe capitulate the life count from the defensive side here in Charleston. So now they're going to look to grab a couple, but they don't spot Crafty, and he's going to fly through and potentially grab a couple of picks here. Renetti in hand. Ooh, a little bit windy. Not able to get it, and it will allow Reza just to push himself up towards this tank. And now, how many times do we see players getting absolutely shot on the cross? You've also got Dinger as well over towards the backside of Palace. He's going to have a lot of kills coming his way. They're all going to be around him. One for Dinger. Can't quite grab the second, though, but his teammates are just now progressing down towards that A Street side and pushing themselves up the map. They don't spot Koki. Oh, wow. Sub-meta question mark. He absolutely ripped Crafty off that one. And that is a full man set of kills coming through now. Everyone is dropping on the side of Charleston. It looks as though that's now the 4th as Dinger goes down. And now you've got a decision here. If you're the defensive side here, Babs, you've got to commit to something. And it looks as though they're committing over towards this A point.
Yeah, it's a really good shout as well, because now they get this tick at A and they've completed the progress to B. This is going to put them on the front foot now in the series. So if we do get that game 5, it's going to, determine who gets that side. So big opportunity right now for Cannon to really put the pressure on the boys of Charleston. So good opportunity for them to try and get themselves set up for a solid defense. You can see already, Major, the Cannon are looking to try and get back around the spawn. They've got 2 players pushing through. They are going to have to deal with Inga in a second as he pushes through hooks and tries to get these picks. So good opportunity now. Can Cannon play their lives? They've already got a player on the hunt in Reza. This could be a huge set of kills coming up right now for Cannon.
Well, Reza gets one in the back. He's got another gunfight actually up against Koki. And Reza gets a second, so really nice work there from him. And courtesy of those kills, it means that they're just going to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. 1 minute on the clock, 12 lives plays 12. So you would argue that Cannon have stretched this timer out a little bit better than Charleston were able to on the round prior. But it's now going to be down to potential gunfights around the back of Garage. Arsenal's going to be heading his way around here alongside Koki. Again, Reza with another 2-piece is not going to be ideal for them, because they're going to have 2 players now coming off respawn while they try and disrupt the backside here. And it will now be an opportunity to fly onto the point. So Koki gets on. I think he wins the gunfight. Yeah, he does against Reza. So Koki's on the side. But now it will actually be gunfights in towards their spawn, where they're getting a little bit pinned back. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, they've got one last go at this Cannon. It looks as though they're going to try and flood their way through mid. It's going to be Keck that falls in towards mid. Reza grabs a pick onto Arsenal. So a little bit of back and forth. But now this is the last chance rush that you've got on towards it. Everyone flying towards the point. The trades go a little bit back and forth. Cheeks grabs one. Crafty and Keck go combined for 2, but are they going to be able to touch the point here? Cheeks is desperately trying to cross. Nothing comes of it, and it will be a defensive hold for Charleston.
Yeah, really nice place by Charleston in the end, but again, that is going to be that extra tick in comparison to game 1. So it's tied at 1-1, but again, you can't put paper between these sides. We just can't plant the flag anywhere. Big plays coming out of individual players again. We just, I mean, I wouldn't want to put pressure on you, mate, but could you pick the winning side in this game at all? It's been back and forth. We've seen huge plays from Reza. He's gone, hammering a couple of big two pieces and, individual kills that have mattered. But right now, no one's getting to grips with this particular round. And again, it's that push off the blocks. No one really able to get control of A off the rip. We know Cannon tried it and it was kind of like nades at the OK Corral kind of idea. But again, just not able to do it. And again, Charleston looking to get a push over to B with the split, just to distract the Cannon boys and to get a little bit of time. They are going to commit more players to the zone than the Cannon boys did in the previous round. So going to be interesting. They're potentially going to see this B tick over if they get the next wave of kills.
Yeah, a little bit of half and half there from Charleston, just opting to send a couple A and a couple B. It will just grant them an opportunity now. Oh, nice shots again from Reza to take down Hate. And that battle that we've seen all series long continuing, especially for that MVP shout between these guys. But Arsenal up towards top treehouse is able to grab a couple of picks. So that third tick isn't done just yet. And it looks as though they're going to try and prioritize over towards that A site, maybe? No, they might try and work their way through mid, which is a bold play. Keck, though, able to get a pick in towards Dark, and now it might be on Hate here to try and lock down the fort over at A. There's going to be a lot of AR presence headed down this street side. Keck's going to just throw a stun check out, and he gets the information that he needs onto Hate, who's just towards the backside of that black car. He's able to just about get away, but Keck is on the point, so it will stop the timer, and he's getting a lot of attention over towards that A point. So although he does go down, Pabs, it just grants his teammate all free will over towards that B site.
Yeah, a little bit of breathing room for them to see that time over, and once that ticks, that's going to give them a solid 153 to try and get that any time over towards A, which I think they are going to need to get at least themselves one tick, maybe two ticks, in order just to stay, in the possibility of getting that preferred side towards the end. But again, just got to see, can they make it over? It's been so difficult for the attacking team to try and get any advantage over towards this A site. And when you've got the boys in red, stuck in like they are, making sure that no one can come round the back of gas and get control of spawn. This is a solid setup. Number 3 is just waiting for them.
Kill.
Big picks. I don't think he realizes the second play is there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to swing back round and Keckbros is going to get that kill. So able to just stop the time it a little bit as we get a little bit of back and forth, bit of a Benny Hill moment, as we say in the UK.
Yeah. I can literally hear the music in my head as I go back and forth on that point. But Dinger's still over towards that top blue area as well, so it's going to at least command a little bit of attention from Cannon as they try and hold down this A point. You've still got Hate. He's having a very good map once again. Dinger, though, grabs 2. Can they take down Hate on the point? Yes, they can. So opportunity now for these players to get on the point. And it's going to be Cheeks that falls, trying to scramble across. He's not going to manage to get anything going. And another big kill. Oh, no, Dinger's not able to quite get that one. But now this is the best chance that they have had. 2 players on, Reza and Keck. Keck gets another pick on the side, but Reza's going to fall down as Arsenal gets an important pick. Big 1v1 on the hill, and Hate's able to win it. Arsenal helps mop them up, and it will be 13 plays 11. Still 1 minute on the clock, but more importantly, Pabs, that second tick did not go through at A.
No, it didn't, and it's going to be back to 1, so it is still going to be largely a potentially advantage Cannon, but again, just a solid defense coming out. And that jump shot of Vendy's is harder than it looks as well, but that's going to be another big play coming out of Dinger. 19 and 13 in a foot race between Hate and Arsenal as well. 21 and 19 for Arsenal, and Hate there 22 and 18. Again, another stellar performance. We talked about MVPs. It might be a little bit earlier because we've got plenty of games to come. Hate definitely in the running. He's been consistent, Major, throughout the whole series, really, and just played really top level Call of Duty. Cheeks has got the job having to defend, waits for the on rush. The support there. Who else is it, Major, but Hate?
Well, he's got to try and play his life here. The lives aren't looking good, and look at those players, those blue arrows. They can smell blood on the point. Dinger grabs another important pick, but now Cheeks gets one. Arsenal, that's a really big kill. That's a huge kill from him because 2 seconds is what remains. They need to just try and get Dinger off the point, and they do manage to mop him up. So it got a little bit of squeaky bum time there for Charleston, but they were, for Cannon, sorry, but they were able to get that one, Charleston. Unfortunately, they just ran out of lives towards the end of it, so they weren't quite able to do it and time as well to boot. So very, very close contested round, Pabs. Fine margins on this one, and still nobody able to get that A site. Both sides have it on lockdown.
Do we have to change it to squeaky booty or squeaky cheeks now?
Squeaky cheeks time.
US. Squeaky cheeks time, I think it was. But yeah, big plays at the end from Cannon, solid defense, and a great play from Arsenal getting the pick and then able to just play Ringa Rosie in that point. So big opportunity now for Cannon. Potentially, can they break this attacking duck either side seem to have got and get the 2 zones down? It is going to be a solid push towards B, and number 5 there in Hate is going to get another pick, unsurprising, right in mid as well. The confidence out of the boy is incredible there. As Reza is going to look to put the sword to them, but only managed to get a pick of one. Does go to the netting, but there isn't going to be a follow-up, and Crafty is just going to join as players do forward. But mate, it is going to be Arsenal. Who else would it be? Still on the point with a 2-piece. Did he get the third? Arsenal, you monster! 25 and 20 for the 4 streak, and he's about to see B off on his own.
My God, well, Rez is trying to kind of compete with that with the 2-piece, but Arsenal at the moment is having his way with them 5 in a row now. He finally falls just one shy of that cruise. It felt as though that play alone deserved it, to be honest, but it will grant his team that B point complete. Crafty going to push his way up towards this Palace side now on the left, and it will be a pick from Cheeks, which is actually quite a big one, just to stop those infamous spawn kills from coming through. Reza gets a little bit of information. They're still trying to hunt down Hate in towards mid-calf. He's able to get a pick before Dinger trades him out, but it looks as though Cheeks is likewise just going to follow up. Oh, no. Never mind. We're seeing quite a lot of 2-pieces now between these guys, and Dinger is absolutely frying in middle map. He's now on a 4 streak, combining with 6 with Reza, and this is a really good opportunity now for Charleston just to try and diminish those lives.
Yeah, I mean, I only heard you say he's picked his cheeks, and I was just nearly died laughing, mate. Honestly, I was just uncontrollable giggles like a 10-year-old. But yeah, it's an opportunity now for Cannon to break this attack and duck that everyone's found, but you can't do it when Dinger is just absolutely flying. Probably the best resurgence of quality we've seen in a player in a while for the hard point where he was 0-7. We don't forget it, Dinger. Sorry, mate, but 27 and 16 seems to be absolutely frying. He's got the cruise in the back pocket, and that's going to give Charleston the advantage potentially to tie this up when it matters.
Well, Dinger's holding the cross. He's still on 6 at the moment, is Dinger. Can he make it 7? The shot's through. No, not able to get that pick. Arsenal's going to take him down. The trade from Crafty is quick, though. But a good chance now to fly through the front of the hill. They just need to trade Crafty out of it. Nice shots there from Hate. Absolutely snaps onto him. 1 away from his 30th. And now this progress coming through. You've got 2 players from Charleston in towards the middle of the map. The cruise comes down. Oh, it's a team kill. You don't want to see that. 2 players on the time. You've still got Crafty out the back, and it will be a pick that he's able to get at least 1 man off the hill. But Cheeks is still alive. The pressure is still coming through on towards it, and they do just about get him off of that one. But look at the life count now for Cannon. It's looking a little bit grim for them. 10 plays 15, 45 seconds, and Charleston just looking to try and regain here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to give them that 2 ticks, though, that they probably needed as well. So this could make, if Charleston are able to see this defense out, this could make the 5th for game 5 really interesting as well. Dinger, again, just looking to get picks, and it's been a solid defense from Charleston, but that's going to be even worse as the boys of Cannon go straight into the Dinger blender, and it's going to be 23 seconds on the clock. Only 1 tick needed, but they cannot break this stranglehold, this fortification that Cannon, that Charleston have got over this A zone. Been incredible defensive performances. Players fall left, right, and centre. Major 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that defensive hold has literally just been Dinger. He's about to lap streaks as well. I mean, the streak was a little bit questionable, landing in the back pocket of, I believe, his mate Keck. But Dinger is still playing his life well, still getting the picks, and Charleston take that round. So we're still yet to have an offensive round win for either of these 2 sides. And I believe off the back of the ticks, it might actually be the Cannon boys in red that are on the defensive side for this one. Yep. So even through the efforts there of Dinger, that progress over towards A might prove absolutely pivotal to them here. We'll just see the confirmation of who is going to be on that defensive side, because that at the moment is the one they're going to want. So will it be Charleston? Will it be Cannon? By my maths,
you would
should
expect
be the boys in red. But yeah, is my maths rubbish? No, it is Cannon. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of had. I think they had a 3-tick advantage when they went into game 5. So I think so. Yeah, I think it's they're looking solid. Right, Charleston have got to do something miraculous now, something that no one's done, and win an attacking round. Dinger at 32 and 18 has dragged his team to this position with close plays from Crafty 27 and 22. There's not going to be another cruise in the back pocket for Dinger. I don't think he's got that pick in the end. This could be huge now. That's a big kill. Dinger carries on that momentum, and there's going to be a push over towards A. It does look like Charleston having second thoughts as they try and maintain a little bit of control over towards the front of A. They're going to need to get these picks right now. It is going to be good as we do see Hate and Arsenal drop. That's huge. That's going to be a big kill. This is an opportunity now for Charleston to get tons of time over towards A.
They've just got to keep both players alive. That second tick should come through. Now, out flies one. Oh, he turns around at the worst time. But Crafty's able to get a pick, but he's all on his lonesome. He's got 2 players looking to try and pinch him out of it. He does go through, and somehow the boys of Cannon, they will manage to stay alive. It will be another couple of kills coming through from Reza, but he's just hesitant before pushing over towards that A site. So now they only need one ticket A. The B progression's coming through now, and they are up by 5 lives, the offensive team. So this is the best chance that we've seen an offensive round win, and it's coming right in this round number 5 potentially if Cannon don't pull their finger out here.
You know, if they get that B zone, I think they could TDM this with the way that their players are frying right now.
Shots.
There's a good opportunity for them to TDM this. 25 lives, plays 19. That's a solid 2 minutes of time. And, you know, I just think you stay aggressive if you're Charleston. Your players are frying right now, especially if Reza can get up. Okay, so the Caster can't get that cruise, but these players are absolutely dropping Cannon left, right, and center. Cannon need to regain and regroup right now because they are on the back foot for the first time in a defense.
Yeah, well, Hate's trying to play his life. So they need to really try and dig down here towards the A site. Fighting mid, which Keck is able to win. Still got Arsenal over towards this DVD's area, and he should make the trade. So now a couple of kills go in favour of the team in red, and now opportunity knocks for them to maybe get a few spawn kills here. A lot of players now funneling down towards the A Street side. There's only going to be one man in Crafty coming off respawn who they might just be able to pinch. You've got Koki watching over middle map, so that should be a free pick onto Dinger, who might be able to play his life. No, shots come through. Can he get a second? Oh, smoky! Koki absolutely fries him there. The shots on the cross from Arsenal look good as well. Oh, and just shy of that cruise missile. He just played his life that little bit better. That cruise missile might have been absolutely huge for them. So 14 plays 16, 45 seconds left on the clock. And Charleston, they're going the long way round.
I was about to sing you do the okie kokie and you get a kill, and that's what it's all about, but it was just, it's too late. I was too late, but 14 lives, plays 15. Incredible play by Cannon to bring this back from what was a really high, you know, life deficit, and that is incredible performance. This one tantalizing zone remaining for Charleston. So close yet so far. Cannon 24 seconds away from taking the lead in this incredible series so far. We're heading into an incredible hard point as well. Dinger just looking to put a cat among the pigeons, though. He's been tagged up a little bit. He's going to get taken down. No one able to get onto the kill. It's going to be number 4 with 8 seconds. Going to have to do the dirty dash. But who is it? Hate right there in order to get the picks. And with 2 seconds on the clock, the boys of Charleston are going to be heading into the hard point. 2-1 down.
Yeah, Cannon, nice work there from those guys. The defensive side just prevails. It was so close. Charleston had really good opportunities over towards that A point. They got some big kills as well, but this man on the screen here, Hate, was having a hell of a map. Again, another high engagement map for him. And obviously we flagged up Reza, Pabs, but it's so difficult to do it with a sub in your hand. It must be said, his teammate there in Dinger was very close to being able to kind of pull the weight through on that one. Invasion defense, man, it's just, if it's clinical, and you manage to play it a bit more composed, just if they need B, let them have B. They manage to do that. They hold the A point and they take the map and now lead the series.
Incredible plays from them, and again, it just shows you how difficult it is to, you know, when you've got 2 teams of reasonably equal gun skill, to just get control of that A. It's so difficult, and you've got to win those initial gunfights. It's not about strategy. It just purely comes down to winning those initial fights and being able to take the geography up. And that's why A is such a difficult choice. You know, your temptation is to get control of B. It's a little bit closer. You get a little bit more control. You get the 3 ticks, but that can always be, that's your limitation. So yeah, big plays from Cannon. Did look like at one point Charleston had that, you know, opportunity. They would, you know, on the 2-tick zone over towards A and just could not break the threshold. It must have been so frustrating to have it so close. But big plays coming out of Cannon. It is 2-1 as we head, I believe it's a Vista hard point. And I mean, it might be my most disliked map, maybe. I might be sub-base, but Vista, you know, new map into the rotation. It's always interesting to see how teams have adapted to this map and how they play it strategically. It's very close, a great SMG map, so a big opportunity for another team. And you would expect the big players so far, Reza, 8, Ding, you know, good opportunity for them to really go big and get some huge kills.
Shout out as well to, I think Arsenal as well. He had close to 60 engagements on that one as well. He definitely dropped over 30 kills, I believe, off the back of that one. So really good work there. So we are starting to, even with a blank canvas, Pabs, we are starting to see some of these shock horror USA players be very good at Call of Duty. Who would have thought? So, and yeah, remember as well, this is currently sat in the loser side of the bracket as well. We haven't even seen any of the teams in the winner's side as of yet. So yeah, the ability across the tournament is there for all to see, as we will now load into map number 4 on the Vista hardpoint. And this one, Pabs, again, you might look towards Reza, where, again, he's back on a map where you can have a bit more sub-presence and a bit more ability to have an impact in terms of slaying. So if you are the guys of Charleston, you might have to lean on him here. And especially, again, a strong map from Dinger. you're looking towards him to have a good map as well.
I think one of the beauties of this map for the SNG is there's a lot of corners, so you're able to kind of that Shotsy style movement around corners, and there's a lot of mantling and almost a parkour element to it, so it really plays well to that very mobile kind of SMG player. Already Koki just looking to do the Okie Koki and get that kill, and he's going to get tagged up straight away by Crafty as Dinger, and Crafty look to team up to get control of E1. And again, it is going to be a little bit of a start. We saw this from the outset in the first hardpoint. Charleston looked really feisty on that first hardpoint, but do not write Cannon off at all.
Yeah, it's a strong start. It was 6 combining for Dinger, Crafty, and Reza before, unfortunately, Cannon were able to grab 1 pick, but it looks as though the P2 control is going to be, at least in the early stages, Charleston's with a few players there. Number 2 and number 3, Crafty and Reza, just going to be commanding over that middle portion, but Crafty will go down. So now the transition towards the next hill is actually looking quite good for the team in red here, and they do manage to take down 3 straight off the bat of the new hill popping. So they'll get a couple of seconds of scrap time here, Will Cannon, and they will have that rotation, those spawns all the way over towards the backside of P4, and it will be an opportunity now. P3, apologies, as it will be open door now for them to soak up a lot of time here, but they are going to have to go off the back of a few picks here. Koki just trying to command over towards this middle steps area. He will unfortunately get shot in the side, and the boys in blue will break straight back in.
Yeah, just a little bit of a misread from Cannon there, not realising that Charleston had spawned kind of over towards back spawn, and we're able to just push through towards the P2. So a little bit of an opportunity now for Charleston to just take a little bit more of that lead, to get it super tight. One thing we can say about these two teams is you can barely put any kind of paper between them, but Reza, unstoppable, Major. You pointed out at the start that this could be a map for him. He's 8-1. He's on the 5 streak already, and again, you've got to think he could potentially get a kill here. That's going to be huge. Reza, in style, gets the cruise.
Oh my god, 9-1. It looks as though nobody's going to be stopping Reza now. He's had such a strong set of gunfight wins, and the courtesy of a little bit of a spin and drop shot there. He's still alive in the back here. They need to try and deal with him, with the boys of Cannon, because otherwise he's going to be a little bit of a thorn in their side. He will finally go down, but the streak in his back pocket is ready to be used. And again, it will still be now Charleston with some bodies over towards the hill. We're saying that Hate with a big pick. He's looking for another one. Can't get it as Keck's able to clean him out with the Renetti. So still soaking up the time of the team in blue. Reza now back on the time. He's only able to get 1. Amateur numbers from Reza there. Only 1 pick in comparison to what we've seen so far. Yeah. But his team now just with a slight advantage. But Cannon, really strong P3 here. Perhaps they are scoring this time back now.
Yeah, still 20 seconds on the clock, and we saw an important fight go over between Dinger and Hate, which Hate was able to win. But it's going to be, he must be so frustrated because of those packs kills towards the back. Reza able to get spawns for the next kill. So despite Hate's heroics over to all, maybe a little bit too early at 21 seconds to do that. So big plays coming out of Charleston, able to get themselves set up, but they're going to see red arrows from all angles, and that's actually going to see one of the players in number 3, Reza, spawn out. So as much as they think they've got control now, this could be an opportunity for Reza to be like, surprise! No, he is going to get the kill, so it is going to see Arsenal get dropped there, but those 3 red arrows, and again, number 1, Major and Dinger, looking to come around the back and surprise Cannon.
Yeah, it's this man again. They've got to try and slow down. Hate's now finding himself a little bit of momentum as he finds 4 in quick succession, and Hate, AR in hand, is not going to be the picture in this map because he's running sub. Arsenal's going to get a couple of picks. Dinger, though, replying with 2. This is a messy P4, and 20 seconds of scrap time should go in favour of the boys in blue. Charleston should push that lead out just that little bit more as we get ready for the next hill over towards Bridge, and this is an opportunity. But Dinger, number 1 on the mini-map, he's managed to slip through a few players here, and he might manage to get the pick, so Dinger just goes over the top. Koki will trade him out, but nobody on the initial time as the new hill pops, and Arsenal all the way out the back, locking through those spawns, so it's just going to be a little bit of a stalemate to see who hops on the hill first. Yeah, Cannon going to need a solid amount of time as they find themselves in an almost 30-second deficit. It is going to be a little bit of free time going their way, as you can hear Reza's cruise about to drop straight onto the heads of Koki and onto Cheeks as well, and that's going to be huge for Charleston, able to get a little bit more control. Now it's a bit more of an even gunfight over towards this hill, but again, those red arrows managed to surge forward, and that's going to be a big kill as Dinger does manage to drop Koki, and this kill feed, Major, has been largely blue all the way down this hill, but they're not able to turn it into time, and it's something we did see in that first hard point. Despite the slaying ability, you've got to be able to turn that into solid time. Yeah, if you're Cannon at the moment, you take a 30-point deficit, considering Cheeks is almost triple negative, Arsenal negative by 3, Koki negative by 6. Hate is trying to drag them through the mud at the moment, but he's going to need a little bit more from his boys. But 5 seconds of scrap time, he's just going to edge them that little bit closer as the new hill will now pop. Arsenal's going to have a gunfight. Dinger's able to take him down, though, as he flies into the hill, but Koki with the trade looks a lot better now for Cannon as they now soak up the time. Koki just going to be holding the front side as there's a little bit of a gunfight over towards P2 as well, which shock horror, Hate is able to win. So him and Rez are still going back and forth in this series. We've got to try and get the player behind back bar here. Koki goes down finally as those blue arrows try and flood in, but a little bit of back and forth. But Arsenal, just when Hate needed a little bit of help from his friends, he's able to get a big 2-piece. Nobody currently on the time at the moment, but he does just stop the rot, at least for the time being.
Yeah, big kill there. Number 8 and Koki just dives straight in and gets that pick in the corner. So saves his team getting absolutely butchered. But Charleston back on the hill, looking to stretch that lead out again. It is going to be about 20 seconds as we see the big fight going down towards the P2. A little bit of a ballet dance. But again, it's Reza who comes out on top. 17 and 8. The man is unstoppable right now. They need to be able to turn this into solid time, though. A really nice plays. Reza reads the map so well, able to drop that on Russian Cheeks, and that's going to be solid control for P2 with a 35-second lead. Charleston in control of this map.
Yeah, Crafty's on the time. And now they've just got to try and lock down these players. Kex watching the mid-cross. Big kill there from him. And his teammates now going to watch over towards this top plat area. Hate though, shock horror. He gets a pick. Cheeks grabs a second. Again, the collapse is looking good. The trades are looking clean as well. Kex found 5. I don't think he found that 6th. He soaked up a huge amount of time here for Charleston with 1 minute 26 as he edges his way close to 90 seconds. But Hate is just having his way with them now. 3 in quick succession. His team are on the hill. And again, how many times are we going to say with these two teams, Pads? It looks like one team was ready and set up and the other team just completely blitz through them. Arsenal finds another 2 picks in mid. The contest comes through from Reza, but look at those red arrows. They are getting aggressive.
And the other thing is, you've got like Arsenal 15 and 18, looks like a terrible KD, but he does things like that. He goes and gets a 3-piece. The guy can just turn up, and how vital that is for the control of that P2, and now able to get themselves control of P3. What was a 30-second game is now a 13-second game, and this is a good opportunity for Cannon to tie things up. Again, you just can't put anything between these two sides. The question, Major, is, can the rest of Cannon Air Force Base start to contribute in time and in kills? Cheeks right now, more than double negative. This needs to go off. Kill feed's been largely red. Big plays, but Reza finally gets dealt with around the back. Opportunity for Cannon as they take the lead.
They had a combined 15 streak between Hate, Arsenal and Koki there, and this game has completely shifted. So now Charleston find themselves right up against the ropes here. They can't drop this map, otherwise the series is done, and their tournament is done here. The Invitational, the shots coming in are looking very good. Arsenal's now finding himself on 5. Can he grab the 6th? No, it's going to be Koki, who just pinches it from him, so no streak in his pocket. At least if you're Charleston, that's a little bit of a positive, but they've really got to try and change the tide here. Crafty still struggling at double negative, but it's got to be some big kills in the back. Dinger gets one back over towards Music, so that's a really big opening pick there. Hate though, 31 and 16 out of him. He is having an absolute map. His team are now looking to try and push this lead out. They can't do it though because Charleston are locked in for this next hill, spawning out the back, and now it's going to be difficult. Number 1 Dinger is going to potentially catch them all on the cross.
I don't know whether Hate's going to need to slap some cheeks and get that Matt Boy motivated. 9 and 19. He's dropped some stellar time now. 1 minute 18. This is what's largely brought Cannon out to the forefront. 193, a 20-second deficit right now. Charleston looking to try and get involved, but right now Hate is just dominating, and this is just a killing zone right now. Nothing Charleston can do to get across. The Renetti's out. The confidence in the side is incredible, but that's going to be a complete wipe for Charleston. Opportunity knocks now for them to get this little bit of scrap time and start that race over towards that very difficult bridge hill.
Well, Hate's on the initial time. This is not what you want to see if you're a Charleston fan. They've got to leg it over towards the backside of the hill. Hate's already savvy to it. He's going to be watching all the way out the backside of the building, and the time is now ticking away from them a little bit here. So keep an eye on number 5 on your mini-map. He's going to have some big gunfights coming up very shortly. 2 players in front of him should be at least 1 free pick. His teammates are all falling around him though. Hate, he grabs 1 pick. He grabs a 2nd as well. So he's managing to do the Lord's work, even though his teammates are now spawning out. They're going to have to try and pinch the man off the time here as Hate finds himself just 3 shy of 40 kills here in map number 4. Cheeks goes down. Arsenal and Koki are going to have to try and work a little bit of magic. Koki's a little bit further pushed up, though, but it will still be a couple of kills that come through for Charleston and Cannon. Even through all the efforts of Hate, they just still can't get this map done.
No, and you know, Charleston, if they take the rest of the time on this hill, they're going to take the lead, and this is going to be an absolute crazy fight over towards that third rotation as we head back to that messy P1. So this is huge. The game is tied up. Charleston have brought it back with some huge heroics coming out of the likes of Reza. So when you think Hate has got complete control of the map, no, Charleston able to bounce back. This is going to be all about this P1 major.
Well, big gunfights. Hate. Shock horror. There's another one for him. One shot at 40. There's... Oh, no. His teammates robbed it from him. He'll be fuming with that. But now the time is very much red. Those blue arrows from Charleston, they have got to flood, and they're flooding through to the man who has chopped them down with every engagement. Sat behind bar. He knows at least one's here. His teammates are not going to get the kills, though. Cheeks is still alive, but he falls down. 4-man wipe. Charleston in the hill. They can win off this hill as well, Charleston, so they're going to have to compose themselves a little bit here.
Charleston have got themselves a solid free, like almost 10 seconds, unless Koki goes absolutely huge here. This could be massive for Charleston. The Cruise is going to come out. Hate is going to take both Dinger and Reza out with 17 seconds on the clock. He can still win it from here. The contest is in. We're able to get the kill. It's going to be Cheeks with 10 seconds on the clock. It's not going to be enough time. It is going to be a foot race over towards P2 in this third rotation. But who's there but Hate, ready to do the God's work? He's got to get this big gunfight now. And this could go entirely the way of Cannon AFB.
They've got the initial time. I don't think anyone's going to take them off the hill. Cannon, somehow, I say somehow, it's Hate essentially that manages to drag them through that map. They come out on top of it and they take the series. Charleston had so many opportunities to maybe get that one done and opportunities to try and shut that man down. It's not going to be his final kill. In the end, it will be Cheeks that gets it. But my God, Cannon, they owe him a beer or two because Hate has had an absolute series there. 42 and 18, 7k damage out of him as well. He's going to need a break after that one because he has just been absolutely ecstatic all series long as well, Pabs. All the respawns, he's been brilliant on as Hate. And I'll tell you what, his boys have him to thank for that map for sure.
Zachary, mate, stand up and take a bow. That was an incredible performance. 42 kills, 38 non-traded. I think that's one of the highest non-traded performances I've seen. Maybe F-Dot, our UK superstar there, dropping 31 in the map. But yeah, incredible performance from the team of Cannon. And at times it's been Hate. We talked about an MVP kind of earlier on, but you've really got to say Hate has been superbly consistent right the way through the series. At times dragging his team through maps and through series. So big plays from him, and what a performance, one of the best we've seen in a while.
Yeah, so Cannon, they will progress through the bracket where they will play either Luke or Luke AFB or Shriver AFB. So they will be waiting in that fixture, which will be on your screen shortly, guys, after a quick break. But my God, I mean, you've got to give commiserations though to Charleston, Pabs. They did have opportunities. Obviously, Reza, shout out to him. He had some really good maps as well himself. Yeah. So they can't exactly be too disheartened by that one. They literally just came up against a bloke that had different ideas. I think in that one he just thought, no, I'm not dropping this one, not after dropping these numbers.
Listen, let's be honest, Hate's got his budgie smugglers, he's got his swimmers packed, he wants to get to Fort Lauderdale, he's going to do it the hard way through that losers bracket, but he wants to be on the beach when it comes to that Continental Championship. So big
performance,
but you're right to just doff the cap to Reza, and Dinger at times was incredible. Every player at some point had a big moment, but Cannon, again, it almost feels like they snatched kind of victory from the jaws of defeat at times, but they were composed in S&D. They looked great in the hard points and definitely one to watch. And that was a losers bracket, you were right to point out. Incredible performance by them.
Yeah, so congratulations there to Cannon. They will progress through the losers bracket, as mentioned, and commiserations there to JV Charleston. They will unfortunately be knocked out here at the Western Regional Esports Invitational. We are going to throw it to a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we will have that other losers game on your screen very shortly. So grab some food, grab a drink. We'll be back very shortly. ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. After that first series, Pabs had to go and have a break, so we've subbed in the handsome man in Zep. Zep, mate, I mean, I don't know how much of the first series you caught, mate, but my God, it's if that's anything to go by for what we've got today, we might potentially need some defibrillators near to us, because I think that's going to be a bit of a banger day.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. I mean, we've had a fantastic game already, plenty more to come this evening. Just absolutely cannot wait to get into them, to be honest, and see what these teams can bring, because you really hit the nail on the head. If all the games are going to go as great as that one did, we're in for a hell of a show.
Yeah, I mean, that was a losers game as well. We've got our second losers quarter-final starting very shortly between Luke AFB and Shriver as well. So, I mean, if that is the quality of COD that we're going to have at the losers stage, I dread to think what it's going to be like when we start to whittle down the remainder of these teams. Obviously, commiserations there to the guys in the previous series who do unfortunately get knocked out. But we'll have a look at the bracket to see how this one is potentially going to unfold. Obviously, Luke AFB up against Shriver, that second game in the bracket there that you guys can see at the bottom of the screen, and obviously the winner now goes through to face Cannon, who with hate on that roster, to be honest, I don't think they really want to play him too much, but we've got another set of 8 players here who we might be able to pick some interesting names out of off the back of this one to be like, right, okay, well, these guys have got some Titanic players as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, look at both these teams going into this stage. You know, you're coming through the loser side. I think it is just a case, you know, you can look at names, you can look at stats, look at form, but at the end of the day, the game is just a game. You know, you can go in, anything can happen. Both of these teams going against each other are just going to be looking to bring their A game, potentially upset the opposition, you know, depending on who'd be the favorite in what scenario, who prefers what map. You know, it can all come down to certain moments. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how both of these teams go up against each other in such a vital stage where it's all on the line. Yeah, so Luke AFB going to consist of Tones, Jordan, Rishi Bobby, and All Day GAS, great name again. And yeah, Shriver are going to consist of Scrub, that dude Ben, and Cubed alongside Axis. So yeah, blank canvas. One thing we're always guaranteed though, Set, with these NA guys is it doesn't seem to matter what level of Call of Duty you seem to watch over the other side of the pond. Their hardpoint games are quick. I think it's kind of a stigma, isn't it, when we watch NA kind of hardpoint, that it's fast paced, but these guys they just seem no different to what we're expecting, really. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can already, well, we can see anyway, we know what the maps are going to be as they come up on the screen any moment now. But talk about wanting to start off fast paced, you can see it right here, right now, getting to start onto a 6-star hardpoint. Talk about a mixy map number 1. Yeah, I mean, this just absolutely suits how both these teams are going to want to get in and play, only having 4 hardpoints to rotate between as well. You know, it means that all these teams, they got to be hitting their shots right early on and getting control early on, because you don't have as many points to make up time on before it all comes back around to that P1, and you can find a map very quickly being pulled away from you at that point. Yeah, we've obviously already seen some very fast-paced hard points, so I anticipate we will see that in this series as well. But I think it seems as though there's a map hardpoint on 6-star, which at the start when it first came through, a lot of people didn't really seem to like. I think me and Pablo especially, we did actually kind of lean towards it in quite a nice map, and I think just visually, because it's not brown and grey, that it's got a little bit more to it. But it's been a map where they've switched around the hard points a couple of times, and it looks as though this is what they finally settled on. And it's very much a map that we're seeing a lot more when it comes to vetoes. Obviously, Sub Base is one of the bans that we're seeing, and Rio going to be the other one that we're not seeing. So that we are not seeing as we see Vista in map 4. So we're slowly seeing it creep in quite substantially as we edge out the remainder of the season. Yeah, absolutely. It's a map that came in, and as you said, you know, people were not the biggest fan, but you know what you really have to respect from the development team and everyone behind the game is that making those changes, chopping and changing it to try and perfect the map as the season has gone on, instead of just kind of throwing it out there and leaving it to die. They perfected it, and now, you know, arguably one of the best map modes in the game in the way that it plays. So you have to give massive credit for the way that the map has turned out, and you know, always offers up some fantastic games.
Yeah, and I mean, looking towards kind of it's quite a fast-paced map set. I think as a whole, we don't have a single invasion on this one on the other side of it. So the sub players, I think, will be a little bit more relieved as we are going to have that Vista and the Rio in that game 5 as well. But it looks as though we are finally ready to go for our map number 1 here in losers quarterfinals. So as mentioned, whoever unfortunately falls at this hurdle will not go through in towards that next that Continental US Championship, which will be in August. So yeah, blank canvas, Zep. I mean, we're just going to have to see who comes out swinging the fastest, I think, on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Who starts off on the strongest foot, and I think that's the most important thing about this map, and you know, about any series in general, really, is that you want to establish your dominance early, get into that point 1, you know, show that you're going to be a threat, and already that first blood going to the side of Shriver, getting a good early start here, it seems, as they get pushed through. A very nice initial break onto that P1.
Well, Initial gunfight's going through, and it looks as though it will be that team in red just soaking up a little bit of early time here. You can see that Scrub's able to grab himself 3 kills, finally gets actually shut down right off the rip. But yeah, early stages in hardpoints, you do not want to get smashed out the park for a P1, because otherwise you can, the mental of certain teams can start to capitulate. I assume with this level of COD, it's not going to be that kind of black and white, but off the back of a strong opening on this one for the boys in red here, it looks as though Shriver are just gonna edge their way out just a little bit in time, and they do have a little bit of presence over towards the P2 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the most important thing, I think, with this map as well, given the fact there is only 4 points in play, is that overall map dominance. Your middle, back, forward, back and front, and left and right. You know, it's as simple as it gets in terms of point placement. If you're just controlling the kills, controlling that map and the pace of it, you're just getting rotated around to every single point, and kills are a massive factor in that. So if you're getting on initially, holding that strong point in P1, you're doing damage. And, you know, already over towards this P2, you look at the side of Shriver, they do seem to have the spawns and the control. It is Luke that are chasing this hill as they now find themselves 30 points behind. Again, plenty of time to come into it as they push forward and get a nice 3 kills, but Driver are just about holding on with that man advantage. Yeah,
cubed. Oh, his teammate there, and Ben actually manages to save him as he gets shot in the back, but not enough to take him down. So, wow, this is a really sizable lead here. Luke have got to really pull their finger out if they're going to try and get something in this map, because it is well and truly red. But not necessarily in terms of kills at the moment. It just seems as though that P2 rotation has just been absolutely pivotal, and already you can see that Scrub just playing for those back spawn blockers. So Shriver at the moment, they just seem to be a little bit more switched on in terms of those early rotations and getting players into. Saying that, this is Luke's best chance of getting a solid chunk of time.
Yeah, absolutely. They've converged around the point. They just have to be aware of where the spawns are coming from, and you're absolutely right. You know, they did read the spawns that were coming in from the back, and Prom, to be fair, has come in with a great hold. And it does look like they might be able to hold on to the spawns at least, but can they use that to get pushed onto the point? It looks like they might. It's a very scrappy hill, definitely the scrappiest we have seen so far, but it does look like the side of Luke AFB are in fact holding on, which, you know, is massive for them at this point. Again, if Shriver had gotten the majority of that time, they would have found themselves over 100 points, and that already would have been the pressure point on this map, where you start to see things be tilting towards the other side. But luckily for them, they're holding on now, 35 to 75, and getting ready for the rotations over. This game has once again become very tight just off of one hill.
Yeah, so Luke was a decent chunk of time there off the back of that hill, now sees them very, very close, and he actually sees Prom as well on a 5 streak, so keep an eye on him. Can he manage to get that cruise missile, because it might prove to be a big kill if he's able to get it. Spots the man prone, nice shots there to take Cube down, and that's a really good opportunity now. He's combining for 11 alongside all day GA, and who you see as Evan, but is actually Rishi Bobby, so nice work there from Luke Air Force Base, and it will now be an opportunity again for Shriver just to try and soak up some more time here. So 4 players on the time, all watching down towards this curve section. A kill feed is very red once again, so looking to try and push this lead out just a little bit more after Luke AFB just brought it back just that little bit.
Yeah, and one thing you have to say about Shriver as well, and the way that they are playing, is that when they get rotated onto a point and have control of it on the overall, they are really flying through the kills and getting it held pretty well. Whereas when Luke gets onto a point, you know, for the most part, it's kind of scrappy. It's 1s and 2s. It's a very hard-fought hold onto that hill, whereas Shriver, when they have control, they seem to have way more of it. And that seems to be the case. That the thing that's working for them now, should I say, is they still find themselves 40 points up as we get ready to go back to the center. But you look at who's rotated well. It is Luke who are set up and ready to go. Can they hold off the push of Shriver, who could come from any side?
Yeah, Prom was locked over towards DJ, but he goes down, so a kill feed that's not necessarily night and day, but it will still be Luke inside that initial time. And shout out to Mr. Rishi Bobby himself as there's one pick that comes through, currently standing 14 and 8 at the moment. Nice kill again there as Tones is able to put a couple of bullets in to help him out, but it will still be a hard-fought battle, saying that, and it will still be them on the time, so that deficit reduced down to 20. Still a huge chunk of time as well, and already, if you're Shriver, you're looking towards that next hill, and you're trying to rotate to P2 potentially, but it's hard to do it when it's this early. You don't really want to grant too much for that P2 and allow Luke to get too much time on the P1.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the way they're playing now, they really are coming into this one in terms of the kills. I mean, looking far better across the board than it was initially. And again, that shows in the points, you know, catching up really well. You know, Shriver doing well to get rotated over towards this next point with Axis, but it's gonna try to stay alive, but ultimately getting taken out rather quickly, and now Luke should have the spawns from there. The tide of this game has definitely turned to these last couple of points, and Shriver, they're going to have to work hard to pull themselves back into this one because they're losing momentum quickly.
Yeah, Cubed is able to get a couple of kills, but again, going to have to try and just stop the rot for the time being. They have got a very good lock on towards this side, but is anyone watching Shadows? Prom's going to try and make the pick down towards the shallow side of the map. There's one for him, and everyone falls on the side of Luke. So again, Shriver just looking to try and push in, but they've still got a lot of bodies here as Evan is able to get a pick there, and it will be all day GA to mop up the second. So Messi, again, 10 seconds separating them. You've got towards that next hill, number 3 in Prom. He's going to be located up alongside his teammate there in all day GA. So scrapping for what remains of that hill. But I mean, the way these guys are going, I think the scrap time really might matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game all of a sudden has found itself completely neck and neck. Shriver started off warmer, but Luke have grown into this game well, and it reflects on the points and the kills. And it is just getting to that point now where, yes, that scrap matters. Each kill matters. It could go right down to the wire. And I mean, we got to point it out as well with Evanescence on that team, or announcing it something like that. Anyway, I mean, 23 and 12 is great in terms of the KD, but not only that, you've 1 minute 48 in hill and counting. Make that 1 minute 50, looking like it's going to go for 2 minutes on this point. I mean, that is just some immaculate plays from the side of Luke. Definitely the MVP player so far on that side.
Yeah, and Rishi Bobby as well is he's managing to grab a huge chunk of time. He's got 2 minutes of time to go with his double positive KD. So a little bit of back and forth on the time. We'll see Shriver just looking to try and push that lead out again. All day GA is going to try and maybe take the last few players off that time, but nothing comes of it. And 2 players now on both respective sides are going to try that leg race over towards the next hill, but Axis is able to cut down GA. And again, Rishi Bobby, unfortunately, this time goes down. So rotation very much on the side of Shriver. Now the all-important gunfights, are they going to come through? Axis with a quick trade is going to help. He's a little bit on his own, though, at the moment.
Yeah, Axis really trying to hold down the fort here, but, you know, doing the work, getting 5, getting 6, and getting that cruise, I think, which will be huge for the side of Shriver. And, you know, 180 now to 138, they are racking up that time, and maybe they're going to be able to see themselves through this map number 1 based off the hard work they've done on that initial set of rotations before Luke really got themselves into the game. But in saying that, they do seem to be getting back into this game because they are wiping the floor here with that red kill feed, and you have to give massive credit to them for doing that because they were posed a question. Luke did answer back, and they have managed to answer back once again themselves, getting over that 200-point threshold and potentially locking themselves down to map number 1 if they can keep this up.
Yeah, Axis having a little bit of a 1v1 for scrap time, albeit not a huge amount, but now Shriver find themselves in such a good position where they can just play for scrap or just completely chalk it off and go to the rotation, and the initial gunfights are very much red again. You've got a combined 6 streak now across the 4 players of Shriver. They are running away with it in the latter portion of this map. It's going to be down to some really clean breaks here for Luke to try and get in towards it. You've still got all day GA who's been struggling all map long. And it will be again Rishi Bobby who's trying to do his best to drag the boys out from this one. He's got some shots into 2, and that's a big couple of kills coming through from him. But again, Shriver are still on the time. They're still soaking it up, and they're only 10 seconds away.
Yeah, so close now for them, and I think it just has been a case of a team versus individual performances. You've got players on the side of Luke, AFB absolutely popping off, trying to drag their side through the mud, but Shriver as a whole just seem to be more together as a unit, painting that kill feed red, and because of that, they do manage to take that map number 1 rather convincingly in the end. Fantastic performance for them, went very back and forth, but ultimately Shriver were the ones that managed to have the fort going towards their side and chain a few hills.
Yeah, and this man on the screen there, Axis, obviously with the final coup in that one, but he was very, very pivotal. Obviously, it was close, probably up again, similar to the last series that we had, Zed, where it was very close towards the middle portion, and then one team just kind of flew away with it. And Axis, courtesy of, I think, over towards that statue side, wasn't it, where he got his 6th streak? I don't think he even called in the cruise missile in the end, but the slaying ability towards the end portion of that map really ramped up for Shriver, and I think the time just kind of proved for it. We kind of mentioned Rishi Bobby had a big map there and a huge amount of time as well to go with it, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to collate it all and kind of drag a couple of those players through that one, and Shriver just bounced straight through towards the end of that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think you see that so much on map number 1s, where it's a case of the team that's warm first that manages to come in and chain a couple of those hills who can start off strong, but then once the other team manages to kind of answer back and find their form, they pull it back to a point to where both teams are warm and they're kind of neck and neck, and that's where you see teams maybe having to pull out some new strategies, some new ways of playing, and teams having to find ways to alter their gameplay in order to suit how they're going to go in to the second half of a map. And We just seen that from Shriever there, you know, once things started to hit that neck and neck, once they seen what Luke were able to bring to the table, they altered their gameplay, managed to rotate well, chain a lot of kills together, which I think was a big factor that we were touching on, how they really managed to paint that kill feed red, either 3 or 4 on almost every occasion, which would always give them a solid 10 to 15 seconds unchallenged at a time, whereas on the side of Luke, it ended up being incredibly scrappy for the time that they got. So overall, I think Shriever did perform well. They absolutely deserved that win, but I absolutely would not count Luke out as we get ready for map 2.
Yeah, so looking into map 2, different game modes, same map. We're going to have 6-star again very shortly on your guys' screen. And I mean, it's countless times on COD, isn't it? Is that where you have a really strong map 1 and you think, right, one team looks very much the favourite, and then when you get a complete switch up going into search, completely different set of speed and kind of different kind of engagement. It's not necessarily a case of who are those players wiser to reading spawns. It can be a bit more one-dimensional in playing for your picks and slowing down the gameplay. So it might necessarily be a map where the boys of Shriever might find themselves with a little bit more of a hard-fought battle in this map than many people might, at least on the outside, think it might be another strong map for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with it being the exact same map, just in a different mode, people might be thinking they would have this one on lock, but that's definitely not the case. I think 6-star Search and Destroy plays completely differently. Of course, we all know Search and Destroy massively different in terms of the pacing anyway. So yeah, you absolutely cannot count Luke out whatsoever going into this map. In fact, they showed in a lot of instances on that hard point that they can go through periods of dominance and can win their gunfights individually and together as a group. So if they can play together well and just come out firing strong, so that answer back to the fact that Shriever had started out strong in that map number 1, they could very easily chain some rounds together themselves and be the dangerous team running through this entire map.
Yeah, and it kind of, I think we always talk about as casters, it's very easy to talk about kind of fundamentals and getting first picks and first bloods, but you really can't count the value of it when it comes to in Search and Destroy. Really, can you giving up an easy life here and there over the course of what might be 11 long grueling rounds? Kind of those first bloods do pay dividends for a lot of the teams that are consistently getting them and kind of playing their life a little bit more carefully as in opposed to doing it on the back of respawn. So yeah, those slower paced players might prove a little bit more beneficial in the map too, I think is the safest way of saying it. But again, I wouldn't count Luke out just yet. Shriever definitely looking very, very hot on the back end of that map, but yeah, hopefully we have that map very, very shortly for you guys. But at the moment, yeah, I'd be very, very, very hesitant to plant a flag.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with this map, it's really hard to say which way it could go. I mean, both of these teams, as we said, we've seen what they could do on a 6-star in Search and Destroy. I think you're absolutely right, though. It will benefit being able to play slightly slower, you know, bringing that pace down, making sure you're not getting first blooded, because again, when it comes to a 6-star Search and Destroy, there's not that many interchangeable lanes when it comes from getting to A point to B point, right? It's very kind of basic 3-lane map that has the middle cut, so it really does benefit being able to rotate together as your team, whether you're defending a site, attacking a site, and how you move towards that. And if you lose a player early doors, then you can really just stack up, lock down a site, and ultimately use that man advantage to sort of trade out gunfights and either wind a round down when it comes to the time or just win it on the kills altogether. So, as I said, playing your life, playing for that first blood is hugely important on all S&D maps, but especially on this one.
Yeah, and I think kind of at the start of the game when we had Invasion, Search and Destroy and the likes of Karachi as well, it was very much a case of wrapping to the other site won't necessarily be the easiest thing to do, but a lot of these newer maps that we're starting to see, the likes of Rio as well, which we've obviously got in that Game 5, there is that ability to wrap towards the next site very quickly if you make that split decision, and you don't have to necessarily leg it across the center portion of the map. So I'm interested to see how these guys kind of play it out. I mean, it was Mixie map 1. It wouldn't surprise me again if we get a similar thing at map 2, because I've lost count of how many times on this map as well, even in Search and Destroy, where you have a bit of a slow start and then you have kind of a clap bang moment and you get 3 or 4 trades in very quick succession.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way that this map works, the way that this series seems is going to work, and overall is that one team is going to start off the initial couple of rounds, and then there's going to be an answer back. There's going to be sort of an adjustment of play, always like a real tactical affair, figuring out how the opposition works over the space of a few rounds, and then trying to alter your gameplay based on that, should I say. And you know, I don't think it's going to be a case where we're going to see maybe a round for round, an attack or a defense winning every round. I think it's going to be a real tactical affair. One team looking dominant for a while, the other team getting the read of that, answering back with some tactical prowess of their own, and then from there just tit for tat and who's able to come up on top by the end.
Yeah, well, we are now Loading into map number 2, so thank you guys for your patience. So if you did miss map number 1, 251.38 to Shriva. Very, very strong performance on that respawn, but now going into the infamous search and destroy to slow it down. And it gives us a bit of a breather set, to be honest. no, less likely to grab a heart attack in this one, the way these guys have been going today, and we'll see how this one goes. But Shriva are going to be on that defensive side first, so we'll have a look to see how they set up.
Yeah, massively important to set yourself up right on your initial defense, and it looks like it could potentially get aggressive here through the mid as both of these teams try to feel each other out. Axis getting away with his life, but could be in trouble if the flank comes around. They push through mid, but Axis with a great one getting traded out. Surely the trades are there. Actually, no, 2v3 now as Luke are getting taken out, make that 2v2. Very mixy round. I thought it was going to go different there in the middle, but now it's dead even again as both these teams are feeling each other out still.
Yeah, well, Cubed is just keeping an eye. Unfortunately, he's going to be the last man up. Quick trade, though, on towards Rishi Bobby, and he knows the other player is there as well. He's managed to weaken up Tones, who's going to be forced to back down. Cube not opting to take the chase just yet. But that bomb is down in a really precarious spot here for Tones. Is he going to manage to get the shots clean enough? Cube's got him so weak yet again, and a little bit of a nade off the corner post there to see if he can manage to take him down. Tones, though, on towards that heady, able to win the gunfight, and Luke will take round 1.
Yeah, great play from Luke there all in all. They pushed through that middle well. Managed to pick up a couple of gunfights. I didn't necessarily think they were going to win, and then Tones, you know, credit to him, played very patient here, just held around the stairs and ultimately was able to get that pick towards the end. A very mixy round of both of these teams. Kind of went a little more aggressive than I thought they were going to be in terms of feeling each other out, but maybe they just wanted to see what pace they could set going forward, with Luke ultimately just about taking it.
Let's see what Shriva opt to do on the offense. Are they going to try and send a few players in towards mid control, or are they just going to send them all down one side? Where it looks as though it's going to be the latter. Every single player headed towards this B site is going to be down to Rishi Bobby, with a lot of responsibility to maybe at least get one pick, you hope, here, as these players just slowly start to edge their way over towards Tiki. The first pick, though, unfortunately, Rishi Bobby finds himself in the blender. Scrub with some clean shots, able to take him down. All day GA is looking for the pinch. He can't get anything going, and this round is all looking very doom and gloom here for Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's what we were saying, you know, about Ricky Bobby managing to get that peek out there, looking for the information, but ultimately getting first blooded, and how often we were saying that that would be a massive issue on this map if you do drop, and now they find themselves the 2v3 scenario with that bomb down, but credit to them. Couple of big kills here now, 2v2 with 35 seconds left on the clock. They've given themselves a chance, but they still have to go massive as Prom 17 picks up a big one, and they have every chance now of coming in for this defuse.
Axis, he's got to play this right. Flies out, gets the pick, that's the important one. Oh, and unfortunately there, just bobs his head up, and it will be Prom that's able to just clean it off. So a round that was looking very good there for Shriva, unfortunately just falls apart for them. Luke AFB with a really good regen in the latter portion of that round, and again potentially a little bit of a overzealous chow there from Axis as he gets his head picked off by the Renetti courtesy of Prom just towards the last section of that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wonder if Axis was just trying to get that peek in there to maybe get the information and dip, but should have just kept the head down, got out. Unfortunate there. We have to give so much credit to Luke AFB for how they handled themselves in that round. It could have very easily been down and out, but they managed to pull themselves back. And, you know, again, it's only early doors to the search and destroy, but that in itself can be a bit of a momentum killer where you think you've got such a straight plant onto a B site and then you end up losing the round like that. It's up to Shriva now to pull themselves back into this one, or else they'll find themselves very quickly struggling to get back into this one.
Well, Axis looking for a gunfight in mid-Tones with a pick. Nice work from Tones again. Him and Prom are having a hell of a map so far, combining for 9 just after 2 rounds going into the third. So that bomb is going to go down very easily. And it's going to be Ben all on his lonesome, needing a 1 versus 4 and a dream to go with it. So transition through the middle of the map, not going to be ideal if one player does check him. And it looks as though it will be this man on your screen. Oh no, Ben actually absolutely wigs him. So first pick comes through, 30 seconds left, but it looks as though the time might not be on his side, because to go through 3 players and a defuse in this time is not going to be easy.
Yeah, going to be virtually impossible. You still have to give credit for that pick, but it's not really going to go his way. He's going to maybe get the pick here against Prom, unless he has the read. He doesn't. And Prom in for another kill. I believe Prom is on a 5 streak now. I could be mistaken in saying that, but Luke going 3-0 up here. And again, that was such a dominant round. They took that A site almost with ease, and they've really garnered themselves a lot of momentum here.
Well, this is a completely different Luke team from what we saw in map 1, and this is why we always say as casters it's very, very scary planting flags in the early stages of series, because at the moment they look absolutely impeccable, and Prom still shy of that 6th kill and that cruise missile to boot. But at the moment they've got Shriver's number. They really need to kind of either switch up the way they're approaching this one, because you've got the likes of Cubed and Ben just struggling at the moment. But if you're Luke AFB, you just stick with what's working.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no real reason to shake up the playbook here at the moment because, as you say, it's working perfect. Everything's going completely to plan. And again, Prom with that first blood is going to have that streak to work with. And if they can have that streak in hand and this round go 4-0 up, it's borderline game, set, and match when it comes to this map for Shriver. But, I mean, 3v3 now, they do have the bomb. They do have some control of A site. They are picking up kills and giving themselves every opportunity to take this round, but still quite a bit to do as they're actually struggling to get directly onto that bomb as the nades come in.
Yeah, Axis in mid. He might get some good timing onto a few players into you here. GA is going to be a free... Oh, no, never mind. Oh, my goodness. He's absolutely been fried by GA up close and personal. And Cubed, with the 1 versus 2 required now, does have the bomb in hand. Feels as though it's inevitable as and when he gets checked, but he's able to take down Rishi Bobby there, so now makes it a 1 versus 1, and it's not an ideal one, but the trade there is imminent. I don't think he got good timing there, and it's another round for Luke. They're trying to push the full sail here in 6-0, and I'll tell you what, they're looking good for their money if you're a betting man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, a little unfortunate there when it comes to the timing, but that is just search and destroy written all over it, especially in 1v1s. So much of it can come down just to luck, but everything going in the favor of Luke AFB at the moment. And, you know, saying about luck, they have been making their own luck as well. You know, they've been winning these rounds well with confidence. When it comes down to 1v1s, they've already been setting themselves up in the positions to be the most confident player to come out and win that particular scenario. So, I mean, you can't take anything away from Luke AFB's performance. They have completely nullified Shriver in this map to the point where it's hard to even say what Shriver could do to counteract, because we haven't even seen what they can offer up in terms of any counter.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's just at this point, you just try something different. We'll hear the cruise missile come down, and Cubed goes down, and it is all falling apart yet again for Shriver in this round. Ben gets absolutely wigged. Scrub finds himself now needing a 1 versus 4 and a bomb defuse again. How many times are we going to say that on the side of Shriver? So Scrub now with a morsel of hope. And it looks as though he's just going to see if anyone's going to give him any sort of pick. But it looks as though Luke AFB are just not going to give him absolutely anything to work at. They do not want to drop a round, let alone even a single kill by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Scrub picking up a great kill there, but you're right in what you're saying about Luke. They seem to be playing this in such a way where they're just squeezing the life out of Shriver. They're not giving them an inch. They want this to be a demolition to maybe just hurt the mindset going into future maps.
Well, he's on the bomb. Oh no. Okay, yeah. Well, you do get close. The anxiety started kicking in. Then when you get that kind of that 2 second of nothingness from any sort of check on the bomb, you do start to question it a little bit. But no, they're wiser to it. Oh, Luke, they take a round, and it is 5-0. And I mean, off the back of the map 1s, it was looking very good for Shriver. Off the back of the map 2, we go back to square one. If this ends as a 6-0, and go, well, I don't really know where we stand with this one now, because they have looked not exactly the greatest on this map, but on the flip side, Luke have just been absolutely clinical, and they have not given them anything to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those questions that you could ask about so many different games that you see, is how much of it is just Luke being on another planet when it comes to how this game's going for them, and how much of it is just Shriver not being at the races. I mean, you know, maybe Shriver can play well in this one, but they just haven't had the opportunity to showcase anything that they can do because they've just been demolished.
Well, Scrub's looking for a pick. Ben's getting one, and so will Axis. So this is looking a lot better now. There's Prom alongside Rishi Bobby. They're going to need the 2 versus 4 now. So this is the best chance of getting even some form of a regain round on the board here. But now Prom up he hops. Is he going to get the pick? Yes, he is. So Prom gets one, and he's going to try and dip away. He's going to go for the reach out. Oh, a little bit windy from Scrub, but he's going to do enough. And it will be Rishi Bobby who's the last man to go down. And Shriver finally find themselves spawning in onto the map 2. They've still got to do 5 more of that in a row, but at least it's a start for now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, trying to do 5 of that in a row, it's going to be a big ask, but I think you just have to set yourself up with this moment to say that you're going round by round, you're trying to gain some of that confidence back, some of that momentum, and at least make a game of it, so that, look, if you end up losing it 6-4, 6-3, you can then maybe at least go into that map number 3 with some sort of semblance of confidence. But, I mean, if they can keep this form up and they can keep that mentality and you know, keep chaining rounds, they could potentially push Luke back and make this a scary one. But, I mean, that's all just, you know, hyperboles at the moment. There's a very long way to go yet for them to pull this one back.
Well, again, it's going to be an aggressive push over towards this A site for both teams. A bit of a split. First blood might actually come over towards the backside of the spawn of one team. There's number 4, and All Day GA is going to have a gunfight up against Axis. Shots exchanged on the statue, though. 2 go down on both respective sides, actually. So now it's a 2 versus 2. They've still got cubed over towards the site. Now it will be Rishi Bobby and All Day GA trying to work their way back over to the site because that bomb is dropped in a really precarious spot.
Yeah, that bomb was dropped in a spot where it's super risky to go for the pickup, but that is a great pick and being left into a 1v1 scenario here. All down to Ricky Bobby versus Rookie Cubed, who's coming out on top.
Oh, Cubed absolutely fries him. So Shriva, I thought for a second he was going to play his life a little bit longer there. Was that man, but he just pre-peeks it and Cube just absolutely punishes him for it there. So Rishi Bobby not able to get it done. So a second round on the board. I'll tell you what, if this turns to 3, you might start second guessing yourself here if you're Luke. But still, again, difficult ask. But that mountain step just a little bit slightly less steep, at least for now.
Yeah, the greatest journeys begin with the first step, and I mean, pulling a couple of rounds back is exactly what you want. And you were talking about the peak there in that 1v1 gunfight from the side of Luke. You know, maybe that just comes from knowing that you're a couple of rounds up, and it's that kind of mentality switch that could be to the detriment of you when you're playing in such a close game between two evenly contested teams in terms of skill. And I don't know how there wasn't a first blood there, by the way. How are both of those players still alive?
Yeah, I think Rishi Bobby was on 1 HP, literally at the bottom right, so he gets away by the skin of his teeth. But there is a big collapse now going on towards the point. You can see there that Tones was trying to work the pinch through P2. He goes down, and that's a really big pick now because it's just going to stop potentially that from happening again. But saying that, All Day GA is doing exactly what his teammate in Tones did and failed at as he goes round the back. He should have a free pick. So now 3 versus 3. They still haven't pushed up high enough to get this bomb down. They have now progressed onto the site, but this next pick's going to be the all-important one.
Yeah, this pick is for sure the round decider. Scrub coming in with a massive one, but being answered back once again 2v2. Both of these teams, I mean, momentum has changed so much. It's gone to such a tit-for-tat affair, really. It's really stagnated, this game.
Well, next gunfight's big kill from Scrub. Shriva, I think they've taken the controller off Little Bro because it looks like another round where they might be able to get this done, but they've still got to try and plant that bomb. Prom's got to try and work his magic, and he's going to potentially be the man to do it. Currently standing at 8 and 3. There's the first pick. First man down. Does he know the second man's on the bomb? And he gets the second as well. And there you go. It looked like it was slipping out of Luke's grip towards the end, but Prom says, no, let's not be having that, boys. We'll take that map, and we'll go to map 3.
What a fantastic 2 kills there at the end to see that one through. I mean, picking up 1 as you do and then going for the 2. What a great 2 kills to get. And I mean, look, in Search and Destroys, there's going to be so many instances where you do have opportunities to make a play like that. It was just the case that, you know, Shriver unfortunately had left themselves in a situation where when it came time that they would have needed a bit of luck, it was going to be do or die, and they'd have no more room for error. And, you know, trying to come from 5-0 down, it means you need a little bit of luck and a little bit of perfection on your side, which they just didn't have at the end. But credit to Luke. I mean, they set themselves up in a position to be able to play like that for the last couple of rounds and ultimately see it through, because I mean, for those first 5 rounds they were really on another level. Yeah, and it's good if you're looking at the mental just for Luke as a team as a whole. Off the back of a very rough map 1, they've now literally done the exact opposite and had a very strong map 2. So if they're looking as though they're going to even get close to potentially taking a respawn from at least the early stages of what we've seen at this Shriva team, they're going to have to get a bit of confidence under them, and that map 2 is just going to do them nothing but good, you feel. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Luke had went into that one and even won up by the skin of their teeth, they'd be going into respawns probably feeling a little bit exhausted after how they've had to play those first 2 maps. But as you said, they won it well, and I think Shriva are going to be of the mentality that no matter what, we absolutely do not want this to go to a map 5, because they will not want to face off against Luke in another Search and Destroy. Luke definitely seemed like the more confident team when it comes to playing in an S&D, and you know, how they were winning their one-on-one gunfights and playing together as a team. It really just was at another level at times that you'd wonder if Shriver have the answers for in a non-respawn mode. I think that's where they just work out the best of the side of Shriver, is getting into those hard points and potentially controls. Guess we'll see how they play in this control going into the map 3. Yeah, I was going to say, now you've put a very big onus on this map 3. Obviously, one team looking very good in hardpoint, the other team looking very good in search. Now you put the kind of the swing map in the hands of this control on Highrise. So if you're picking a control for Shriva, you're probably going to be quite happy with it, actually, because it is very much a fast-paced one on this map on control.
and there's a lot of opportunities to grab a lot of kills. So we'll see how they perform on this map. But what we'll do, guys, we'll throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have that map 3 on your screen. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. We have map 3 almost ready to go, but for any of you guys who haven't hopped into the series so far, we're just going to be doing a quick recap prior to jumping into that one, Zep. I mean, we've had some really good maps so far for both sides, one for one and one for the other. It's been a bit of a one in terms of if we're trying to make calls and predictions, mate. It's a bit of a minefield, I think, so far the way it's been going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you alluded to it just before we went to our quick break there. You know, we were talking about the fact that Shriver seem to be doing really good in the respawns, and then you have the side of Luke who really seem to be able to take it to Shriver when it comes to the search and destroy. So is it potentially a case we're seeing just a case of two teams that are one well versed in respawns and one that isn't? I mean, I guess we'll see going into this map number 3, so much rides in it. In that case, you know, our Shrever just respawn warriors who are going to be able to go into a high-rise control, completely dominate that map and see through a 3-0, or we're going to be able to see Luke answer back and really have it up in the air going into a map 4 for a Vista hardpoint after that, which, you know, a Vista hardpoint, my personal favorite map and mode. I think it's incredibly mixy, and I have no clue how both of these teams would face up in that one. But for now, as we're saying, map 3 that's on the horizon, prefer control, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and I think if you're the lads of Luke, you're looking towards some of your other players to try and pick out some big numbers just as a baseline, just try and get some kills, because they did struggle a little bit in that map 1. Shreve obviously very, very heavy in terms of just raw firepower, and then off the back of the search and destroy, kind of, you got a big regain actually that came through from Luke. So they're now in a position where they just say, right, okay, just maybe try and work through a few kills, get ourselves on the board early doors, and on a map that isn't necessarily the easiest to command. Like early map control, it can be a little bit of tit for tat, as you mentioned in the map prior, Zep, but on the high rise, if you can get that spawn trap in, it can be brutal. So if you're Luke, you're thinking, right, the last thing we're going to need here is to be pinned back here by the lads in red. Yeah,
absolutely. And as we see how this is playing out to begin with, tit for tat, it's going to become the buzzword that we're going to be using throughout this, because it was very much that over towards the A site, but it is Luke who are really dominating on the kills here. They got a nice wave and they are on this 8-point cap, and it pretty quickly, already 2 ticks gone. And if you have so much credit for Luke, the way that they've grown into this series as a whole, they're completely dominating.
Well, we don't normally see an 8-point done that quick, and if you are Luke, you are thinking, right, okay, this is easier than we might have initially thought it would be. So the man in Prom, he is leading the charge yet again in terms of kills, saying that those Shrever, they do manage to just regain a little bit courtesy of a couple of kills, and this man on the screen, Axis, has been very, very crisp with this MCW, it must be said. So this is the difficult part now for Luke. They've got that first point through, but the last thing they're going to want now is the likes of Axis just pinning them back at spawn. There's 1, there's 2, he's hunting down even more. It should be a trade out the back here for Prom, and it is, but they are so pinned back in their spawn.
Yeah, as we were talking about the spawns, you know, I think it'd be a real killer once you're pinned back inside them in this high rise. Doesn't matter how well you're doing, if you're pushed back once, you're going to sacrifice a lot of lives. And already now 15 to 21, they are just struggling to get anything going. And you have to give credit to Shrever here for setting up well. Scrub on a 5 spree as well, potentially going to be able to get a streak into play off this round number 1. Terrific recovery from having that 8-point lost, because you could very quickly have a round going away from you after losing that, what you'd argue is the harder point, the key point to hold. But really answer back well as Luke, AFB, struggling to get out of this point. It looks like they may have gotten out, but at the sacrifice of a lot of lives.
Yeah, and Scrub's been alive for what feels like an absolute eternity over towards that hut, as he's now finding himself on a 6 streak. Are we going to see the streak coming through sooner rather than later? We'll have to wait and see, because he now finds himself 6-1. But they are now starting to converge on the B point here, so Scrub's got to be a little bit careful. He can't be just a little bit null towards that side of their spawn. He's able to get a pick, and now the first tick at B is complete. So now Scrub's going to fly into action. I think he's the last one near it, so the double stack is on. The progress is coming through. If you are Luke AFB, this is a really good opportunity now to get this one done off the back of being heavily outslain. The life deficit has now completely been evaporated. The third tick is looking as though it is good, and that attacking round off the back of the streak, though, takes 2 down. The team will form, but it will be Luke able to get that round done. What a weird round. Banging at the start, banging at the end, and it was brutal in the middle for him.
Yeah, that round was so up in the air, and I think the use of the streak at the end was a risky one that ultimately hasn't paid off, because you really could have done with pulling that streak into future rounds, maybe even on some sort of offense. Well, I mean, you have to give so much credit to Luke, you know, from being trapped in the spawn to be able to work their way out. And it did seem like in certain instances when how they got to that B with some Shrever, not really being aware of where Luke are on the map, and maybe that's something that they need to try and work on together. Maybe the communication isn't quite there at the moment, but there was certain instances where they just didn't seem aware of how pushed up Luke were and how much control they actually had of the sites in and around B, and they are going to have to alter that if they want to try and win another defensive round. But for now, they have to get in and they have to show that they can attack well themselves.
First pick of the round goes to the red boys, and it will be a little bit of back and forth. Number 5 there in Ben is going to be able to get on that B point. His teammate there in Cubed is able to get pick over towards A. So now Luke AFB, they've got to try and make the decision of what site they're going to try and clear out first. It looks as though it's going to be a little bit of a mixed approach here, which might pay dividends. If they don't win the individual gunfights, it's going to be brutal to them. Nice couple of kills coming through from Rishi Bobby yet again. So it will be the B point just slowly getting more progress. The second tick is now looking imminent unless the chow from Tones comes through literally right now. And it's actually going to be a team nade that takes him down. Not ideal. B point now is going to have a double stack with Scrub on the point. And they've still got the man over towards A and Ben as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're slowly but surely getting this B, and they've got it. And it has been a very strong attack for them. Maybe a little bit slower than the attack of Luke, but definitely more methodical as they're, they're pushing up. They have the advantage on lives, already 4 ticks deep, playing their lives well, getting the kills that are necessary, and ultimately sticking together, getting on that all-important time. But it is now all day GA trying to defend, and another team nade scenario. This time Axe is taken out, 4P cubed, and, very back and forth now. Things maybe going to slow down a little bit towards this A. 18 versus 19, 4 ticks gone, 1 tick gone a day. All to play for in this round.
Yeah, a good couple of kills just to stabilise there from Luke AFB as well. They've got GA over towards the top side of Heli. Nice pick though from Axis, and there's another good pick comes through from Scrub. So now the opportunity is now going to arrive for them to get on the point as 3 go down. You can see that Tones is over towards Propane, but he's not going to have a huge amount of impact unless he wide peaks something. Prom gets a pick, which will help a little bit. Oh, and the nade courtesy of a Kobe there from All Day. GA is going to completely nullify this point, it looks as though, for the time being. So the second tick doesn't come through. He just about managed to hold the front of the house, and it will be an opportunity now for them to just start pushing up the map again.
Absolutely. And you know what we're seeing from the side of Luke that, was actually similar to in the other rounds? You look at the side of Shriever, how much were we saying in that map number 1 that they were painting that kill feed red, just completely lighting it up? Now it's the other way around. I mean, Luke really seemed to be painting that kill feed. I mean, it's not a case of where it's very back and forth, but they're coming out on top. When they get in and they start firing, we are seeing the likes of Rishi and all the rest just completely painted blue, as you're seeing right now. All of a sudden 14v6, like that 13v6 at one point, I think it was pretty even on those kills. They really just seem to find their form now at certain moments in these rounds where they're just able to decimate their opposition.
Tones is on a 5 streak as well, so keep an eye on him in the top left if he can get that all-important 6th kill. Because if they get a cruise off the back of it as well, they will be feeling so good. Oh, I don't think he got it. Scrub takes him down. So if there's a silver lining here for Shriever, it's going to be that they didn't manage to get that. It will be 2 players on the A point. So 3 plays 9. There is a stack, and that's a big kill. And there's a team kill that comes through actually as well. So this is not what you want to see. The collapse surely is going to be enough to stop it. And it will now be Axis needing the 1 versus 6. First tick. Oh my goodness, hello boys, somebody's got a chalet. They're flying through to him. Oh, it's so close to being complete. Axis, can he get the kills? No, he can't. I'll tell you what, if you're Luke, you're thinking that got a little bit closer than you probably would have hoped towards the end of that.
Oh my god, that was way closer than you'd want. Thank god that he got there in that amount of time, because I legitimately think there was about a second, maybe even 0.5 of a second in there. But I mean, still credit to them. They got onto the point, got that kill, saw that round out, and I mean, they have just turned this series on its head from where it was looking. I mean, if you went back, you just watched map number 1 and you were trying to guess how this series was going to pan out, you would have absolutely not said that it would even be at this point. Luke are just really growing into the series as a whole, as a unit. I mean, everyone's picking up the kills, where you have the side of Shriever, you have Axis on the 16, but then, Ben on the 9. There's a little more disparity in terms of who's picking up the kills and where, and I think that's been the difference maker so far in this map.
Yeah, and number 1 on the mini-map in Prom, they have definitely got him to thank for a large amount of the kills that they have had so far in this map. 18 and 12 from him. 1.5 KD, so they're going to have to try and slow him down here. Nice shots there from Axis, who looks to try and drag the boys through the mud. Ben's able to get a pick as well, so they are going to just stop that progress over towards B. But another nice pick there, this time from Rishi Bobby, just over towards that B Street side. He's just going to grab a couple of players' attention now as Cube finds himself a little bit alone over towards the A point. He doesn't get spotted, so the health regen will come through. And Tones goes down as well on the side of Luke, so that's now in courtesy of All Day GA. Nice shots though, and it will force Ben just to try and transition back over towards that A point and at least make the chow. Flies around the corner, able to get one. The trade from Tones is good, and they just can't seem to script, or just can't seem to take off this man over this A point. That they're just little by little, they are working their way up, and it looks as though Shriever are just making a bit of a mess of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they cannot get that point fully clear, and it is costing them. The tick just slowly but surely goes, and then, as we're seeing here, as soon as they maybe switch a little more focus towards that A, it is the B that starts to go as they lose 1 tick on that. But now, looking like they might be set up again, but it is Luke AFB getting ready for another strong push towards A, it seems. And, Rishi managing to pick up 1, Shriever are holding. And it looks like they might be able to hold out as Axis comes around the back as well for one. Now 14 v 18, Luke only 2 ticks deep. Maybe looking like that, you know, Shriver have done themselves enough to maybe get a round back here, but there's still a long way to go with 35 seconds left to play.
I say Axis will hope he's definitely done enough, at least for now. Cube is the biggest struggler on the team at the moment, almost double negative. He's going to have another couple of gunfights. He's going to have to be forced to back up, though, and it will be another pick from Rishi Bobby just to take down Ben. So where will the boys in blue decide to try and push this? It's going to be all day GA over towards the B point, so he gets a pick there, and so too does Rishi Bobby again. So now 12 lives plays 13, and now if you're Shriver, you've got to try and commit to one of these points, and it looks as though they're going to allow them just to get that B point if they need it, get set up for the A point. They've got to be careful, though, not to drop kills here, because otherwise they're just going to completely transition over to the other point, and Prom is looking to prove to be that hot knife through the butter of Shriver once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Prom has been absolutely exceptional, and as you alluded to earlier, I mean, Axis 25 and 19. If there's anyone on the side of Shriver who's going to drag them through the dirt and get back into this map in this series, it is going to be him, as it's now 9v9, 55 seconds left on the board. The lives are going to matter hugely here at this point. Still could go either way, but it's looking like the momentum could be with Luke as they're trying to converge to the same point.
Oh, Cubes, that's a big set of kills. He was struggling, but I think he found himself one shy of a cruise, courtesy of some 2 pieces there in towards the middle portion of the map. Scrub and Axis combined for 2. It looks as though Shriver are actually looking really good on this, at least for the time being. But this is the man they've got to try and stop, and he's going on the wrap all the way round the back is Prom. His teammates, they need to get the kills with him, though. Otherwise, it's not going to prove to be much help. Shots in. Prom gets one. He's looking to try and mop up the players. The pinch comes around. You can see Cube is going to be forced to switch around, but Prom, he gets another pick. 3 versus 3. And now it really becomes a search and destroy. A huge pick to take down Rishi Bobby. Can Prom get any more? No, the man who's proven to be their biggest problem on the map goes down, and now it's all on GA to try and make the play. A big pick comes through. 4 seconds. They know he's got to fly onto the point inevitably. He's only got 2 seconds. He gets mopped up, and Shriver find themselves around.
Yeah, fantastic from Shriver, managing to get themselves back into it, getting a vital round, but you also have to look at the side of Luke. I believe he got 4 ticks in that round. They are looking strong. It was very close, right down to the wire. And you wonder if Shriver are going to be able to keep this up. It's looking like the way the form is going in this map, that if Shriver are going to take round, they are all going to be right down to the wire. Whereas Luke as a team just feel like as soon as they flick that switch and get that momentum going, there's no real stopping them. So Shriver have a lot of work in their hands if they want to pull this one back, but Luke also need to try and see this one through. They cannot be getting complacent. They have Prom on 27 and 17. If he can keep that up and a couple of the players on his side push up the numbers a little bit as well, they could see this one through in this round with some ease.
Yeah, and the irony is as well, Axis has been brilliant so far for them, but he's slowed down a little bit. But on the flip side, you've got the likes of Scrub and Q2R just starting to speed up a little bit here. So how will the defensive hold from Luke look? It looks as though 2 players over towards the B site. And then you've got Prom again, just playing that roaming role, looking for kills as he's grabbing one. There's going to be another opportunity as I think he gets a slap to the face courtesy of Axis on that one already. A little bit of a deficit here, and if you're Shriver, you don't want to give away too many lives too early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Already 5 lives down, 28 to 23. A borderline perfect start from Luke. We're looking to keep that going, but if Shriver go below 20 here, which it's looking very much like they will, things will quickly go to a very desperate state. 27 v 20. This is not good for Shriver. They've already got to try and play a little more conservative now when it comes to their lives, making sure to stay up alongside getting those kills, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen as Rishi's getting pushed down this B site. They have a lot of control here in the initial part of this round, Luke. Already only 30 seconds left for Shriver to pull something out of the bag.
And the thing is, look at the time as well. They haven't managed to touch any single point in this round, and it is completely killing them off for the time being. They've got 1 man in Axis on the time. He's got to try and play his life here. Round and round they go. The propane tank, and Prom is going to shut him down. Shock horror. He's able to prove again why he has been such a pain to them on this map. It's going to be another pick coming through from him off the top rope. Goes Scrub. He's not able to get the second, though, as Prom is there once more. 9 combining now on the side of Luke. 10 seconds and a dream. 13 life deficit. It's all looking brutal. Prom is mopping up all the pieces that remain on this high-rise control, and that is a huge moment. Yet again, 8 lives. They have been absolutely put to the sword, and it looks as though this map is now done.
Yeah, I mean, what was the lives difference at the end of that? 24 to 6, something absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Luke As I literally said going into that round, they could just flick a switch and be unstoppable based on how they were playing in that map, and they absolutely did. Fantastic from them, really showing that they could dominate the control, that they could bring it to a respawn. And now Shriver have a lot to do going into this map number 4, especially with it being a Vista map that not only relies on getting so many kills, but being able to then hold your spawns for a decent amount of time. All of that just screams of being in favor of the team that's currently in form in terms of getting those waves of kills, which is all going to Luke at the moment.
Yeah, and see, Prom was literally, pardon the pun, prominent every single time on that map. They had a moment where they were able to push up. He was just in his absolute essence there, just getting pick after pick, chewing through the life count. And I mean, we're now in a position again, Zet, where this time we've got a different problem, because now you're looking to Shriver and saying, right, okay, you had a very good hard point in map 1, and now you've literally got to have a good map 4 here, otherwise you're out of this one. So Luke, after map 1, we thought, right, okay, they might be the weaker of the two teams here, but after map 2 and map 3, which were very, very one-sided, that's completely flipped now, and they're looking to try and get this done in 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you look at the side of Shriver as well. What were we saying at the end of map number 2 is that Luke looked really, really strong and confident when it comes to playing a search and destroy mode. So even if somehow Shriver can get themselves through this Vista hardpoint, it's not like they can pat themselves in the back and say, we're playing the mode that we're a little more confident on. If anything, they have to come a little more out of their comfort zone going into that map number 5 and trying to pull one out of the bag there. So there's a lot of hard work cut out now for Shriver if they want to come back into this one. But we have seen again from that map number 1 that they are capable of it, because remember, in that map number 1, they did have a strong initial lead. Then they were put to the test. Luke did manage to even things up, and they had the answers to once again stretch that lead out and come away with a very strong victory. So they definitely have it in the locker. They can push back and maybe take advantage of a little bit of complacency that could perhaps seep into the side of Luke, given how well they have played on those maps number 2 and 3. But again, we'll just have to wait and see as we get ready to get into this one who is going to come out on top.
Well, map number 4 is ready to go here between Luke and Shriver. And remember, whoever comes out on top of this series, if Luke do manage to get it done in 4, they will come up against Cannon AFB, who we saw managed to take down Charleston in that series prior. We've still got Buckley and Hill, two teams that we haven't even seen yet, and they're obviously in the winner's side of the bracket. So as we slowly start to whittle down these teams, obviously the top 4 do go through to that Continental US Championship. But I mean, at the moment, obviously Luke not going to try and look any further than this map, to be honest. They're going to want to get it done in 4, even off the back of a strong search and destroy in map 2. You just think for the mental, get it done in 4, write map 1 off as a little bit of a struggle map, and just assume that this is the way it will be for you for the rest of the tournament, pushing in through to the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Luke are setting themselves up in this way to go forward to the rest of this tournament with confidence if they can get themselves through this. And massive 2 kills from Axis there, having no right to win that one with the pistol, but going to go in and potentially answer back with a couple of early seconds on that hill, even it all up as they get ready to rotate over towards that P2. Very back and forth so far in this P1, already looking like they could be in for a little bit more even affair on this map.
Yeah, and this man on your screen here, Prom, he's been the problem for Shriver. He's been their kryptonite in maps 2 and 3, so can he manage to keep it going into map number 4? Nice nade there from Axis just to get a little bit of control over towards Burger. 2 players on the side of Luke already here. You've got number 3 in Tones over towards that top plat area. Scrub somehow manages to slip away on towards the point and at least get the contest for now. They've got to keep an eye on number 4, All AGA. He's going to be watching over that middle portion of the map. Scrub tries to get more than just the one. He's not able to, and now this is a really good opportunity for Luke AFB to push this time out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they already have the spawns that they would probably want going into P3 as well, and we talk about how important map control is on this map and getting your waves of kills, just establish exactly where those spawns are going to be. It makes life so much easier for these hills. I know every map it does, but I feel like particularly on Vista, you're really rewarded for having that dominance when it comes to the kills. And Prom once again dominating, getting a nice 2 there, but All Day GA being the star player so far for the side of Luke AFB, 7 and 4. I mean, look, 56 to 16 already pulling away with some time as we see the rotations now as well. It is All Day GA who's going to get onto that point, but Axis has gotten through. Potentially Shriver have gotten themselves some spawns here.
Yep, much needed spawns as well, because if you drop this rotation, oh, it's looking a little bit wavy, at least for now. Axis needs to get this next pick, because there are going to be a few players around him. It's actually going to be Ben that helps him out in that one. Axis is going to fly onto All Day G8. He will drop, and now Prom's going to be the last man anywhere near to make an impact. Saying that, one man and his army is all they've needed in certain situations so far. But really good opportunity now for Shriva just to try and hold a big chunk of time here. And they've managed to hold the opening at least 30 seconds for them now. This time looking very, very good to them. See those blue arrows, though, just trying to push through pillars. And a big couple of kills actually come through there for Luke. Not ideal there if you're a Shriva fan, because it's now going to leave Cubed all on his lonesome. He will get that important pick, but courtesy of a lot of time, we find ourselves pretty much close to a tie game against Zep.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how quickly things can change, right? I mean, Luke were looking super strong off those first 2 points, but all it took was one pretty strong hill from the side of Shriver to pull it back incredibly close. But rotations onto what is a big hill have gone very well for the side of Luke, as Rishi picks up one, gets taken out by the second, but this is going to be a hard hill to break for the side of Shriver now, and Luke AFB putting themselves in a great position to maybe gain that lead once again, stretch that time out, and of course rotations from this point to the next will be massive as well, so huge 60 seconds coming up.
Yeah, the hardest point for them is just trying to cross over towards music. Scrub's actually managed to do it. You can see that Tones is just watching the back door, so the call will be that he is there. Now, can he manage to fly out the right side of it? It looks as though it's going to be a little one-on-one in the back, and Tones is able to win it. So he's got another gunfight coming up here, Tones, and he's done a really good job of staying alive here. He's somehow managed to get some less COD timing along with some crisp shots just to keep him alive in the back. They finally take him down, but the rotation Zep is looking very, very good for Luke. They've got that cushion. Shriver get the scrap time, but Prom gets a huge gunfight win out the back, and they are ready for this bridge hill.
Yeah, Prom winning a massive gunfight. And how many times have we said that throughout the entirety of this series? Prom, really have been the star player for the side of Luke, and then he'll be so thankful for the fact that maybe he is the player picking up, is not the player picking up the majority of the kills this map. The whole team are really pulling it out of the bag as well. But you have to say, for the side of Shriver as well, or Shriver should I say, they are also pulling it out well as well, with Axis on 15 and 7. They're keeping themselves in this one, and all it will take is a hill or two to really pull themselves back and get a decent bit of a lead going. But so far, Luke's still in the lead, but mind you, Shriver doing a good job of keeping Luke off this hill and getting some of the time themselves.
Yep. And are they going to make the reads of these two players going out the backside of the hill? Cubed. His teammate's going to keep him alive, and Scrub is able to grab the trade onto the man that dropped him. As it will just still be Luke on the time for now. Two players. Those red arrows ready for P1. That transition to P1 is literally straight next door to it. So subs are going to be very quick to enter in towards the action, but look at two players on the side of Luke going to hit towards that plat side. Are they going to be ready for this? Turns around, nice shots there from Tones, grabs one pick, Tones grabs a second, hunting for the third, and Tones just chews through every single opportunity. But Shriver had to hold this P1, and he has absolutely put them to the sword.
Well, some immaculate gunfights there, with Tones coming out on top with the triple, and nearly a minute and hill from the side of Tones as well. Has definitely been a star player for the side of Luke, potentially being the difference maker in these certain instances. I mean, 132 to 82. Luke, they're looking strong. Shriver are still chasing this game, and they had a really good hold set up for that P1, and they were taking off it so quick, as All Day GA also finds himself in a position to get some streaks. And now as we begin to think of rotations over towards P2, there'll be a streak in the back pocket on an open point, and for Shriver, that's just going to leave them in a really tough position for this next few hills.
They really need this P2. So, initial gunfight, Ben able to win his. To say he's struggling at the moment is Ben. So too are two of his teammates at the moment. Again, is Axis, who's doing his utmost to try and keep his boys' hopes alive in this one. And Axis gets another couple of kills at 23 and 12 out of him. I'll tell you what, if they take this map, they owe him a favour, that's for sure, because he is really doing the Lord's work at the moment, just in terms of kills. Nice work from Scrubbing towards the middle portion of the map. Tries to make the read into one towards P1, but no one is there. But nice shots again from Scrub, and it will actually result in the investment of the streak from GA there. So they're back on the time. They don't have a huge amount of map presence from it. Axis, though, I'll tell you what, he's all the presence that Shriver need at the moment. 5 in a row, cut down just shy of 6, but it's a little bit messy on the P2, messier than Luke AFP might have hoped. They've invested the streak, but now they're still scrapping for this remaining 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Shriver, they are keeping themselves in this one, and that really is all down to Axis, who's now on 27 and 30. Make that 28. Is it going to be 29 here? I mean, the Axis cam, really interesting to watch, but I mean, if everyone on the side of Shriver was playing how Axis is, they would be completely dominating this map. That is just a difference maker in this series. And Luke, just as a team, on the overall how they're playing now, it seems more consistent to where they're getting the kills. Shriver having some good moments, but not really able to keep it chain together consistently until now, might I say, because we are seeing a hill or two now where they have been more dominant on the kills, and it is showing. now only a 50-point deficit and closing as they're trying to even it up on this P number 3. Could go either way for them, and massive credit to them. They're pulling this one back well.
Oh, but man, oh man, this man's backpack is humongous at the moment. 31 and 14 out of Axis. And they have got him to thank for even being alive in this one. So nice work there from him and his team to pretty much off the back of this hill claw it back to even. So no real outstanding slayer on the side of Luke AFB. You've still got All Day GA, who's just positive by 4, but Shriva somehow have just kicked into another gear off the back of Axis, getting a huge number of engagements and a huge number of kills. It's going to be 47 engagements for him now, 33 of which he has won, 34 of which he has won. 5 streak now for him, 1 off streaks. And this looks like a completely different Shriva team. Now they are set up and ready to go for the next hill, and we're going to see a lead change.
Yeah, and Scrub also on the 6th streak does have the streaks as well. I think Axis did get a kill before getting taken out, so 2 players on the side of Shriva will now have streaks as they are 4 points in the lead. And you know, this map, I've heard a lot of people say, is a very chainy map where no matter how much you are in the lead, you could find that stripped from you rather quickly, and that does seem to be the case here. And now Shriva, they have the streaks in the backpack to be able to work with if needed. But I mean, talk about a 180 flip, 172 to 192. Shriva are just a completely different team.
A combined 16 streak, make it 17. I think my maths was right on that one, but my God, Luke AFB, it looks as though they put their pads down for now. They have been absolutely battered these last 2 hills, and now they find themselves probably the best part of 40 seconds down and scattling all the way over towards the backside of Bridge. So big gunfights coming up. Tones is probably going to be the first man to engage what might be here. Scrub flies out the window. Gunfights, though, again turn red, and every single gunfight's red, albeit a team kill off one of them. Prom still doing his utmost to try and keep his boys alive, but by his standards, he's having a quiet map, and now those red arrows going to start flooding towards it. They're going to batter themselves head on here. It will be one man in Axis soaking up the time. They've got to try and get the contest on. It will be Rishi Bobby to maybe form the contest, but he goes down. I'll tell you what, Shriva, they are off to the absolute gunny train here. They're killing everything.
To be honest, I can't even believe what I'm seeing. I don't think I've ever seen such a 180 flip in momentum. I mean, Axis is just absolutely on one. The streaks are coming in, so are the kills. All Day GA is trying to rescue this one to get his team back into it and at least see this one back towards a P1. But from all of a sudden, a pretty comfortable lead and potentially into a series, all of a sudden looks like it's going to go to a map number 5 where Luke are going to be finding themselves once again the less favored team.
Well, they haven't got a huge amount of time to work with now. Luke AFB, 5 seconds is all that Shriva need, and Shriva are on the initial. They need to get a contest. There's the first pick. All Day GA and Prom combined for 2. Ben's going to try and potentially wait for his teammates before flooding in. Streak coming down from above, and they managed to do it, so the coordination with the streaks might be all they need. Prom goes down. All of the hopes on the side of Luke AFB to get this done in 4. It looks as though it's capitulating for the time being. Tones will fall. He's the last man that's able to have an impact. And Shriva, my God, I think somehow they managed to wake up in that map because they were down by so much, and then all of a sudden, the latter portion of that map looked so good. And now we find ourselves in a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, that was just insane. That was absolutely crazy. I mean, what an entertaining map to watch as well. And, you know, I think it goes to show why it's my favorite map and mode, because you really don't know how that map can go at any point. And, you know, you did mention the backpack earlier on from Axis, but talk about the size of that backpack, that carrier bag. I mean, what was it, 41 to 12 or something crazy like that by the end? It was just insanity from Axis. He really did pull it out of the bag to carry his team through. But look, ultimately, the teammates need to be able to pull it out of the bag as well to do the job when needed. It couldn't have all just been down to Axis, even though you give him massive credit. Team pulled together in the end. As he said, they woke up, they started to show some dominance, rotated well, painted that kill feed red, and showed not just a little bit, they arguably showed more of what we've seen of them on that map number 1. They definitely seem to be a team that favors a hard point.
Yeah, well, mentally for me, it's just such a yo-yo series, because it looked as though, especially halfway through that hard point, Luke AFB were getting it done in 4. And now they've come off the back of an Axis one-handed battering at 41 and 18. And now we find ourselves in a position where map 2 was very good for Luke, but then they're coming off the back of that map, and you think, right, okay, we'll now have Shriva just kicked into a completely different gear. So we're stuck in a position, so again, where you probably go, I have no idea who's going to take this game 5, to be honest. But if Axis is going to have a game 5 like he just did that map, then Shriva will look very good on this one for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking at it as well, it's very hard to break down what actually went wrong, because you could argue maybe a little bit of complacency on the side of Luke where they weren't able to see that one through. But there was something about the way Shriver played where, you know, those little moments just in terms of map knowledge seemed to switch completely for them as well, because there were so many moments throughout this series where we're constantly seeing Luke hitting the right places at the right time, rotating and just catching everything the way that they want to. But I think towards the end there, I mean, Shriver, how many times did we see Axis, especially towards, I believe it was the P5, just managing to get up in behind, getting that vital kill in spawns, having the timing work well for him. They just all of a sudden clicked their fingers and had knowledge of exactly where everyone would be at what time, and then working with that information, they were just able to hold where they needed to hold, gun the opposition down, and win it really comfortably. I mean, if they played the entirety of the map how they played the second half of the map, would have been a demolition. 50 to 100 point club for sure.
Yeah, so absolute clinic there from Axis. We're having some big standout players that are slowly coming to the front here in this Western Regional Esports Invitational. We've had kind of obviously Hate in the previous series. Again, AR player put up some big numbers, and if for whatever reason, or if by good fortune, or just by a very clinical match, Shriver do come out on top of this one, we might be in a position where we have Hate up against Axis in some big AR maps here. So it would be a really, really good opportunity to kind of see, as we whittle down these teams, these big hitters for the various teams, how they play up against each other, because we've obviously had a big couple of gunfights and kind of exchanges between some of these more MVP kind of players, I suppose you would call them in just terms of kills. See Dinger as well, when he played up against Hate, they were very back and forth, neck to neck, and it looks as though we might be no different here with the boys. I mean, Tones had a good map as well in that map 3, but then it was a little bit quiet in the map 4, so it's all to play for still for these guys. I do believe we should be loading into the map 5 very shortly, Zep, but yeah, planting flags, probably going to stay away from this one really in the game 5, because I mean, yeah, Luke looked good in Search last map, but then Shriver, you just don't know what you're going to get sometimes by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shriver, very much like a yo-yo up and down in terms of how they're playing, but that could strike in their favor here. Maybe they are going to hit it exactly how they want to in this one, because Luke surely feeling a little bit stunned after that map 4, but they'll be calling back to what they were able to do in map 2 and trying to have a little repeat here as we get into the first round of map 5.
Well, oh, Axis there. Just catches a Kobe straight in his back pocket. Isn't going to kill him, though, and that's probably going to be the main issue. But Prom, this man, he's been a problem for them all series long. Shots in the back. Oh, no! Oh, no! That one might be on the Bluebird. That was not ideal for him. Ben is going to punish him. He gets a second as well. And it's now going to be all on Rishi Bobby on the back of that a little bit awkward exchange there for Prom. And unfortunately, I think we just jinxed it there for him, because that one is what he's not going to want to look back over.
Oh no, Prom, I am so sorry. I mean, I think we all, anyone here who has picked up a controller and played a bit of competitive Call of Duty knows the pain of where you're so convinced you have that gunfight won that you turn to go do something else. It doesn't happen, and all of a sudden the panic alarms start ringing, and then you're taken out. Oh, it as a tough one to watch, but it's happened to all of us, and I'm sure a player of his standard will be regaining quickly.
Yeah, well, round 1 goes in favor of Shriver. So you guys did miss map 2, where these guys met on a 6-star search. It was 6-2 to Luke AFB, and I believe they went 5-0 up, if memory serves me well. So let's see if they're as clinical potentially on the Rio. Axis gets the first blood, though. Again, I tell you what, he's really wanting that MVP title off the back of this series. He's been brilliant for them. They're going to now fly onto the players, onto the hill cube, and have an engagement very, very shortly. Oh, he's having his camera broke a little bit there. His teammate actually spares him the blushes, so they will have control of the site. Tome's now all alone, and that bomb is going down.
I mean, the momentum switch again between map 2 or map 3 and map 5 has just been night and day. Tones is going to try and pull something out of the bag here, but a very tough position to do it from. And the way the Shriver have just managed to turn this on and sap everything from Luke, where Luke realized they had something to pull out of the bag when it came to loading into map 2, and now map number 5, they may be just out of confidence and feeling like they're out of options, but still plenty of time to work with to do something in this map. But this round, absolutely looking like it's not going to go their way, as he's going to get caught between 2 trying to get this defuse and going to get taken out on the site. And Shriver so far in these first 2 rounds looking really confident. They have definitely pulled forward a lot of that momentum that they created for themselves in map 4.
Yeah, and Ben's had a little bit of a quiet series by standards, but he started this search and destroy off very well at 4-on-1, it must be said. So credit where it's due. Shriver at the moment the wind is well and truly in their sails. And now the onus is on Luke to try and form a little bit of a regain here. Trailing by 2. Don't really want to start dropping to 3 and to 4, really, do you, Zep? Because when it starts to be 3-4 rounds, it's just so difficult to form a regain. It's doable, but that mountain just becomes so much harder to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being around round 2 already, or going into round 3, should I say, when you're 2 down, that's the point where you want to at least be able to show that you're able to answer back. If you go 3 or 4 rounds where you're just getting completely decimated and they're not even close rounds, you're finding yourself in a really tough position, and already getting first blooded again by none other than Axis. They do answer back and take out Axis, which will be massive for how this round could go, but still a 3v3 and a lot to do.
Well, Tones with the bomb in hand looks as though he's toying with the idea of heading down this bridge side. His teammate there in All Day GA, nice work, gets the pick to take down Ben. So now prime opportunity for Luke to get around on the board here. Trophies on the site should enable Tones to get this bomb down, but now big engagement on the flank here. Scrub able to win it. No, he's not. All Day GA gets his second kill of the round. It's all going to be on Cubed. He's able to get one. Can he manage to slip away? No, he can't, and Luke find themselves on the board.
Yeah, big round for Luke. They needed that one. I mean, maybe they'll be able to get a bit of momentum going for themselves, but you know, so close to being in trouble. And you know, we've seen with Luke, we have seen how they can play on a search and destroy. They have it in the bag. I think they can say that a Rio plays a little bit like a 6-star, albeit being be a way bigger version of Rio, but there's not many cut points. The engagements can end up being quite similar. If you play together as a team and make sure you're not getting first blooded as much, then you definitely give yourself a fighting chance, especially if you can take out Axis.
Well, they managed it in that round, and courtesy of that, they've got a round on the board now to Luke. So what's the play? It looks as though it's going to be a very heavy hit. I'll tell you what, number 8 Axis has run straight down the middle of the map, and he's actually going to have an engagement. His teammates are able to win one on the site as well, as Ben puts bullets into one. His teammate mops up the remains. Prom now a little bit isolated. They've still got to be wary of Axis on the pinch. They're all going to fly onto the point. Cube managed to grab one, and all of a sudden, Rishi Bobby all alone and feeling very blue, pardon the pun, but he's got 1 versus 4 now to try and pull out the bag.
Yeah, and I mean, the shots from Prom looked a little shaky there before he got taken out. I do think the confidence of Luke has been hit a little bit, as Shriver have upped the aggression, and it's working for them spectacularly. I mean, they seem to be managing to clear out that A site when they want to go for it on the offense, and now Rishi, as you say, on the zone, having to pull something out of the bag, not even going to be able to get the first one. And you know, if you're a fan of Luke, I hate to tell you this, but it is looking like Shriver are the ones that are going to carry through this momentum at the vital moment. Luke really needs something drastic for them to change quickly, but it has been a series where we have seen drastic changes at points where we've least expected it, so you cannot, as you said, put your stake your flag in anything yet. Still could go either way.
Yeah, I think if you're Luke, you need this round. I think if you trail by 3, especially if it's a very convincing one, like Shriver have just demonstrated again, the mental's in the bin. It's not looking great, and they only need 2 more rounds to win off the back of it, which is going to be difficult considering you'll need 4. So it's going to be all-important round here for these guys. Axis again. Look at the aggression straight up. They have no idea who's there, and Axis is just proving to be the thorn in their side time after time. He is flying at everything. Any man that moves, he's lobbing himself at it. There's another kill for him, and now Prom and Tones have it all to do in the 2 versus 4. If Axis doesn't slow down, I think the hopes of Luke to be absolutely dashed in this one. Tones with a big pick to take it back to a 2 versus 3, and say that, a 2 versus 2, getting a little bit carried away.
Yeah, well, 2v2 with Axis still up. I wouldn't care if it's a 1v4. If Axis is on the board, I think there's things to be afraid of, as 7 and 2 still trying to make something happen here defending this site. I mean, he is moving with some pace through this map as Tones takes him out, and that's a massive gunfight. And as you said, Luke needed to take this round, looking like they might be able to. Oh, wow. As they do, and yeah, as you said, a massive round for them, and they're just winning them when they absolutely need to, keeping themselves in it just about.
So a little bit overzealous there, because it was a 4 versus 2, and Tones alongside his teammate just cut them down one at a time. They just kept pushing things individually, and Luke punished them for it. So big round on the board there for Luke AFB. And now Shriver find themselves not as comfortable as they might have been prior. I would still assume that Axis is still going to be just flowing straight through middle map and flying at anything that moves, to be honest, because it seems to at least be working for first bloods and potentially second kills as well. But yeah, smart round there from Luke, and potentially one where Shriver are just going to hold their horses a little bit before assuming this one's done. Oh!
I mean, What a gunfight. I was really taken aback by that one. He got absolutely taken out of it there. But again, now a 3v3, Luke managing to answer back, and they still have a chance. But Axis, for the love of God, slow down. Give them all a chance. He has been taken out by Prom, a 2v2. Luke have the chance of getting themselves back into this one now that they've taken out the Starman. But now Ben going huge, 1v2. This is huge.
Yeah, Prom. Where's he going to try and play this from? Bomb's going down, so now he's got a good opportunity if he flies out and gets the shots onto the man that isn't planting. Now the bomb goes down. Oh, there's a free pick for him. There's a free pick, so now he knows where the other man is as well. So now Prom, can he clutch up for the boys? Get some shots in. Is he going to re-pick this? He is, and Prom with a huge round. It must be said, it looked as though it was going to be one that Shriver were able to capitalize on, but Prom finds himself 5 in a row. I believe the ace in that one as well, and it will be a round that Luke are able to win. They tie it up as well. And all of a sudden, 1 kill off a cruise. Luke are in the driving seat, potentially.
Yeah, and massive credit to Prom as well from beginning in a round 1 that had a kill that realistically should have gone his way and ultimately didn't, to a couple of shaky shots mid-rounds. Now all of a sudden pulling out of the bag with 5 in a row, 6 and 3, 1 off that streak, which would be huge going into the second half of the Search and Destroy. Luke have done a great job of pulling themselves back into it, and this series is proving that it will have twists and turns right until the death, as this is going right to the wire in map 5.
Well, first blood. Oh my God, he just does it every round. He literally just runs straight down middle map, does Axis, and he's absolutely beamed GA again. So first blood goes in his favour. Scrub gets some information though onto Tones, and unfortunately for him, his shots are going to give him the position straight to Prom, who now finds himself with 6 in a row and a cruise missile to work with. So big moment now in this map. Is Prom going to invest it straight away? That's the question. He is going to. You can hear it from above. We're not going to see it, but it doesn't connect with anything. So if you are Shriver, take that. And unfortunately, it will now mean that Cubed is on his own, but at least they've managed to whittle out the streak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could argue the streak was used for information, and good information at that, because they took out Axis, but all of a sudden, a 1v1 with RP Cube getting a massive 2. This is a huge round for both of these teams.
Round around they go. Up towards top bridge. Shots in. Whoa. There's your cojones for you. Luke are able to take that, courtesy of potentially what might have been a really big slip-up, Zep. I think if they dropped that round, that would have been absolutely criminal for them. But Rishi Bobby able to make it work.
Yeah, well played to Rishi Bobby, getting a big kill. And now 4-3 up. The streak has been burned. I think if you are the side of Shriver, you are really hoping that there is someone else that can pull it out of the bag in terms of the numbers. I mean, you have Ben, who's pulled out a nice 6 and 5, but it has been Axis that has been setting the pace. You need someone else just for these last few rounds to be able to sit alongside Axis, join them and getting those kills and really dominate these last few rounds, because Luke AFB are figuring it out. They're figuring out how to play their altering, and it's working for them, being a round up as Tones now gets the first bloods. And Shriver, they don't have many rounds left to answer back.
There goes Axis. Oh, Tones is able to get the shots in to take him down. Scrub looking for a pick. It's a big one. He's able to get it, but the trade comes through. And now Ben, last man up. This is a huge round for him and his team. He's not able to do it. Luke fly through yet another round, courtesy of some big picks in the middle portion of it in transition. And they now find themselves 1 round away from taking the game 5 and pushing it towards that loser semi-final.
Yeah, so close, but potentially could be so far. Again, given the way that this series is going, we could see it still go either way from here. I mean, both these teams have put on a fantastic series, and ultimately I think it is going to be Luke who might be able to see themselves through. But we've seen Axis pull out so many unbelievable kills and surprises. Is he going to be able to do so again here and at least take this round? Because that has to be the mindset now. They have to take it round by round. No thinking of the bigger picture. Just get in and do the best he can right here, right now.
Well, Axis is doing it again, just going straight through mid. He's got to be careful, though, because he's done it a lot of rounds in a row. First pick, Prom. There's the first blood. Axis, though, does what he does best. He's able to reply with one of his own. But again, another couple of kills from Prom. Now sees him at 11 and 4. Axis forced to back up. Tones gets a pick, though, and now it's all going to be on the Magic Man to try and keep his team's hopes alive here in this Invitational. So round and round. Where will the next engagement? He needs to try and isolate these players. There's one in mid, so there's a free pick if he's able to get it. No, he just shots. Able in towards one. He's getting tagged up, bagged up. He goes down. Luke AFB will go through, and a big set of rounds there coming through from them on the backside of that Zep. It looked as though Shriva were looking good, but Luke, AFB, S&D looks like they're game mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, massive congratulations to Luke and commiserations to Shriver, who put on one hell of a series. And what I absolutely loved about watching that round as well is that we were on board with Prom going into that final round, and he made the exact same push and play that he did on the very first round where he wasn't able to see that kill off. So very much a redemption arc for Prom, whose shots maybe looked shaky at the beginning, who all of a sudden had a repeat at the very end and was able to finish off, and I believe 11 or 12 and 4, something along the lines of that. Really being the star player for Luke. He spent a lot of time talking about Axis, but what Prom was just coming through, picking up the kills slowly but surely, able to get that streak, and then ultimately it was just the difference maker for Luke. They had a star man for themselves to drag them over the line when they needed it, and it was just a fantastic series to watch and a fantastic map.
Yeah, so congratulations there to Luke. They will push through, where they will play Cannon AFB. And yeah, we've got plenty more COD coming up, guys. Don't worry about that. We've got the winners final between Buckley SFB and Hill AFB coming up on your screen. We will throw it to a quick break. We'll bring Pablo back in for some more mixy action. And when we come back, we will have that winners final on your screen.
Welcome back to the Air Force Gaming Western Regional Esports Invitational, and what a day of Call of Duty it has been. We've seen some incredible games and none really better than the one that you've just cast over, Zep. Going to a game 5, couldn't put paper between them. Some big plays coming out of players such as Axis, and I just want to know what you've made of it so far, mate.
I mean, it has just been an immaculate tournament so far to watch, and especially in that game. I mean, for my first game on today, getting to cover that one, I really don't think I could get a better one. I mean, twists and turns right until the death, both of these teams, you know, as we were saying, taking it right down to the wire, but ultimately there could only be one winner, and it ended up being Luke as they move on. But now, on to the next game, seeing what these teams can bring, and if this is what we've been seeing from the loser side of things, I cannot wait to see what the winner side of things is bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. We are into the winners bracket, and the hometown heroes right now kill Air Force Base, made up of Zig, Slang, the Bossman, and Masterful, up against, I would say this is almost a derby. Neighboring state Colorado, based in Denver, is going to be Buckley Air Force Base. Oh, Space Force Base. Apology, guys. It just sounds way too sexy, that. But it's going to be Itama, Kasabe, Ryan, Revenge, apologies, and Hale coming in. And again, the quality set has been impeccable so far, and now we're going into winners, so we are expecting bigger and better things in this. In the lower bracket, we have got Cannon and Luke shaping up, and whoever is going to be waiting for them after this game. So incredible day so far, and mate, we're just expecting this to continue. Incredible performances coming out of players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything that we've seen so far, I mean, I know we keep going on about it, but we can't stop going on about it because, like, as we're saying, all of these games have been spectacular. All of these maps, you really don't know how they're going to go right until the very death. And as we're going to be getting into the maps for this series, we're going to start off with what I have been saying is my favorite map and mode, and the one that was so entertaining in the previous series. It is a Vista hardpoint. I absolutely love this map. You're looking at me weird for saying that I love it, but I gotta sit in my sword here. I think this is a fantastic one to begin with.
This for me is like hot sub base, so yeah, I'm not a massive fan, but my SMG capabilities are appalling. But yeah, expecting to see a lot of mixy maps. Now we've got, you know, 2 6-stars there shaping up, an S&D and a hardpoint, so I'm really excited to see if we get to that hardpoint, how those teams face up against each other. And right in the middle, we've got a really awkward invasion control, and if we do get to that game 5, we get Explosion Simulator in Highrise. But yeah, Vista not one of my favorites, but definitely one of the most exciting kind of maps to come into this game, very much in the vein of Bocage in previous iterations. A small map with a ton of engagement, and really looking forward to seeing how these teams absolutely shape up. We're not going to be planting flags. We know we can't plant flags. We've seen what's happened today. You just pick a side, and then here's the caster, they fall apart. But yeah, Buckley and Hill winners final. It's been a rocky road. They've been playing since Thursday. Now, one thing to bear in mind, folks, is that I believe Buckley aren't at Hill, so it's a LAN event, but these guys are remoting in from Colorado. So whether that's going to play a factor, a little bit of latency, some con issues, whether that's going to play into the hands and how that's going to work is yet to be found out. But yeah, very excited to see, you know, just what this winners final brings. Any maps there that stand out for you?
I think you mentioned it once already. I think that invasion control is a standout map because we are beginning, you know, with the Vista hardpoint, which is going to get incredibly mixy. A 6-star search and destroy next, as we said, slowing down the pace a little bit there on what is a very popular map.
Yeah,
we do have 6-star on the map 4 if we get that far. We do have the Highrise search and destroy if we make it all the way. Kind of in the middle is Punk's that real sort of large open space map on a respawn as well, which we're not really seeing from any other respawn that will be in the series. So that's going to be the odd one out. It's going to be the ones that teams are going to be looking at as potential issue, or potentially as one to pull some things back. If you didn't start out well in that hard point, if the search and destroy was a difficult one, it's a map where maybe the AR players are going to be able to feel like they can regain, establish a bit of map control and set themselves up right for some momentum going into map 4 and 5 should they be going that far. It's sort of a break in the series, a breather where we know that both of these teams at some point are going to have to switch something up in their gameplay, which could favor whoever side depending on who's the dominant force up until that point. But I ultimately like the way that this one's shaping out. I feel like it's just an incredibly sort of evenly paced map spacing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Invasion, a weird one, definitely separates the men from the boys. We are just going to head to a quick break though. We will be back very shortly with some, again, just impeccable Call of Duty. Welcome back to the Air Force Western Regional Esports Invitational. A little bit of an update for you guys. The next game in the winners final we're going to be casting over is Buckley versus Hill. Now, I believe Buckley are remoting in. I think that's not the same team from yesterday, so we know for a fact. I think it's Revenge that's playing on their side, but we'll get clarification on that. I think he's at a wedding, so have a lovely day, Revenge. But I think there's going to be a couple of pickups, so this could be really interesting. So I'm guessing that the original Buckley side getting to winners final, very competent team, have been replaced out. So this could be a crazy matchup. Hill could feel super confident, and I guess they might feel confident as well, because not only is it potentially a pickup side, it looks like it's also they're not at land, so we could have latency connection kind of factors that play into this set.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there could be a whole host of issues, things that do change up how this game is going to go, but ultimately I'm just really excited to see how they get into this one. And you know, we were talking before we went to the break about the maps that we are going to be seeing, how they kind of flow, and I was talking about I'm quite happy with how they are in terms of how it paces the series. I think it works really, really well. So I think we're going to see sort of a variety of gameplay from these teams, but going into a Vista hardpoint, it is a map that you can chain a lot of hills together on really quickly, and it can be a map that can be a confidence builder or destroyer. So it's terrific for a map one because it sets you up into a place for judging how you're going to play the rest of the series, and maybe your ability to regain if things don't quite go your way. So I think it's a perfect map one to start off with, and both of these teams are going to have to come out from the gate firing hot and just coming at this one quick. You cannot afford to be sleeping on this map for the first few hills.
I think one of the things I really enjoy about Vista is the players got no excuse by the end of it to say they're not warmed up. The interactions are going to be high, and we are going to be running out with Masterful looking to make his way overboard. Then they're going to know that there's a player just sat side, whether they're going to be able to get this. Hale's just going to jump out, uses his gun, but is able to get the pick, and it is going to be I think this is going to be the replacement for Revenge. Medicated is going to be on the hill, just looking to get some time right now. It is going to be Hill struggling to get a foot in the door, Zep.
Yeah, Buckley doing a great job of getting this initial time. They are picking up the kills. That kill feed is red as they just completely dominate around the point as they are holding. And it's looking like they're going to be thinking about going over to this P2 as well. As you can see on your map, number 1 is holding over there strong. Should be able to take out number 7 as seeing things go a little awry on the screen, but not to worry. The game is still flowing fine as Buckley are completely dominating on this point. A clean hold it looked like it's going to be with over 50 seconds. This is the perfect start that you want as we get ready to go over to this P2. And you know, already Hill potentially giving themselves a mountain to climb as they're losing track of this map so quickly.
Yeah, this is one of the things we talked about kind of during the break. With Vista, it's all about momentum. It's all about rhythm. And right now, Buckley just absolutely frying. They've got that rhythm. They were dancing around the map. Hill just struggling to even set foot on board. So Buckley, you know, we talk about them potentially having some pickups. So it looks like what a team they've picked up. Medicated Goblin, what a fantastic name with the pick, but it is going to be Masterful who manages to drop him. Slang looking to be back P2, just trying to get a few picks. It is finally see some time on the board for Hill's celebrations afoot as they hit the 10-second mark as we approach the latter stages of this P2, and scrap time just available. But Zep, that kill feed has been very, very red so far.
Yeah, Hill, I mean, they had to work incredibly hard for just a couple of seconds, and Buckley have complete control, painting that kill feed red, rotating exactly how they needed to. But you'll see on the map, number 5 has rotated around the back, maybe going to catch him by surprise, and he does, but quickly taken out. I mean, Buckley are so quick to pick up after each other when needed. They are keeping Hill off the time, and so far just playing immaculately well. Fair play to Hill, picking up a couple of kills to get in there, but very much feels like a case of here and there they're picking up the kills. They haven't shown any dominance, but they have finally given themselves a spawn, so maybe setting themselves up on the right foot. And as soon as I say that, there's 3 drops straight away, and Buckley are right back on the time. I'm trying, Hill, I'm trying to give you an edge here, but you need to do something, and you need to do it now.
Yeah, this is one of the things is, you know, when someone's on the receiving end of a solid slap, it's really difficult to cast over and give, you know, the team any kind of positivity right now. It's Harmer accounting for a couple of big kills there, absolutely slaying out. He's been incredible, backed up up by Kabassi as well, who himself has just got a fine 2-piece. Now, this has been a problem for Hill so far. They've been largely picking up a little bit of scrap time, not able to really get a hold on the next rotation, not really timing it correctly, leaving it a little bit too late, and that's just going to allow Buckley to get themselves set up, get a little bit of geography. But Zep in the background there, number 5, just looking to push through and looking to be a problem and maybe catch this Buckley team by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Hill, to be fair to them, looking at the way they place, they're showing moments now, and I know we're really clutching at straws here when we're saying this, but they're showing moments now where they're beginning to get, you know, a little bit more dominance. They're starting to rotate through the right positions, but just ultimately at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how well you play tactically or how fortunate of a spawn you get. You have to win your gunfight, and for the most part, that does not seem to be happening for them. I mean, you'll notice anytime Hill get on that kill feed, it's a checkerboarded kill feed. They're not getting anything clean. As Tails' world, we're all just living in it, as he's sauntering through the map, picking up kills willy-nilly as you like, and Buckley 130 to 40 rotating onto that next point. Hill are better set up for it, but we've seen Buckley break through these already.
Well, Hailstorm with the biggest balls possible absolutely fries out and just gets the team a handful more seconds as he makes them look like rank amateurs. Incredible performance from an individual way there. 131 to 56. It's time for Hill to get that rhythm back and get onto the hill. They've got to win their gunfights. Hail now on a 5-spree. Zig is going to be there to take him down, so he's going to just be missing out on that cruise right now. Hill have got a massive job to do. But you do feel, Zep, that the pace has just slowed down ever so slightly from Buckley. Maybe not in terms of killing, but in terms of gathering points, it has just backed off a little bit.
Absolutely, and I mean, that could be coming from the fact that maybe Buckley have started chasing the kills a little bit too much, not playing the point. I mean, you have to give credit to Hill that ultimately they're looking like they're getting massively outslayed, but still having 70 points on board compared to 140 and rising. 70 points in the difference at the end of the day. Only about one hill. So if they can get rotated onto a hill, hold a solid 50-60, all of a sudden they're right back into this game, in a game where they seem to be getting massively outslayed. So while we're saying how well Buckley are playing, they need to start playing tighter together, actually start playing around this point and making those kills count for something, because 1 or 2 kills here and there, keeping the KDs nice, isn't how you win a hard point. You need to get those kills together in unison and get the points for that hard work.
Yeah, really nice plays from Slang there. Reads the push around the side of P1, gets the kill, and that's going to allow them to get themselves another foot in the door. This could potentially see the boys of Hill breach the 100-second mark. That's going to be a big gunfight right there. Masterful puts him to the body bag and sends him away, but it is going to be Kabassi straight with the trade, so it is going to be the boys of Buckley back onto the P1 with a solid 13-14 seconds left, and that's going to set them up as well for that rush over to P2. But already Buckley, it looks like, are making their way over to that P2 and looking to get a solid setup. So Zep, another opportunity potentially for Hill to have another stab at breaking this very difficult Buckley Space Force game base team down.
Yeah, Buckley, you seem to be chasing the game slightly more. While they're in the lead and while they're picking up the points, they're having to rotate off ult rather than being set for ult. But mind you, as we just seen there, how they can play for the kills, they don't mind rotating off ult and not really being set up, because they know they can just push as a unit and get the kills, with Hale picking up a huge 2 now, 184 to 94. I mean, I think this has been the difference maker, and if you're the side of Hill, you have to look at it and think that maybe this game is already lost, but you're going to set yourself up in a place where your momentum is not completely sapped going into the rest of this series. And they have done that. This could have been an absolute demolition. It looks like they're going to get over that 100 points and maybe slightly more. So they're making the score respectable. They just have to keep that up and keep playing like there's something to play for in this one. And maybe you can drag it back. But 198 to 106, I think Hill are going to be playing and thinking about that map too from here.
Yeah, I think one of the problems they face now is that they sent one player over to be a direct combatant over towards this hill. They just haven't really backed him up, and that's just going to allow Buckley to just dive back onto this hill and get even more time. This could be sayonara on this hill if they're not able to get some kills, and that kill feed is worryingly red right now, with Hale on a 3-streak himself, again being absolutely lights out in this game. His gun skill is impeccable as you see those blue skulls just litter the map. Again, they're just going to be slowly but surely eking away time. They've got themselves 100 and more second lead with 28 seconds on the clock. They can't quite do it here, but they are going to be set up, and potentially this is going to be a battle to the death, because Kill really need to play perfect Call of Duty if they want to get back into this game.
Yeah, it may be too little too late when it comes to this map, but you know, looking at the side of Buckley, I mean, last time we got to go on and see some of those players, I believe it was on 36, 37 kills, can't quite remember who it was off the top of my head, but I mean, they are slaying out, and it really is showing on this scoreboard. They're barely putting a foot wrong. Had a little moment where you could argue maybe it was a hill or two with a lapse of concentration, maybe Hill starting to take, or were able to take advantage of that ability to chain a couple of hills and pull some of that score back. But all in all, you can say 90% of this map has been a complete and utter dominance on the side of Buckley when it comes to rotations, ability to get kills, and then ultimately sitting on and holding those vital seconds. 2-4-3 to 1-2-2, credit to Hill, they're trying to hold on, but Medicated Goblin trying to pop off there in the back. Doesn't quite stay up, isn't able to stay up. They'll get on the point. They're giving themselves a lifeline, but as you said, have to play perfect from here, and I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't think the comms are on point. I don't think the gun skill's on point, and they're definitely not getting the kills required to see this 2-4-8. They are on the precipice, not quite able to do it. It is going to be Buckley with a resounding victory over Hill Air Force Base. They looked completely different teams. An amateur versus a challenger almost, and some incredible performances. We weren't able to see the stats during the game. You can see Hale bottom there, 42 and 21. That is 63 interactions on that map. We know it's a high interaction map, but my word, that was an incredible performance across the board. But Hale absolutely dominating and pummeling the boys of Hill Air Force Base across the board. 27 non-traded Zep. Really, really big performance. And I mean, what can Hill do to come back from that? Can they come back from that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, Hale had just a star-studded performance on an individual level and was one of the many factors that guided his team through the victory. And then, you know, for the side of Hill, there's a lot to do. I mean, there is a lot to do. I mean, ultimately clutching at straws, I can say, they've done a great job to pull it back. I mean, there was a point to that game it could have been disastrous. It could have been 50-point club. There could have been barely any kills on the board. It mightn't have gone their way in any way. But they proved in certain instances they can make that kill feed a checkerboard kill feed. They can pick up some kills here and there. They can take it to Buckley, and they can be a danger in moments. But if you want to come out of a map or a series, you have to stop it from being moments, and you have to get more consistency across the board. And yes, Search and Destroy is a great way to do that. You can kind of wipe the slate clean, reset, and you know, have a couple of moments that gives you a couple of rounds, and then maybe from that momentum find your footing and be able to be more consistent going forward. I think that's what Hill are going to have to do to be able to switch things up going into map 2, because if they go in there and it's still shaky and they go tit for tat, or even worse, let Buckley pick up a few rounds themselves early on, they could find not just that map but that series just stretching away from them quickly.
I think it's similar to a lot of other sports. You know, say you're a football player or a running back or something, and you know you've got the measure of the team against you. You're going to outpace them every time. I think Buckley are going to go into this S&D feeling that they can win any gunfight. You know, they can 180 spin on players, get kills, and I don't know whether that's going to play into the hands of Hill. I think there's a potential for them, if they play it a little bit more cautious. It's a nice big map. 6-star. If they're able to get first bloods, I think that's going to be the big key for them. Get a first blood. Play it traditional, keep it compact, get your trades, and just see if you can get a round on the board. Get that psychological advantage back in there and put a little bit of pressure onto Buckley. The problem is, if they come out all guns blazing, super aggressive, and they have got the better of them in terms of gun skill, this could be another absolutely disastrous map for Hill. And again, they're just going to need to go back and play kind of the old school, back to the laboratory, simple S&D, and get the kills. But you know how this game turns on its head. You think that the team's due a slap, and then we see a complete reversal. We've cast over many games where it's been 250 to sub 100, and the next game, the team that got absolutely slapped 6-0s them in S&D. So we are, you know, again, this game just cares of the caster all the time. We are going to be heading into 6-star. So for you, if you're on Hill right now, Zep, what are you looking to do? What's your first port of call?
I think the first port of call, I think you were hitting the nail on the head there when you were talking about just playing it basic, right? You could have players on the other side, the opposition, maybe acting a little bit complacent early on, thinking that they have the ability to push solo or push in twos to some gunfights and light that kill feed up and get some highlight worthy moments. Hill, if they just stick together, play compact, watch each other's angles, maybe risk giving up a point or two, and are there for each other's trades, they can at least give themselves a life advantage to find themselves in a position where they could sneak a round or two. And I think that's where you have to start off. Baby steps, play together, play each other's trades, and try not to get first blooded like has just happened right here and now.
Absolute work from Medicated Goblin. It is going to be first blood and a second kill going the way of Buckley. It is going to be a response, though. That player who was so vital in the hardpoint for them, Hale, has dropped. So it is going to be a 2v3. Make that a 2v1 as Slang is going to be left in the blender looking to try and get the picks. That could be huge, but that's really nice play from Buckley and Zepp. It is not looking good for the boys of Hill.
Yeah, Buckley came out aggressively and it just seemed to work for them. They got pushed up aggressive onto the point. And, you know, we talk about Hill playing it basic. We're discussing, you know, how Hill are able to pull themselves back into it. But in terms of Buckley and how they'll be able to come through and win this one and gain even more confidence, it's to, again, just play together, focus up, run together towards these points, just dominate them. You know that if you play together, ultimately you have the winnings when it comes to the gunfight. So they just get towards that 8 point, they get on it, they win the kill, say that we have it, and then from there, lock down, either play for the plant or play for the kills. It's a very simple thing to do, but if you can do it right, it's a very tough position for any opposition team to come back from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big fears for me for Hill is that every player in Buckley at some point had a 2-piece or a 3-piece or went huge kind of in a Rambo style way, but they still look solid as a team. So right now it is going to be a 2v2 as we see a flurry of kills. See Zig and the boss man enter the next round with Kabasi and Hale. It is going to be two I literally can't pronounce anything. Itamag, a Medicated Goblin. It is going to be Itamag to fall. Zepp leaving a 2v1 and advantage Hill.
Yeah, and Hill actually managing to pick up the round from there, which credit to them. They started off that round initially with a team kill, I believe, which could have set them up to have a very poor round, especially with how the rest of this series has gone. You would just think a team kill to lose a round would have almost been the proverbial nail in the coffin before the series is even close from being over. But credit to them, they got onto the site, they sort of replicated the plays of Buckley and said, hey, we're going to get onto A, we're going to try and lock it down. It was a little bit slower, of course. They're going to have to work harder for their gunfights than Buckley. We've already seen that difference level in ability, perhaps, when it comes to the 1v1s. But they've done a great job on the point, won that round, and yeah, credit to them. They have to take it round by round at this point.
Yeah, and I've got to remember how to pronounce Itama GG because my brain literally blue screened when I tried to read this name. Apologies, guys. It is going to be Itama GG with the first blood. That's going to be vital for Buckley. It's going to see Masterful just head into round 3. Really good plays from the boys from Buckley. They've got complete control of that A zone. They're going to be looking number 2 there. And Mr. Goblin is going to be looking for the players coming around the back. It is going to be an attempted pinch, but right now just not a very coordinated one from Hill. Comms don't seem to be on point right now. They do look like they're going to try and get this pinch from all sides, but are the trades going to be there for them? No, you're going to see 2 players instantly fall, and Buckley effortlessly, efficiently going to see that round 2-1 Zepp. Stellar performance so far from Buckley.
Yeah, I think we've just seen Buckley in a situation where they're going to be able to play at their best, because at the end of the day, no matter how good you are, you're not going to be able to run through teams every single round at this level. So what Buckley did was that they got themselves onto the point, they set themselves up in good positions, and ultimately pace of that round slowed down, but it slowed down in their favor. And you know, we did talk earlier about if Hill can slow it down and get some picks, they can win the rounds. But if a slowdown works towards the side of Buckley, you're going to really see that kind of gap and sort of skill level shine through, where they're just going to be able to get the picks and wind a round down exactly how they'd want it to go. And it was a great round for Buckley, now 2-1 up.
Yep, absolutely. Well, for Hill, the phone is ringing. Scuff, Zig, Bossman, Masterful, I think they want their pads back. You guys are going to have to help out Slang in some way and get a pick. Hale does get taken down, so we do see... No, in fact, it's not going to be anyone. 3 are going to fall. Zig is going to be all on his own. 0-1 right now. The gunshots are there. He does manage to get a pick, but it is going to be Buckley with a pretty easy win as the trade comes in. 3-1. Zepp right now, Hill all at sea, relying almost completely on the ability of Slang to get kills. We kind of overlook the 4 kills that he has already got. His team really needs to start to pick up and win those individual gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely. Things need to change for the side of Hill, and they need to change now, because I'm sorry, if they're going to play the way that they're playing now, they go into an invasion control. I think it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. The way that Buckley can play both on aggression and controlling the distance when needed is something to be admired, and Hill just don't seem to have the answers, especially when you have players like Hale and a bunch of others as well. Atama, GG, all of them can really either push aggressive and get solo plays or work together as a team. think just have literally everything going for them at the moment that you'd want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Some big plays coming out to Slang. Again, he does manage to get taken down, and that's going to be another win for Buckley. So despite the heroics of that one individual player, now guys, I do think that right now the stats that we're seeing on the screen aren't correct. So if you do want the correct stats, it is going to be in the bottom right when the player goes live. But right now, it is Buckley very much in the driving seat with a stellar performance in S&D. Now, we did feel that, you know, there did seem to be quite a skill gap in the hard point. I think this is just being really emphasized right now. And I think the boys of Hill just got to stay kind of compact. We've talked about it already, but they just need to be a little bit more aware, and they need to win those gunfights. They have had first blood occasionally, but they're just not able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Buckley again, the first blood, it gets traded out for a 3v3, but the way they're playing, you just know that they're going to pick up those gunfights. It's Tama GG, so confident with that one. A fair play to Hill, that's what they need to be doing. They need to be going in and trading out, and then having moments like that where Slang comes in, picks up another, now 7-4. Terrific performance from him so far. Definitely the diamond in the rough for Hill, trying to drag his team through it. Medicated Goblins around the back for one, making it a 1v1 and nearly taking up the second. I mean, big gunfight coming up, but if you're to go off form, you think Medicated Goblins should be able to do this here?
Well, it's time for the boss man to step up and prove his wage worthy, and it's not going to be the case. The Goblin is too medicated. He's going to take his time. He's going to let that dead silence just build up a little bit more, and he's going to start to diffuse. But it is, again, an incredible performance in that 1v1. Boss man, not good enough. Medicated Goblin going to see Buckley into that round. 5-1 right now is the advantage. I mean, you know, if you're Hill, I mean, it's time to put the pads down, guys. Put the feet up. Get yourself some snacks, because right now you are absolutely getting decimated. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether they need new gaming chairs, sit 10% closer. What is the answer? Because right now there doesn't seem to be one for them.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's coming down to that simple issue of just skill difference. I mean, there are moments where they're doing the right things and it just ultimately isn't working out for them. And Buckley, as well, credit to them. They're going forward, they're making aggressive plays, but they're not doing it in a silly way. They're keeping compact, they're doing it in the right way, not trying to have hero plays, just playing how they would if they were winning a match that suited them, playing aggressively, and now find themselves in a 2v3 position, which is Hill's best opportunity to take a round. But even at that, they're going to really need to play compact and sort of get together, and I'm not liking how spread they currently are at the moment. They know they have Buckley trapped in A, but I don't think Buckley will necessarily be feeling trapped as they look to get this bomb down.
Yeah, I think this is a much better position for them with 2v3. But again, they're going to try this pincer movement, so they're going to need to get that first pick. They're able to do it, and that's going to be absolute work for Hill. Another round on the board. They are off the breadstick, Sepp, and a really, really important one. I mean, I think they've still got an enormous hill to climb. They've got to get the crampons out, the ropes out, and try and get up Everest. And it is a long way, but it's not impossible, especially if they can get a little bit more momentum. But more importantly, get that first blood and stay compact.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have seen stranger things. Not much stranger, mind you. I think if Hill managed to pull this back, I think it would be up there in my strangest moments in Call of Duty. But it definitely can happen. But it is just a case, I think, of Hill, look, you always say you have to take it round by round, map by map, but when it comes to seeing a series as a whole and how they can pull themselves back into this, I really just don't see a way out. Of course, as players, they won't be thinking like that. They literally cannot allow themselves to think like that. And if you're the side of Buckley, you're thinking you can make this 2-0 right here, right now, and have the series in the palm of your hands. And that's the way that these players work. They're never for a moment thinking about the grand scheme. They just know that if they do the job right here and now, it sets themselves one step closer to that victory. And Hale,
what has he just done?
My God. Calm down.
He gets shot in the back, knows he's going to win, recharles 180s and gets the kill to see them over the line. 6-2 win for Buckley. This is a cake walk right now for them. I don't think I've seen an easier game of S&D in a while. I mean, at times we thought Hill might be able to claw it back, but no, absolutely not. Incredible plays coming out of both Itama, GG for a start, and Hale. But again, we see Zep a couple of donuts on the board for the boys of Hill, and that is not what you want to be doing in S&D. Confidence, mate, going into an invasion has got to be on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think an invasion map doesn't work for them. I think at the level that they're playing at, any control would have been difficult. I think you know, a high-rise control would have been tough, especially with how you can dominate those top areas. But you know, we will be cutting to a break really shortly, but just talking about that map number 3 really quick. Looking at the way Hill will have to try and set up for that one, I mean, they're just going to be having to try and not get themselves spawn trapped. It really is set up for a case of where on an offense they could find themselves pinned back quickly. Overall, the way that they're just getting kills, they're not picking up enough, and we try to be positive, we try to give the edge to teams, say how they could improve, but it's the toughest hill to climb, I think, this one.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is going to be, we are going to be cutting to a quick break. We'll be back very shortly for that invasion control. Fingers crossed for Hill that they can find their pads and plug them in. Hola, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Air Force Gamer and Western Esports Invitational, and what a game it's been so far. We are in winners final. Buckley Space Force Base up against Hill Air Force Base. Hill Air Force Base is where the LAN is actually happening right now. Buckley, though, are on LAN from online, I should say, from the neighbouring state of Colorado. It has been a difficult game, Zep, for Hill so far. Can we see the most miraculous reverse in the history of Call of Duty?
Well, first of all, I want to commend you on putting it in the kindest way you could have possible with difficult. I don't think there is any nicer way to have put that, because, I mean, demolition is another word that does come to mind, and, you know, you do hate to say it. We were saying it during the break there, you know, you'd like to try and give credit where credit's due to teams. You want to see where they can pull things back and try and analyze what they could change, but there's so much that needs to change from here. I think going into invasion control, the only thing you can say that would work is just a complete switch up on how things have been going so far. They need their opposition to fall asleep. They need to come out on top of themselves and start winning their gunfights. No rooms for mistakes. It's a case of a complete 180 flip from nothing to perfection, I think, and then vice versa for the other side. I genuinely think that's the only way it'll work for them. I mean, they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a game of tennis where only one player's got a racket and the other one is just the racket on the other side. The only way I can see Hill doing this is if Buckley unplug their controllers and hope for the best. You can't hear in the background any footsteps. That's my chocolate Labrador Zeppelin on his way in. But yeah, an absolutely stellar performance from Buckley, who just appeared to be on an absolutely other level. In fact, you would say kind of space, almost cosmic level for the Space Force boys. But yeah, this, I expect nothing other than a Buckley win. It would be great to see Hill come back and be able to trade out a little bit more effectively. We did see some appalling performances coming out of the boys in the S&D, a couple of donuts on the line right there. So just being able to compete in terms of gunfights would be a step up for Hill right now, and just expect them hopefully to get themselves just a little bit more confidence in their play, get a little bit more aggressive. Most of all, though, just hit your targets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it comes back to what we were saying going into that map number 2 as well, as you need to start doing the basics right, and you need to slow down one player, at least on the side of Buckley, and that is Hale, who's already popped off with a 2-piece before being taken out. A terrific start for him, as they're already 2 ticks deep at B, and it's a blink and you'll miss it moment almost, it feels, as they are running through the opposition, getting this point sorted. Going to have over 2 minutes, it looks like, on the clock, ready for A. Mind you, just as I say that, they do come off the B point, but it looks like it's only preventing the inevitable if they're back on, ready to get it done and focus on A.
Yeah, it looks like Hale are just looking to try and get that cruise. Finally going to get dealt with at 4-2, but yeah, just looking to completely continue from where they've been before. Now, this is a great opportunity for Hill to use the defensive kind of advantage that you get on this invasion control. They've got an opportunity now to get themselves set up, get a little bit of confidence and get a few kills. It is going to be a Tama just looking to try and get a little bit of a sight down towards back spawn. He hasn't been able to pick anyone up yet, but right now it just feels like these guys are hunting and playing with their prey almost, just looking for picks, looking to potentially maybe even TDM this game. Right now he looks at the penetration, snaps straight onto the player, but Slang able to get the pick on Hale. That's huge as we see 2 players fall for Buckley. We do see the kill feed finally go the way of Hill. Incredible plays by them, but it is going to be Cabasay just looking his way out of dark right now, trying to get a little bit of mid-map control. We do see 2 blue skulls as that player does get shot in the back, so Cabasay does get done by Masterful. Still only 3 ticks and time is ticking, so even with the advantage right now, Hill finally looking like a team that can get kills, everyone doing well on the board.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed. It's one of those points towards A. It can be an easy one to hold, but all it takes is 1 wave of kills, as we've just seen right there. A full 4 down, and they will be getting on to this point, and even if they do not get the entirety of it, getting at least a tick or 2 could be massive. Credit to Hill. They are defending it well, even from a distance. The nades and long shots coming in, and they actually seem to be maybe enjoying themselves slightly more at this range, which is kind of surprising me. I thought maybe as the range got a bit longer, they would struggle, but when they have to kind of shoot from distance, they are hitting their shots, credit to them. And also now trying to hold it up at the back now, 12v9, though the lives are going their way. Only 30 seconds left on the board, and a player on this 8 point. They are converging, Buckley. It still looks like they could do this. Yeah, this is going to be a big fight in the middle, just by fire, and it is going to be going the way of Hale, so it's going to push right the way through gas. They're just content now to have 1 player in Cabasay on the hill, on the zone, getting that time down. It is going to be another tick as the player just avoids that nade. It's going to be an easy kill, though, as the player almost commits suicide front of zone. Book progress is going over, so close to that triple. This could be the first attacking round that we actually see, and Buckley are going to do it in the end. It looks like they TDM'd the bin, and again, nothing's changed except the momentum, the capability, the gun skill, everything that has been happening in the series so far, and it's exactly the same in control. Yeah, absolutely. But I will give credit where credit is due to Hill, because you got to take the small victories. It could have been an absolute demolition. You could have lost B quick, got pushed out of your spawns, and been done that round within a minute or so. But there was a point where the kills were looking pretty even. They mounted a decent defense, and there was a point where Buckley were on that A with a 4-man down from the side of Hill, and Hill managed to come back and at least sort of stifle their push and overall take of Hill. So they're definitely still trying their hardest, kind of showing up, putting the work in. Again, it is just a case of that skill difference that could be the issue, but mind you, they do have a three kills as they push towards this A, and potentially a lapse of concentration on the side of Buckley, as it is Slang that picks up one. Now, to be fair, Buckley are answering back, but my word, what a start from Hill.
Holy dominance, Seth. This is a great start from them. Are they going to be able to? No, they're not going to be able to hold on to the 3 zones, but they're able to get 2 ticks towards A. Stellar performance coming out of Hill. A really, almost like a gamble. They just absolutely head it down. Nades out, stuns out, able to get it. Not able to stay on that B point though, but it is going to be 1 tick over. So progress is still going to be available to a stellar performance from Hill in this round. Fingers crossed, guys, that we can see Hill get off that donut and put a little bit of pressure onto Buckley.
I mean, honestly, I was worried that Hill could potentially be spawn trapped at some point on a defensive end, because that's the level that Buckley looked like they were at. But credit to them, they've done so much damage towards A, virtually got this B. I say virtually, they actually have got it, and now 20v23, things are looking well for them in this round. Buckley really seem to have taken their foot off the gas pedal here, and it has cost them in this round.
Mate, are we watching, like, have we been watching 4 stellar SMGs for Buckley, and now we've got ourselves into an AR game? Hill are like, no, we are the AR boys. So yeah, we could see this kind of strange reversal. I'd be surprised. They've got a life advantage. They're only 1 tick away from doing the map, and they're 140 on time. So advantage is with Hill. They just need to maintain their composure, maintain their spirit, and make sure their comms are on point. And as I say that, Seth, of course the kill feed goes totally red as the spawn trap is in.
Yeah, I was about to say, while you were saying what you were saying, it just slowly but surely looked like the spawn trap was going to be set in motion as we finally see a bit of blue in that kill feed, but it's only going to be the 1. I mean, 17v10. This is just all of a sudden turned into an absolute demolition. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. Kids, avert your eyes. Yep. This is not for the faint of hearted as we watch Hill just sort of try to squeeze out a little bit as they make their way up towards courtyard and sort of get a semblance of map control back, but they still have to make their way all the way over to A. 14v9 with 45 seconds left on the board. Very tall task. It's possible, but they're going to need to pick up a strong wave of kills here.
Even the strong nature of the Air Force, they need to look away now, because right now Hill are in the blender. It is only a 4 life. Make that a 3 life advantage. Make it a 2 life advantage. I'm just going to go down like it's a countdown. Brought it back to 2 with 32 seconds on the clock. They're on the kill. This could be absolutely done. A total reversal of fortune. But as I say, that medicated goblin is going to be in there to support Hale, who just got a really important 2-piece. But you look at number 6 in Slang, the one player that's been trying to dominate for Hill, manages to get a couple of picks, but with 19 seconds on the clock, and Hale looking to be predatory over towards mid. Masterful with a really big kill. Can they get to the point on time? They've got to win every single gunfight, and that is not how you do it. Buckley are going to take that round, go 2-0 up. Hill back in the blender.
Well, Hill, they were, what, 2 to 3 seconds away from capping that point. And I believe Hale was on 0 kills at that point. And then all of a sudden they're losing that round. 6 lives left on the side, and Hale is there with a 5 streak before getting taken out, super close to getting that cruise. He came in, he cleaned up thanks to the help of Medicaid Goblin, and pushed off that point and decided to get a few more. I mean, talk about your star players just coming in clutch to when you need it to wrap things up. And it's kind of shocking to say, based off how the momentum of this series has gone, that we are saying that a player on the side of Buckley needed to come into clutch. But that was the reality of the situation of that round, which you have to give massive credit to Hill for. But it was Hale just raining down on the side of Hill at the end to where they couldn't do it. And now Buckley is 1 round away from getting this done 3-0.
Yeah, they're going to be sat 3 deep over towards, or 2 deep, apologies, Kabase, a medicated goblin. Just going to be trying to get that time down, very close to getting B done. Almost maximum time going to be allotted for that A push. So 2 minutes 20. It is going to be 27 lives, plays 26. So complete advantage with Buckley. So right now, Hill going to have to win every gunfight, essentially. That is the only option left for this team right now, is to defeat Buckley in every way, shape or form, but Hale absolutely going off 9 and 7. It's Armour, GG, 13 and 11 has been controlling this game somehow, and again the kill feed super red. Goblin finally gets dealt with though. It is going to be the boys of Bossman manages to take him down, but again, Zep, the trades are just there. The guys at Buckley, despite how you almost feel like it's almost a Rambo-esque performance where these individuals are going huge, trades are always there, the comms are always there, and they're always there for each other. So right now, Buckley looking very, very strong. 20 plays 21, though, kill with a minor advantage set. They've got to win these gunfights. Make it a TDM.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the side of Buckley, everything is going well for them on an individual and team performance, but as we had just seen, Hill picked up a nice wave of kills, which they have proven that they are able to do on this map. Now they need to make it count, as Buckley are kind of in for the reset, trying to make themselves, or their way around spawn, as Medicated Goblin, I believe, is in the back spawn, but he does get taken out by Masterful, and that was a massive gunfight. As things are all of a sudden really all over the place with the way these teams are placed. I mean, look at the boss man in the spawn, but getting taken out. A great read from Atama GG, making sure to check the corner. And now 14v16, Buckley don't have the lives, but they still have a bit of time if they want to orchestrate pushing together. They just need to all go together. But that nade, that team kill from that nade is not going to help matters.
Yeah, Hale popping a nade straight into the back pocket of Medicated Goblin and seeing him into the blender. Again, no time over towards A. 32 seconds on the clock. The game's just slowed down a little bit. That's exactly what Buckley needed to do, because Hale were just kind of using the chaos a little bit to maintain that good kill differential. And it's going to be Cabasay in the middle, but Zig into them, and he melts him completely. Hale again just being that problem. He's so quick to snap on. Bossman does put him into the bin. Goblin's going to be there for the trade as he drops Slank. With only 9 seconds on the clock, Hill cannot get into this time whatsoever, and it is going to be Cabasay. Sorry, Buckley can't get into the time whatsoever, and it's going to be a big performance. Hill off the breadstick. They've got one on the board, Zep. That's what we wanted to see more from them.
Yeah, terrific play from Hill there in that round. I mean, ultimately it looked like it could have been a little bit dangerous. I feel like they lost B even quicker that time around, but when things started getting mixy in the middle of the map, as you said, it was getting a little bit chaotic, and they kept capitalizing on that chaos. They started to have sort of a checkerboarded kill feed at one point. They got a complete 4-man wipe, and they were just getting pushed into spawn at times. They were making things awkward for the side of Buckley, and they were also pushing them into positions to where if they really wanted to get anywhere near that point, they were going to need to wrap all the way through B and around the map. They kind of really locked down that middle lane and A Street area to buy themselves enough time to be able to see that round through and give themselves potentially a lifeline against so much left to do, as we see Hale once again going massive. Hale,
that's disgusting.
With, I believe a four off the rip, and just like that you could see Hale.
Oh my god,
Hale, oh my god, please, this is too much. Hale absolutely dominating with 7 already, pushing through into the spawn, finally gets taken out. Oh my god, you can't play that any better. I
mean, it's almost like he said, all right boys, do you want me to win it now? And he's just absolutely gone for that hailstorm right across the map. 7th Street, got the cruise in the back pocket. Looks like he's trying to catch up. 33 and 19, and we're only in round 4. Incredible score there from Hale. It's been unbelievable. Take a bow, Blake, who's been playing lights out all day. 25 lives, plays 16, 27 seconds on the clock, and the boys of Hill yet to get a foot on a zone. The spawn trap is in. Finally going to get dealt with, no other than Slang who deals with him. But just as soon as you do that, Itama is always right there. Finally, we see some blue action on the zone as they get close to 1 tick, but they're going to have to go big to handle this resurgent Buckley side.
Yeah, I mean, how often were we talking about the number one thing we didn't want to see happen to Hill in this map was get spawn trapped on an offense, and to be fair, they've gotten out of it, but the damage has already been done. 19v9, 11 seconds left on the board with this B point, only a tick and a half done. Even if they get this point, they have so much to do over at A, so you would have to say it is probably game, set, and match. And, you know, every single player on the side of Buckley has been playing immaculately, but talk about just on another planet altogether. Hale, who's now 37 and 21, make that 38 with the 2-piece, 18 and 4. This game is all on, and the MVP for Buckley certainly seems to be Hale.
Absolutely take a bow, Blake Hale. That was a game of men versus boys. Hill never really turned up at all, and you can see the frustration in some of the Hill team already quitting out, but an stellar performance across the board made that look really easy. We were expecting the winners final to have the same level of competition that we'd seen in both those first losers bracket games we cast today. Not even close. It couldn't have even predicted such a strong 3-0 and such strong performances from so many individuals. But Sepp, is it fair to say, were Buckley amazing or were Hill just not very good?
It's really tough to say because, again, getting to a winner's final, you would like to think Hill have something to bring to the table. I really do think Buckley were just on another level, especially looking at the way Hale was able to push aggressively in certain moments. I mean, he was pushing in and, yeah, being like almost too aggressive, and Hale were certainly missing shots at moments, but Hale wasn't missing any shots. Hale's centering has been immaculate, and just the way he's been able to move into these certain positions and gain that advantage, as we will see right here, and lining them up, hopping up and down. I mean, I got hyped again even just watching that play. I mean, it was genuinely just immaculate. And I think what we're seeing from Buckley from this performance is a team who's not just looking to win that series, but to win the entire thing, that they're here to stay, they're the team to beat, and they're the team to watch to prove how dangerous they can be going forward.
Absolutely, Buckley with intentions planted there, but it is going to see Hill drop down to that losers bracket, and it's not going to get any better for them. Waiting for them is going to be in that round Luke Air Force Base against Cannon Air Force Base. The winner of that will go on to play Hill, so a little bit of time for Hill to reset, regain, have a communication, and you know, they haven't got far to go. They're on their own base, so they're going to need to regain, have a little set on the, go back to the laboratory, go back to the drawing board and try and pick things up. Incredible performance, guys. We are going to be hitting it back to a break, but we're going to be back with even more Call of Duty from this Air Force Gaming Western Esports Invitational.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. Bit of a quick one, that one, Pabs. I was expected to be watching a potential Game 4, Game 5. We didn't really get that, to be honest, so we're back in straight again, but back down in the losers bracket. I was hoping we'd spend a little bit longer in the winner's side of things.
You just wanted a longer break. I mean, you're just jealous because during your game, I got to have pizza, so it's sound, it's all good. I'm there scoffing my face, watching this incredible Game 5. And you get the 3-0 slap. But I expect this to be a completely different kettle of fish. Not going to do you any favours because Zepp's going to be able to enjoy the time out, but it is going to be potentially great for the viewers and great for the guys at the Air Force Base watching. So yeah, this Luke Air Force Base versus Cannon Air Force Base is set up to be a really good game. Both games that they've been in have been absolutely impeccable. And I guess after watching that performance, either of these sides have got to be confident going up against Hill in their present form. This is Cannon Air Force Base. We're looking to hate Arsenal, Koki, and Cheeks. Go on, Garrett, my boy. But yeah, an absolute unit that we've already cast over. Exposed a player to look out for us was Hate. He was absolutely lights out during the series, and definitely one to look out for. How about yourself, Major? What are you thinking about this team?
I mean, it's got to be Hate, right, after the series that we saw. I mean, Arsenal had some big maps, but yeah, Hate was the man who was dropping big numbers. We've kind of got a team of 4 that in respawn look very, very good when they're on the same page. I mean, we saw a very good map 4 from them, and to be fair, that Carsten team weren't exactly anything to be scoffed at. And now we're kind of in a position where they're coming up against a team that again still have some relatively big hitters in this side. I mean, they seem to be very much the S&D side, saying that Luke AFB. They've got Tones, who had some really, really good S&D games. Jordan, Rishi, Bobby as well had some big moments, and All Day GA picked up some 2 pieces right when they really needed them to. So they definitely come across like a bit of a clutch roster. They had a bit of a strange game against Shiver, but it was one where I had a feeling it was going to go and be done in 3 maps. And then after the second map, it was like, right, okay, it might be a very strong control from these lads. And they absolutely slapped them in control. And then they got battered on the hardpoint again in map 4, but then looked really good in the search. So I don't really know what to make of these guys that are going into this series. We've obviously got a slightly different map for Rio. We're going to be starting off with map 1. Double invasion, though. And then we've got ourselves a Vista map 4 and a Rio map 5. So as you called it, did you call it a McMuffin, Pabs? I think you
yeah, it's like a McMuffin, isn't it, almost? I mean, the pace is a bit weird. We go out the blocks on a Rio like a horse race or something, and then we slow right down to 2 invasions, which Control and S&D are both reasonably cautious maps. and modes, and then we're back up to raise the pace back to Vista hardpoint and a Rio S&D, which can be totally insane. Major, I've just got to say one thing, hats off to the two players on either side, rocking a solid 80s Air Force moustaches. Hats off to those boys, gotta love that, good on them, take a bow. Yeah, really looking to see how, again, these two teams shape up. You talked about how Luke could be this like very inconsistent up and down side. These maps aren't going to be friendly to an inconsistent side. Like, especially you're looking at straight out the blocks, Rio, you need momentum. So they're going to have to come out all guns blazing. Invasion S&D, you can't be inconsistent in that. You're going to get punished. Potentially invasion control you can get away with because the defense is so strong, but then we head straight back into these pacey maps of Vista and Rio. So they're going to have to drop that inconsistency and just, make sure that they plow through. Right now, I don't want to plant a flag. I didn't get the chance to really cast or see the quality of Luke, but we know Cannon were really good, and I think Hayes is a player that could dominate this series again.
Yeah, and I think it'll depend kind of how he's looking on that map one. Obviously, he looks the more comfortable when he's got the AR in his hands. That's when we saw him do the most damage. So going into a Rio where you can still hit big numbers with an AR, but obviously you've got to be a bit more calculated in the chows that you're taking. You can't just sit on some headies, and we know how kind of fluid and quick Rio is as a map. That sometimes the AR players do struggle. But to be honest, the way we saw him play the first series and the numbers that he dropped will probably just be made to a completely AR words, and then he'll be dropping numbers like there's no tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. We are now loading in towards number one here between Cannon and Luke. And we'll have to see one unfolds in front of our eyes. But yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if we get a game 5 between these two teams the way they're looking, especially.
Yeah, I think there were 6 there. We've already seen Tones a little bit slow getting up towards Catwalk, and that's just allowed a couple of the players from Cannon to be able to streak in. Actually, it was players from Luke able to streak in, but it is going to be the boys of Cannon who take control of the middle of the map. But again, they haven't quite got the ideal spec. I think they want to kind of flip this a little bit. Prom's just going to try and come through Cat to try and get it, and then it's going to be a couple of kills going the way of the boys of Cannon. I think it was Luke. I'm losing my mind between the red and the blue, but yeah, Cannon cheeks there, getting a nice 2-piece and a little bit of control over towards mid-map.
Yeah, and obviously we mentioned the likes of Tones, but Prom was the man who was making some really big plays for this roster when it came to respawns. So we'll have to see how he fares. Obviously, Hate is already off to the races 4 in a row, make it 5. Who is yeah, there you go. This is what I said. I'll say something, and then he'll just go, no, that's not the case, buddy. As his team is now combining for 10 in a row. Cannon are absolutely destroying in the early stage of this Rio, and they have not stopped Hate. So he's got 6 in a row, looking for potential double digits as he slowly edges his way through. Nice shots from Arsenal. Renetti in hand isn't going to quite be able to get that one done, but the damage is done, Pabs, that's for sure. They're up by 60, and they're still looking good for the remainder of this time.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 solid seconds in the bank. They're going to be looking to maybe start to push a little bit out, get these next round of kills, and look to start thinking about that P3. It is going to be a bit of a gut for Luca. They managed to get 2 players, but again, that's going to be solid 40 seconds in the bank. They've got themselves a 50-second lead. This is only a little bit of scrap time, and the boys in blue are going to be set up solidly for that P3. They're getting picks over towards Catwalk. Arsenal and Cheeks just combining for 3. I think this is an issue. Luke have really got to start winning these gunfights, but now they've got so many players over towards Old when they should have already had players rotating and looking to challenge. This is going to be a problem for them. They get into the blender, drop 3, and again they're losing time, so this lead is going to get stretched out even further.
And again, it's that man, Hate, who's able to do the damage. We're saying that Arsenal is keeping track of him at the moment with 9 and 4 himself and a 4 streak. The last thing they're going to want to do is give them another cruise missile to work with. Hate gets a little bit of information. Nice shots, though, from Prom. Nice shots again from Prom. So just when they need the talisman that they had in the previous series, he's able to just strike himself into life a little bit. They are going to lean on him quite heavily on this respawns by the looks of things. But at the moment, just a little bit of a deficit, back down to around 40 points. Cheeks is able to win the first fight engagement. You've still got Rishi Bobby, as mentioned, guys. Although it says Evan on your screen, it is Rishi Bobby. It will be Luke just slowly edging their way back into this one. But again, not necessarily far ahead are Cannon, so it is doable and is able to be retrieved. And this man, Prom, he's ready on the rotation, ready to go for the new hill.
wildest interaction. We had Arsenal sat by bin and just didn't see Prom go into garage. And then he gets a kill, and Prom's like, oh, there's someone there, and gets the pick. Absolutely worked out perfectly for Luke. So this is a great opportunity for them to get set up and get some time, much needed time. Major, from being only on 5 seconds at a 55-second deficit, they've brought it back to 30 seconds. And this is what you talked about, this wildly inconsistent team that can totally lose the map and then just regain it from nowhere. So big plays, a little bit of COD time, and has helped them out there, but they're almost back to parity. If they take the rest of this hill, we're going to see a tied Rio, and we're going to see an incredible second rotation of hills.
Yeah, I think they've just completely kind of adapted to the initial pace that Cannon just originally set. Obviously, Koki is struggling quite heavily at 12 and 8, but this Luke roster just seems to grab time at the moment from the lack of slaying that they've got. You've only got Prom, who's positive by 2. You've then got, what is that, a negative 11 combined between the remaining players. So is a situation where they find themselves in the lead off the back of not many kills. So Cannon are going to just have to try and restrict the amount of kills they're flying at and just try and prioritize the time for the time being. Hate grabs 2, though. Arsenal grabs 1. That's definitely going to help their cause, at least for the time being. 4 go down with the 4th coming through from Cheeks. So now Cannon looking to try and get, again, another sizable margin at the back of this hill. And they have everyone locked into position. You've got number 3 there in Koki, who was watching top mid, but that lane has now opened up for the boys of Luke AFB just to enter in towards. Again, it's Hate again on another streak with 5 in a row. And you're looking towards him again just to make the plays, and he just doesn't seem to stop getting kills, this man. Every single gunfight, he comes out on top, it seems, and his team will now just regain that lead and just push it out that little bit further.
Well, we just got to say the chat joke at the minute is that Luke Air Force Base might be the retirement Air Force Base, as the team have got a combined age of 3,500. So, yeah, these might be a few older players who may be struggling with arthritis towards the end of these really hardcore, fast hard points. So, very interesting to see if they can keep up with the pace and keep up with the concentration before the dementia sets in. But they've been doing really well. Again, Tones 11 and 12 not positive, from 12 and 9 doing as best they can. But you are right to point out that this is only a 20-second game now, and that their kill to time rotation ratio is incredible. That's exactly what you want. The best hard point is where you don't have to go super positive and you win the game and get the points anyway. But yeah, huge work. The Cannon got to be surprised by this resurgence. We do see that kill feed go blue again, and with the help from that cruise, it is going to be brought in by Hate, who's 19 and 9, over double positive. Incredible performance from him, but they've only got a 10-second lead to show for it, and it is going to be a battle over towards P2. There are 3 players set up from Cannon looking to just down the battle of that A Street, looking to try and get picks, but it is going to be just holding fire. The challenge is going to come in a little bit too late to P1 Major, but number 7 there is going to get that pick, so all day GA does put him into the blender. This could be a big opportunity, but a bit of a rogue play. But Major, look out for Senior GA round the back.
Yeah, he's able to get the first pick as well, so we'll see where those spawns are going to start coming through for Cannon, because if they do slow down on slaying, you do worry for them a little bit, because they are ever so slightly in the lead, but it's off the back of almost 2 players that are looking almost double positive. So GA's able to get a pick. They do now get those back spawns, and there's still 30 seconds of time. Nice shots from Tones, only able to grab the first pick though, as Arsenal will trade him out, and Cheeks just looking to try and progress his way up the map. But again, it's going to be a big chunk of time that Luke AFB are able to get, because Cannon have just completely chalked it off and opted to rotate for P3 again, like in the first set of rotations.
Yeah, and I think what you pointed out before, this ability for Luke's team, maybe it's experience. They're just able to kind of assimilate the strategy and then have a counter, and they knew immediately that they were going to be heading over towards that P3, so they've sent players, left 1 on the hill, got this game almost to parity, and now they're able to challenge over towards this P3. I think they've realised that some of the gunfights they're not going to win, so they're just going to look to retransition, hold someplace while they wait for that support to come in. This next set of gunfights largely going to dictate the outcome of this game.
Yep. Well, hey, in he goes. How many can he grab? There's 1 for the big man. There's still going to be 2 more players on the time. Holding his angle, looking for the Chow. Nice shots to rip off 1 head. He's going to need help very shortly, though, because he's so weak. Somehow managing to juggle his life. The nade doesn't kill him out either, but Tones and Prom combined for 2 before Cheeks will grab 1, and it's still Hate, last man up alive through all of that madness. Hate managed to stay alive over towards boxes, and it pays absolute dividends for Cannon now. So he's going to try and again slip away. This time, though, it will be Rishi Bobby able just to snip him out, finally put the final bullet in him. So over towards the new Garage Hill we will go. From going to look to try and hold an angle down towards that garage side. But again, the kill feed lights up. Inevitably blue Pabs as if you're Luke, you've got a man on the time at least, but he's going to be long gone now.
Yeah, that's it. It's absolutely done there. 171 to 168. A 3-second game. The boys of Luke have made absolute, they've done this, got themselves, I don't know, scrappy performance where they've managed to claw back into the game. Just when you think they're out, they get pulled right back in. And it is going to be a little bit difficult for them now as this hold is solid from the boys of Cannon. And it is going to be a little bit of time going their way. The boys in Cheeks there just getting a few picks. Gunfight going down to Garage. So the rest of the time likely to go the way of Cannon, pushing them over the 200-second mark. This is going to be, again, huge for the boys of Luke. You feel if they're not able to break this next hill, upcoming hill, it's going to be absolute travesty for them in this game one.
So over towards bridge we go. Koki's got an engagement up here against all day GA. GA spots him and he gets that initial pick. So opportunity now to get the setup. You've got Rishi Bobby watching top mid over towards that U area. He goes down, so an opportunity now to fly out through the top. That's probably what Cannon are going to take here. But GA's going to grab another pick, so that is just going to stifle the push onto the point. Koki's just trying to find anything that he can. He's not able to do it. Again, another pick comes through from GA, who's slowly edging his way back towards making evens. And they're soaking up a good chunk of time here. Prom just laying prone here in the shrubbery. Shots into another, but Cheeks shuts him down. So it will be down to GA again, who now finds himself on a 5. So he's just got to be a little bit disciplined here and try and play his life. Koki's on the chase. His teammates are around him to help him out, and that's a really big moment there. They've still got GA on the streak here. Can he manage to stay alive and get that all-important 6?
Mate, they are going to tie this game up and do even better than that. Luke are going to go into the lead if they can hold this time. It's been an absolutely impeccable final P5 as we head into the third rotation. This P1 is going to be all important. Expect a fiery contest. I think this could even potentially go to P2. It's going to be a team kill coming out of the boys at Cannon. That's not what you want at that time as you see trades go back and forth. The aggression coming out to Luke, but they need to win their gunfight. It is vital right now that they have their players ready to counter into P1 or this could be game over.
They're spawning P3 side and keep an eye on Arsenal number 4 on the minimap because anyone who's going to contest is probably just going to get shot in the back if he hits this route quick enough. It doesn't actually matter. His teammates are going to do the work around him. But now, Cannon on the time. All you need is 23 seconds. There's 30 still remaining on this P1. The contest comes in from Prom just when you need it, though. He's able to just play his life and just delay that. So I don't think they're able to win off this point now, Cannon. But they can get very, very close indeed off the back of some big one-on-ones. Cheeks grabs one. Tones flies with one of his own. And it will be, again, Rishi Bobby with a big pick. But Hate comes in with 2. The hot knife and butter man just every single time seems to make it work for Cannon, but you've still got Rishi Bobby on the time. Over 2 minutes now for him as we rotate over towards the P2.
Prom with an absolutely stellar, telepathic, psychopathic read over towards that Boxer's Hill. It's going to be huge. It's going to be Rishi Bobby with the kill. He manages to drop one. Are they going to be able to hold control? Hate can't finish the kill. Finally sees it off. 228 to 237. It's so close. Luke have got players on the hill. 11 seconds from being able to turn this game around. Control goes back to Cannon, who need 20 seconds. Just enough time for one more push towards this hill. It's going to be 3, 4, no, 2-4 with a team kill. Nade coming out. That's not what you want at that time. Koki with a big kill. This P2 is so heavily contested. I don't even know if it's going to be one here.
Oh my god, they've got to fly in. They've got to fly in. GA grabs a pick, so does Prom. This is massive here from Luke AFB. No blue arrows near that are able to get the picks. They can still touch. No, they can't somehow. Luke AFB take that map. And oh my god, we need to take a breath off the back of that one. If you are Cannon, you are kicking yourselves with that one. They got so many kills. Hate dropped 40 again. But somehow they just can't seem to convert it to time. And yet again, this roster of Luke AFB just seem to take maps that they have no right in winning. 39 and 20 from Hate in the end. But when you look at the side of Luke, there's no real overperformers. They just seem to get the job done back.
Maybe it's the experience, maybe it's the age, maybe you need to send all your Air Force men to Luke Air Force Base because they'll teach you how to do it as a team. But my God, Cannon have just snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. How have they let that slip? They were 70 seconds lead almost at the start, incredible, and they just could never get it out any further. And then bit by bit, drip by drip, the boys of Luke managing to come back, managing to get their picks, constantly contesting, making sure the time didn't go the opposition's way, and they were able to do the one thing we talk about and we pray players can do, is to get the minimum amount of kills for the maximum amount of time, and Luke have done that to perfection to win this Rio hardpoint. And we go into S&D kind of surprised. I mean, we shouldn't be. It's been an impeccable losers run from both teams so far, but an invasion S&D, guys, the pace is going to get decimated now.
Yeah, Stiff Boys assemble. So it's yeah, off the back of a incredibly fast-paced map 1, we're obviously going to look ahead towards our map number 2, which is going to be Invasion, Search and Destroy. And I mean, the boys of Cannon, they managed to take this map off of Charleston, so they did manage to win this one 6-4. But saying that, this Luke AFB roster looked very, very good in Search and Destroy. So if they're going to have a map and game mode that they're going to lean on, Pabs, it's going to be this. And they've arguably done the hardest point so far in taking the map 1 hard point.
Mate, if I see a 3-0 in this, I'm going to eat something that's not food. I'm going to eat this cup or something. I don't know what I'm going to do, but that was a mind-blowing map 1. That was like a Bocage hard point where you were going down to like the tiniest amount of seconds before the game's won. Incredible performance. It wakes you up, gets that heart beating. The best kind of Call of Duty, makes it the best esport in the world. And we're going to head into this Invasion S&D with it all to play for, with Luke AFB. Tails high, confidence high, first blood, all important in this, you feel, for Cannon AFB?
Yeah, 100%, mate. So, we know what Cannon are like on this map. We don't know what Luke are like, so we'll have to see. And there's the first blood. Rishi Bobby, Backdigger's able to grab the first one, and he's able to play his life as well. There's still players that are lurking around on the side of Cannon, but they're just toying with the idea before pushing up. You've obviously got Tones, who's watching over Rishi Bobby here. And now the next pick's going to be the all-important one. A lot of players looking just to try and transition, but they've got to be careful of number 7. All day GA on the pinch here. Tones is able to get one, and so too is Rishi Bobby. Again, it's all falling apart. Koki goes down, and there you go. There's Luke AFB, Search and Destroy for you. Absolutely clinical. Didn't drop a life.
Oh, clinical. It's surgical. That was, you know, they cut the body open and then stitched it back up and sent it on its way. Because that was flawless to S&D from Luke. If I'm Cannon right now, I'm looking for a regain. I'm looking for that calming voice that settles you down, says, come on, boys, get a pick, win a gunfight, get the trade, anything just to get a kill on the board. Right now, all solid donuts from that first round. And that's something they do. Rishi Bobby going solid for 3, using the Digger as the God Heady. So, yeah, big plays. But what can the boys of Cannon do? Very aggressive plays. We saw this in the first series of the day. Very aggressive, take up a ton of geography. And it's going to be a little bit of caution major coming out of Luke as they look for an angle, look for a pick.
Well, Arsenal is very close to Prom here in CAF. So you're putting money on a first blood. It might be this place here. Arsenal opting not to move just yet. Well, I think he got a good little bit of timing there. I don't think Prom watched him transition out of CAF. So is he going to manage to get some good timing here, or is it going to be really bad? It's going to be really bad for Arsenal. Prom, the patience, just waiting like a cold viper, as always. Waits for the other team to move first, grabs the pick, and first blood goes in their favour.
Yeah, time not on their side, though. That cost them a solid chunk of time. 36 seconds to try and retain control of A zone. I think this is the only option that they've got. They've only got one player to deal with, but it is Hate, so a hell of a player that they've got to try and deal with. AR just going to be focused down A long. They do realise he's there. They've tagged him up a little bit with that nade, but Cheeks is going to get an all-important kill to tie things. 3 versus 3 as GA heads into round 2. Hate with a big pick. Can he get the second? No, he can't. Bomb is down. It's going to force him into that rush.
Well, they are all flooding on the players on the point. Oh, that's some bad timing. Who's going to come out on top? Koki. They all fall down. Himself and Hate just able to communicate where those players are. Put the bullets in and grab the pick. So they tie it back up, courtesy of a very clean retake. The boys from Luke AFB, their Pabs obviously got bombed down. They did the hard job, but they kind of left themselves a little bit cornered, and Hate being over towards that back bridge just kind of stopped any retreat over towards that side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a weird one. Cannon with a team in the first S&D that we cast of the day that would find themselves super compact to make all 4 of them in the same building, or at least around the same building. They get picked off. Totally different team in this S&D, and I think Luke are largely forcing that on them. Very cautious approach. They didn't leave themselves a lot of time, though, Major. They got that first pick, but it cost them, a solid chunk. I mean, we're talking, 40 seconds of the map gone by before you get that first blood. Doesn't leave you a ton of time. They got bomb down, but it wasn't enough. 1-1. Again, mate, you just can't put paper between these two teams.
Oh, and Hate just trying to tap. I believe it was Prom
Little
from... yeah, literally. So, smoke goes out. This is the opportunity now. And Rishi Bobby, he's got the responsibility again of trying to stay alive on the point. Not necessarily easy, but that trophy is doing God's work for him. No tacticals and nades colliding with him, but bullets are now as they're looking to try and pinch him out, and nice coordinated work. They've got to be careful of Tones watching the cross, but saying that, they've got number 1 in 8, just 8 watching through Mini. Oh, and it will be a pick coming through. They're chewing through them one at a time, and now Cheeks all to do with the 1 versus 2. Bomb hasn't been planted. Yeah.
I don't think you put it past Cheeks to do this. Tones and all day GA, I think Cheeks is cheeky enough to maybe get a pick. He does get tagged up, so that's not going to help. Players are going to know where he is, and he's going to look to just try and retransition. Is the timing going to be right? I think they know where he's pushed to, but this is going to help him with 20 seconds on the clock. The boys of Luke can just play the time and just wait. He's just running around with Bomb. Might as well get himself some ice cream. He's going to see himself into the next round, and that's a solid win for Luke.
Yep, nice clinical stuff again from the team that we seem to be labelling as a very strong S&D team. Tones watching the backside of ice cream. And they're just able to mop up that final kill. So another round going in their favour. A little bit of back and forth, perhaps. Haven't seen a pull-away team as of yet in the early stages. But one thing that we can say for certain is that Tones is having a very good map, currently at 4-1, if that is indeed his accurate stats. But yeah, at the moment, Luke AFB just doing what they do best, mate, just whittling away rounds.
Yeah, I think the stat screen's broken at the top, so I think we're back to just checking the KD underneath the name for the time being. But big plays coming out of the players regardless. But yeah, Luke 2-1 in the lead. It's going to be Rishi Bobby with Bomb. And again, it's going to be a heavy stack over towards that A site, but Bomb is going to be over towards B. So it's a very interesting play. We know that this team and Luke can be very cautious. They do want to get that first pick, so important to them. Bobby just watching down B long. And again, no one giving an edge at the minute. You can see the stuns going out. And that's a really solid setup from Cannon. Normally aggressive on the defense, decided to just pull it back. So a little bit of a counter strategy from the team in blue, Major.
Yep. Well, they are not budging either side, it must be said. It's going to be down to the ARs to try and make the break, but now when they go through the front of the hill, and the first blood goes through for Tones. Again, a quick trade, though. Hate and Cheeks grab their respective picks. Nice shots, though, from Rishi Bobby. He's able to make it a 2 versus 2. The bomb is still in his hands as well, but look at this pinch coming through from All Day GA. It is permanently good. He's able to get that one, and now Hate needs the 1 versus 2. He's still got All Day GA on his right-hand side. I don't think he spotted him. He has now, and the bullets take him down.
Yeah, nice picks with the SMG. Not the easiest shot getting someone just pushing across like that. It is going to be 3-1 to Luke, and another performance. Now, normally we do see a back and forth depending on what the team's preferences and defense and attack. But right now, Luke looking solid in both formats. So a lot of work to do. Back to the drawing board. Time for a conversation from the team captain. I'll tell you who the team captain of Cannon is right now. That's going to actually be Zachary Hate, Airman Zachary Hate. Time for him to have a calm and talk to his team and try and get them back into this game. He's presently rocking 4-3 in terms of his KD. Pokey with Bomb on an 0-4, though. You really do need to see your players get off that donut and get themselves at least a breadstick.
I think it was Arsenal, actually, that was currently waiting his first kill. Ooh! Okay, Koki gets his 3rd. Close, though. Little bit of wind. But it will be a pick nonetheless. And a very quick start. Oh no, he's burgered the smoke as well. That's not ideal. Well, the smoke to the site isn't going to be one that he had planned. Bomb isn't going to go down either. That nade is just going to do enough to take him off. Oh, that COD timing is horrendous. He gets off the bomb. Koki stays alive, though. So it is doable, but unfortunately their main play, Pabs, of the smoke is completely gone. Getting onto the site is going to be difficult, but saying that, if you give them a free pick like that, it's going to be a little bit easier. Nice shots there from Arsenal.
Yeah, a little bit more confidence as well that they're going to be able to get over the site. But it's going to be a 2v2. Prom and Rishi Bobby up against Arsenal Hate. Possibly the two on each side, most prolific players.
Shots.
Rishi Bobby's going to make sure that he puts that down. It's going to be another big kill. Hate last alive, 27 seconds. He's going to look to try and push across. He's got bomb. He's only got one opportunity to get it down. They are going to look to wait potentially till that bomb goes down. And is Hate going to be able to do the unthinkable? He has got the talent to do it right now. 4 and 3. Yep. Can he get the 1v2?
Anyone's going to do it. It's going to be Hate.
Oh, Zachary.
Oh, hold that.
Yep.
Jesus, he's absolutely fried. One player. There you go. Well, I mean... Could we say we're surprised? Probably not. Hate just does those kind of things, and that is a huge round for him and his team. Pabs, if it's 4-1, it's looking bleak. The crisp shots onto Prom for the first. No hesitation to fly out onto Rishi Bobby as well. Crispy from Hate. Standard procedure, really, for that man. He's been absolutely impeccable for this team, and he's proving it again.
Yep, only date for Prom was Hate, and he put him right into the blender, and that's going to be 2-3 right now, Luke. Air Force Base with a slight advantage. They had that 2-round advantage, so Cannon doing well to bring that back. So important. We thought Hate got the skill and got the nous, got the intelligence to be able to do that 1v2, but that first pick was impeccable. So big moment right now. Can they bring it back? It wouldn't surprise me. It's been so close so far. Luke, FAB just edging ahead a little bit. They just seem to be so scrappy at times. It's so difficult to try and get a good strategy. This is probably the most surgical that we've seen them in this S&D. Arsenal just looking for players. It is going to be Senior GA just lying down, waiting for that player to push through. Arsenal's decided to double back, just maintain a little bit of A-side control. Be very, very interesting that these players look to push through. He sees that door. Prom's read it perfectly. He's dropped them. And now the boys of Luke have got a little bit of control towards A.
Made on the site, gets a little bit of information. He has no hesitation. He knows at least one player's weak, but there's going to get his shots in the side. He doesn't see GA just laying round the back of CAF, gets God timing on towards him. And unfortunately now for Cannon, the MVP of this team is going down. And it will be 2 versus 4 now. Koki and Cheeks have it all to do. Shots a little bit wayward there from Koki. He's forced just to regen and retake this chow. He needs a little bit of help, though, from Cheeks, who looks as though he's going to try and play a route through dark here. I assume that Tones is going to be staring straight down this lane, though. It looks as though that's the setup, and it is. Tones puts some shots in, forces him to back up. 20 seconds on the clock is not his best friend at the moment. And now you can see number 7, GA, is going to be watching the back. Cheeks still looking for this kill through all the time that's been ticking by. Nothing comes of it. Cheeks on the pinch. Will get one, but the trade is good. And another round for Luke AFB.
Yeah, again, a really nice post-plan setup there. They were spread. They were watching all corners. And again, you ask the question. It's kind of popular. It was popular since the start of this iteration, this Modern Warfare 3. But this split push, when you're trying to get a pinch on, you kind of understand it. But again, there's nowhere for trades. You're going to inevitably end up in a 1v2 or a 1v3. At best, a 1v2, and it's not really going to go your way. Hate fortunate to get the 1v2 in the previous round, and that is not going to go the way of Cannon. So not sure whether that's the right play for them at that time, but Luke Air Force Base, another 2-round advantage. And, you know, they're not settling back. They're playing their attacking rounds impeccably right now. And it is on Cannon right now to just try and get that first blood and try and get some control. And Major again with an A push.
Well, smoke goes down. Bomb's going down. If GA hits this, he might surely at least grab one. No, Cheeks manages to keep his teammate alive. So the bomb goes down. 4 versus 3. And now it's going to be Luke AFB on the back foot here. This next pick has to be red if you're a Luke AFB fan. Or Rishi Bobby playing with fire. Oh my goodness, he somehow managed to run straight past Koki. Cheek is laying prone. He's going to fly around his Tones. He goes down. So clinical round looking even more clinical as they completely pull apart Luke AFB here. Now it's all on Rishi Bobby. Try and work the 1 versus 4. With 15 seconds left, he's got to go through 4 players and a bomb defuse. So unless he shoots absolute nukes out the end of his gun and can absolutely leg it towards the point, this one should be done. Spots Hate there. The info's there. The shots absolutely shred him, and Cannon take a much needed round.
Yeah, really nice play. Nice composed play from Cannon as well. They haven't got a little bit. They haven't got too concerned about the 2-round deficit. They played that impeccably. A little fortunate at the start of the round. There was an opportunity there when that smoke went down for the player of Luke AFB to be able to get a pretty straightforward toothpiece, but he decides to run past Bomb, and it is Cheeks who manages to do that, and that is probably the pivotal kill in that round. 1 round deficit, but a Cannon not able to unlock the mystery right now that is Luke Air Force Base and bring this back to level. So again, this is probably going to be advantage still with the Luke AFP boys because they've been so good on that post plant. Very interesting to see how they're able to shape up in this round.
We haven't really seen a very successful B push as of yet that's been initially aggressive with smokes. We've seen the smoke obviously come over towards the A site. We haven't seen anything really that clinical over towards B as of yet. So what do Luke AFB opt to try and do this time? Prom just waiting in and around mid. Hate, though, has managed to get himself over towards that A control building. So he might be able to get the pick here onto Prom as soon as he stands up. I assume he can... Is he in his line of sight? It's hard to tell, really, from this from the mini-map there. Oh, they've definitely seen each other now. Prom's able to win that gunfight. So first blood goes in favour of Luke AFB. And unfortunately, it's on their Capitano in hate. Oh.
It's going to be a push out. Sorry, I was so intrigued by the gunfight. I was like properly watching to see who would get the kill. I'm waiting for the player to push out of middle and get the pick. But finally does it, makes a meal of it. But it is going to be Wishy Bobby getting bombed down already. The Cannon FB boys have started to transition to mid, but it's not a great play. They're in that open area by White Card, and they're going to get decimated, leaving Cheeks again on his own. This is a 1v3 this time, and make it a little bit more difficult. And it is going to be number 8. Potentially Risky Bobby, who's going to see this player push out. He does get tagged up, so that team major are going to know where he is. Cheeks with a very difficult job to do and not a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, and All Day Gio is going to pop his head up as he sees him and take him down. So nice round again from Luke AFB. Their search and destroy rounds, they just don't give you anything on the site. They take it so patiently. They wait for you to make the mistake and make that first move. As we saw Prom there, got a big kill on towards Hate, who was just working his way down that side of the map, but now they find themselves in map point and potentially on the opportunity perhaps of going 2-0 up here.
I think the thing as well is if they get this, they're going into an invasion control where I think they're going to feel very confident that they can do well on it. They, largely don't outpace Cannon at the start, but they are able to keep up with them towards the middle portion of these respawn games. So it's a very big round. I think Cannon need to get this. They obviously want to apply the pressure, keep the pressure on, and have Luke Air Force Base second guessing the way that they play the game. But right now, composure. You talk about ice in the veins. These boys with the experience, they've got 3,000 years between them. These titans of our age, they're not going to get uncomposed. They're not going to flap, and this is going to be an opportunity for them to go 2-0 up.
Well, All Day GA is all the way around the back. And I think, luckily for Cannon, he's not going to see anything. So heavy presence in towards mid. You can see that Hate's on mid tank. And now, oh god, they're going to give another first blood away to Prom. So Prom has been so good at picking them apart. Hate's got to try and work some magic. He's got to be careful though, because Rishi Bobby is going to push his way through dark. The nade there isn't going to tag up Rishi Bobby. And now he might just try and push through this. Oh, the stun check though in the nick of time is going to be perfect. They try and collapse onto these players on the bomb site. The engagements are going to be quick and fast. There's a couple of kills and Hate now all alone. All of a sudden you blink and his entire team has just gone missing. His entire team fall down. Ooh! A little bit of extra love on top as well there from Mr. Rishi Bobby and Luke AFB go 2-0 up.
Oh my days, what a stellar performance. The scoreline not really telling the whole story of how clinical at times Luke Air Force Base were. They never really looked uncomposed, or they never looked like they were flapping in any way. The comms probably on point and really, really good performance, and in many ways so much better than the hardpoint, which was very, very close. This is more a statement game. This is stamping your authority in this series. So going into the invasion control, they're going to have their tails up. They're going to be, psychologically a little bit of an advantage over Cannon, who've got a full reset and a full regain now and go for the reverse.
Yeah, and we know how influential Hate has been to this roster, but Luke AFB have done so well to nullify the biggest impact on this Cannon roster. They seem to every single time, just if they're going to get the pick on him, it's well and good. But the amount of times we've seen him get team shot or a good nade to take him out of some of these power positions that we're used to seeing him take, they just completely nullified him in that one. So fair play to Luke AFB, another clinical search and destroy. We haven't seen them lose a search and destroy today, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, to be honest, Pabs. That was absolutely impeccable from these lads as they now look on the horizon of a potential 3-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, if they get this 3-0 Hill waiting for them, I mean, those guys are going to need to calm themselves down. They're going to be shaking like jellies waiting to play this Luke roster. But there's a long way to go, and this is a solid game mode where you can turn things around. Invasion Control, a great opportunity for Cannon. We've seen them play it before, so it's, you know, potentially this could be the beginning of the reverse. I don't know what the guys in chat think. I don't know who they're supporting, whether it's going to be Luke or Cannon. Either one I want to see go through, but Luke looking solid for the money right now. But we don't write teams off, Major, at all, because we know that this game mode can flip things on its head, and then you end up in these two incredibly fast maps. But guys, we are going to be heading over to a break. Before that, Game 3, we're going to be back with some intense Call of Duty.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. We should have map 3 very shortly coming up. But I mean, Pabs, we've got to have a look at the series so far. It's been very much Luke AFB in this series so far. Obviously, map 1, very, very closely contested, 252-41. A hell of a map 1, where both of us struggled for oxygen, I think, for the latter stage of it. But map 2, very, very strong again from Luke AFB, taking the Search and Destroy as we've come to really expect from this team. And now we're looking into an Invasion Control where, surprisingly, didn't think this was going to happen, but Cannon AFB might find themselves on the backside of a 3-0 here if they're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. They could be finding themselves heading home on their free flights from the Air Force, but it's going to be, you know, that first map was so close, but at times I think Luke AFB started slowly and it looked like the Cannon boys were just going to absolutely destroy them. But no, didn't happen. They just made a game of it towards the end, and it was probably like almost horse racing commentary towards the end. And then that S&D where Luke just started to stamp their authority, a little bit more dominant, very, very clinical in the way that they played. really good post-plant setups, like absolutely perfect post-plant setups, getting the picks, supporting each other, getting trades. Now going into an invasion control where we've seen a lot of advantage towards the defending team, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the attacking sides are going to try and nullify that defense. Now, what's going to be interesting is I think there's not enough air between these teams for Luke to be able to win that like straight out battle towards A. If they're on the attack, I think Cannon have got enough in the bank to be able to defend this. So this is going to be a difficult game, and I think it's largely going to come down to the team that can get those ticks without necessarily getting them all over, but making sure they get, one or two over towards a complete B and battle it out that way. I don't think it's going to go down to TDM, because I think Luke have got that ability to step back and look at trying to control the map a little bit more and control the time. So it could be interesting. We are going to be getting underway, and Major, I'm going to ask you now, this is probably the perfect time to try and plant a flag. Who are you going with?
Cheers, buddy. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, I think Cannon will take a map. I will be very surprised if it ends up in a 3-0. So I'll stick with my gut instinct here. Obviously, Cannon, they managed to take that map off of Charleston as well. They won it 3-2 on Invasion. So we'll have to see how this one goes. But regardless, I wouldn't count these boys out anyway. So we'll see how this one unfolds. Obviously, they're going to need, again, another talismanic display from Hate for starters. But Luke AFB, they're going to have to be clinical if they're going to take this map, and already it looks as though the boys of Cannon have already got that first tick over towards A. Not necessarily the end of the world for Luke AFB, Pabs, but just makes it that little bit easier once you've caught B, if you can then transition over across.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think they've got to get set up now to take B, or they've just got to get themselves into the position where they might want to write it off. It is almost halfway through. It is going to be number 7, knowing All Day GA, looking to try and get around the back. He does get dealt with, but it means there's only one player in Koki on B, as that tick is almost done. So I think this is going to be a really important fight. If number 6 in Tones is able to get this, which he isn't able to do, that could have really changed the makeup of the game. It's going to put B over the line, give them a 2-minute 7 advantage, 22 versus 25, and only 2 ticks remaining. So Luke really going to have to dig in, because Cannon feel really strong in this map right now.
Yeah, well, they've got 2 minutes to hold out here. And I'll tell you what, that's a good couple of kills now. This is difficult. If they try and leg it over towards the hill, I don't think anyone's going to stop them on the cross apart from Prom. Nice shots though from Tome, saying that gets one, gets the second as well. So just prioritising the players in the back isn't ideal for them. Prom is just waiting for a little bit of help. The nades are going in. The trophies now, as they fly out, they manage to take down Koki. He goes down. So too does his teammate in Cheeks. So the tick has been completed though, Pabs. So if you're a Cannon AFB fan, you're taking that as a positive, because all you need is one clean wipe of players and one quick stack.
Yep, and that's going to be an easy round as well for them. I think the vital thing is that if the boys from Luke dig in and get the defence correct, they've still managed to get those 5 ticks, and we know how vital that can be if we do head into a game 5. So big kills about to come up right now. Hate gets dealt with though. A fight you would assume potentially would have taken Tones is right there, and Rishi Bobby as well. Prom coming in from behind to clean things up. So right now, that 1 tick proven very, very difficult. It is going to be Prom playing in the zone, looking for that player out the back. Nice headshots, going to see Koki go back into spawn, and that's a nice control. So after the drawing board, Hate's made it all the way up. Nearly team kills his own player as the cross is on. Hate's going to get dropped, but that's going to be support from Arsenal. Manages to get dropped as well. All day GA, able to get on the point. Cheeks is going to put him in the blender, and it's a quarter done on this 3rd tick.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to get across to him in time. Will Hate be able to catch these players on the cross? He puts shots into one. Hate wins one. Big gunfight win. Needs to touch, but he's so one shot. But the stun's going to actually come through and keep Prom alive. It's going to land right on the head of the man in Cheeks, who was soaking up the time. And Jesus, by an absolute tiny margin, Luke AFB managed to keep this one alive. 8 versus 8. 40 seconds left. Cannon haven't got many more goes at this.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally like one push. We're going to see lives lost on each side, but who's going to come out on top all day GA? What the hell? Just realizes someone's under his feet. That is not what you want from Tones, as he puts Prom into the blender. 6v7 advantage now over with Luke AFB, but it is going to be 20 seconds on the clock, and there's no blue arrows. Just Hate over there, just trying to get onto the hill. Those 3 players just set up, waiting to be able to pounce. And again, it is going to be very, very close, Major. 9 seconds on the clock.
Got a touch. Those players are crossing Cheeks, get shot in the back. Nothing he can really do about that. The trade is there. Is anyone near to be able to touch? You've got 1.5 seconds to try. It's not going to happen. Rishi Bobby takes down one, and it will be Koki that takes out the other. So, Luke, I mean, Not exactly the most clinical of defensive holds, Pabs, it must be said. And if you are the boys of Canon AFB, you've got 5 ticks out of that round, which by the standards in this game is pretty healthy. So it's now going to be up to the boys of Luke AFB to try and emulate that, if not beat it.
And they're so scrappy, though. It's like you feel like they're permanently on the edge of falling off the cliff. And then they're like, their footing is perfect. They get up, they just wipe the sweat from the brow, and they've got the round. It's absurd how scrappy they are. Incredible plays coming out of these players, and I wouldn't put it past them to get onto the hill over towards A and get themselves a ton of ticks. So I just don't write them off at all. I don't know how to read this team sometimes. Tones has got some big picks. It is going to see one player. The support is going to come in, though. That player is going to come round the back, though, Major. This could be huge. All day GA with a huge job to do.
Well, Tones has just got 6 for all of that. He got 3 off the start, and he's chewing through more as he gets 7. Someone needs to slow him down because this A progression is coming all off the back of his hard work. Hate's going to get taken down in the crossfire. Cheek is going to try and get towards the point. It will be shots from Prompt just to slow down a little bit of that defensive pressure. But they're just going to keep throwing it over towards this A point. You've still got a few players over towards middle map. All day GA is going to have a gunfight. Not going to be an easy one to win, that's for sure. He's going to get the nade into Toki. Unfortunately, going to get shot from Dark, and a big 1-1 on the point. But look at those red arrows, Pabs. They've got on the point. They're on A. It looks as though Tones is going to join him in the reinforcements as well. And these blue arrows, they have got to run.
Yeah, they've got to get the picks, though. This is going to be huge. It is only going to be Tones on there, and they only probably want to get those 2 ticks to retain parity. So that's huge for them. It is going to be a pick by Hate, but 2 ticks of progress over towards A. Only 1 life between them, and a solid 52 seconds. If they're able to capture this B, that's going to give them 152 to 1 tick. And they have the worst case scenario, they're at extreme parity with the boys of Cannon. So incredibly smart plays coming out of the team in red. Kill feed still red. But, you know, impeccable plays. They've already got 2 ticks. Hate trying to get the spawn trap down, though. This could be huge for Cannon. This is the kind of position he likes to be in. He likes to slay out. He's going to look to try and just push through. Whether the team in red have read this, the point is secured, though, Major. 1:48 on the clock.
Hate gets 1 pick. Streak could be all important here if he can get it. He's just trying to traverse around middle map to see if there's anything he can see. There's going to be one person right to his right, and that is so unfortunate there for Hate. The timing on towards middle tank. But now you look towards Cheeks, who's just trying to hold his ground. He's got a big bit of responsibility here. Those red arrows from Luke AFB spawning out with quite a bit of distance to travel. And we have seen more surprising defensive holds on this one. So all they've got to do, arguably, is get 3 waves of kills here to the boys of Canon AFB. So next gunfight's going to occur in towards mid. And there's 1 first pick there for Arsenal. So opportunity for Cannon. It will be replied, though, with a kill from Rishi Bobby as he now tries to work around the back of blue. And these kills, these next one, Pabs, I think they're probably going to be the ones that make or break this one, Arsenal. If he gets shot in the side, this might be difficult.
Yeah, I think they're investing a lot into this push. This is a very cautious. They've about 20 seconds on setup, so they need to make this work. All day GA probably doesn't want to be reloading in rugs while there's someone in there. The trade is going to come in from Rishi Bobby, and that's going to be another trade going out for Hate. So a nice defense, and that time it took for them to prep that attack, about 20 seconds, is now going to be totally against them. Tones makes it in, not able to get the peak. Cheeks with an absolutely stellar kill right there. Despite the 3 life advantage, it's not going to be enough. 20 seconds on the clock. Those 3 arrows converging right now. Every kill now is going to be huge.
They've got to cross. It's going to be so hard. All day GA is going to cross towards the time. Big gunfight comes up for him. He's able to win it. Can he stay alive? Oh my God, this is doable. Everyone's alive. Everyone's alive, and on the point, 2 players on it. The stack is in. They aren't going to be able to touch this unless it's going to be Koki with a huge play. Gets 1. Oh, almost gets the 2nd. Can they get the contested? No, they can't. Luke AFB take another round. But again, Pabs, fine margins once more. But that's a huge round win for Luke AFB.
Honestly, they're like Rocky Balboa. They get knocked everywhere for 6 and just will not die. And then win in the end anyway. Like, how do you play against a team this scrappy? They're able to just get on the point with the bare minimum of time left on the clock and then able to push it over the edge. Incredible performance. 14 and 12 for all day GA. These aren't huge figures we're talking about. You know, it is only the 3rd round, but this has been incredible. Like, what a performance from Luke Air Force Base right now.
Need a regain round, otherwise they're going home with a 3-0 in a control and a 3-0 in the series to hold. So big gunfights right off the rip. But again, that opening Just rigidness coming through there from Luke AFB. And now we hear the cruise missile coming down. So where's it going to land? That's the question. All the players just desperately trying to scatter. And it won't grab any kills. So that investment has now been utilised. Those players spawning over towards the B site. So they're going to have to try and clear these players out of back palace. You can see there Prom is going to hold the cross. Nice shots though from Koki to take down all day G8. He's going to fly over towards him. And a big two-piece from Koki is just going to enable his team just to get that progress over towards the B point.
What a difficult two-piece that was as well. He's having to take a guy off like Palace Godheady, and he's having to take a guy close towards that B-long. So just an incredible set of kills, really, that allows his team to free up and push across to A. 2 full minutes of time without a tick over there. This is going to be very tricky, but I mean, Luke always appeared to be on the precipice of losing this. So whether Cannon can just push on and push over, apply a little bit more pressure, but they always seem to have a presence. Just when you think they're done, just when you think the team's wiped, they get a couple of picks, and that's going to be another one over towards middle, where all day GA just looks like he's going to control and just waiting for that player to push down long. In fact, he's decided to push through while all arrows look for that player towards back gas. It is going to be an easy pick in the end. Holmes with a big pick there, and no time on A at all. This is looking solid for Luke.
Yeah, Prom and Tones are having big map. Prom is 20 and 13. You guys can't see it, but Tones, I believe, is 18 and 11. So they are really putting the guys of Cannon in the blender just in terms of kills. But now number 3, Koki, can he make the play? No, he's unfortunately going to get shot in the back by all day G8. Now, a 3 life deficit. They're going to have to try and clear off a few players. There's one pick that comes through for Luke AFB. And the contest is not going to come through as... unfortunately, they don't seem to have a huge amount of map control. Nice kill, though, from Arsenal to take down Rishi Bobby. Again, you've still got a minute left on this, Pabs, but the time is just slowly whittling away. You've got all day GA holding the close left corner. The engagements are now going to ensue. Trades come through. They keep just replacing one man on the time, Pabs. They don't allow anyone to cross. And now, 45 seconds. This does not look good, and Tomes is on 5.
Right, this is clinical again. This is like the S&D. They've just been absolutely clinical about how they go about. They have players pushed up so they can get picks like that. They've got players close to the hill just in case anyone gets through. And they've got players watching the long areas. So it's really forcing Cannon to try and be as creative as possible and get around. And you can see all day GA looking to try and get picks. He's potentially going to get taken. No, it is going to be number 2 in Chiefs. He looks to play the clever route, looks to play the quiet route and get on board. But already there's a player in red on the zone looking to deal with him.
Oh, that should be a free pick. They're on. They've got to try and keep Cheeks alive here. He's getting battered left, right, and centre. All day GA flies around the corner. He gets one. The trade will come through again, though. So Hate is going to stop that timer at a most important time. It must be said, 8.8 seconds. All they've got to do is just clear them out. Tones is going to invest a streak, and now they're going to just cross over towards the point. Cannon AFB, they're down to 6 lives. The contest comes through. Can Hate hold strong? If one's going to do it, it's going to be him. He's actually putting shots into his teammate there, which isn't going to help them out a little bit. He's so weak. He needs to juggle his life. He stopped the time. The regen comes through. Nice team shots. Cannon AFB do not want to let go of this point. The second tick comes through. Double stacks in. Prom gets a pick, but there's still 2 players on it. I don't think they're going to be able to clear them off of it in the nick of time. And somehow Cannon AFB hold strong and take that point.
Oh, take a breather right there. Off the donut, back on the breadstick. 1 round deficit in is replaced. Incredible plays from Cannon, and the sheer amount of interactions they had to go through to get that. The level of defense, of suppression that Luke put them under, and they've managed to battle through. Major, that was almost a reverse style of performance with Luke AFB kind of measured, and Cannon being the scrappy team looking to try and slide in, get their bums round corners and get on the point. Again, it's going to be that player in Hate looking to go absolutely big, and now the onus is on Luke to repeat that attacking round that they did previous.
Oh man, well, look at them go. Everyone's on A, and nobody really on the side of Cannon is going to be here to make the play to try and contest this. Triple stacks in already. Wow, they need to be careful though, because Hate managed to slip the net. Are they going to be aware to it? Yes, they are. Prom has shut him down so many times this map. All they've got to do now is just watch each other's backs. They fly around the corner, and that is a very blue kill feed. But again, 2 ticks through, and that is looking like a really strong opening to this one, Pabs. It was looking doom and gloom for Cannon there, to be honest. I wasn't even sure if they were going to manage to take that one back.
Yeah, I think they've decided to change this up, because in the previous attacking round, they went straight back to A and just looked to get picks. But this time round, they've chosen to go to B, and they've let this team in Arsenal, they've let Cannon get back in behind them. This is going to be a very different game for for Luke AFB. We are going to be seeing a Game 5, and ticks are going to start to play that role, and how well Cannon have done to manage to see this over the bar. So real big plays for Cannon. I could see them potentially getting this defense if they can hold on to this huge B defense that needs to go down now.
Well, for all the madness, they managed to get all day GA on the A point, and it's done. So all they've got to do is take this B point. Not necessarily as easy, though, as people sometimes think on Invasion, it must be said. Especially considering all the priority is going to be down that B street. You've got to play it patient if you're Luke AFB. You've got to take a route. You can't just keep butting your head straight towards that tank over towards AS and D. So where do they decide to try and play it? Got height over towards construction. Nice shots, though, from Rishi Bobby. That opens it up a little bit for them. You still got to deal with two players, though, that are here. Tones trophy down over towards Digger, but nice shots there from Arsenal to take down one, and they are digging their feet in. 1 minute 15 remains. Rishi Bobby's pushed up, though. They don't manage to make the read that he is already there. But keep an eye on number 3, Koki, because he's probably going to play that pinch.
Yeah, I think he's going to look to just go around. I think he's going to wait for the player to drop and then potentially push. He has to go now, though, otherwise the player's going to be a little bit too far forward. Big kill going to go down there. It is going to be from puts Hate into the blender. He's going to get himself top, though, so he's going to have an opportunity to see players pushes down. This could be huge. He does get dropped. That could be a huge kill from Arsenal there, as that's going to put them back into the driving seat over towards this B zone. So again, it is going to be what you said they shouldn't do. Put heads, just drive straight down the throat. Unless they feel confident about getting their kills, that is not going to be the case. Tone just look to try and get in, not able to get that pick. In fact, it is going to be Prom who takes Arsenal down. Koki's read this perfectly, though, in dark, and then they managed to get 2 players onto the point, make that 3 players. This could be over for Cannon very, very quickly.
They've got to go quick. Oh no, Cheeks goes down, so that close contest is now completely gone. Hate's going to try and push his way through dark. Can he work some magic? It's only 1 for Hate. His teammates, though, are going big on the point. Arsenal gets 3 through all of that. It looked as though it was surely done for them, but it's not. Arsenal managing to prove his worth to the team right when it matters. 28 seconds remaining. You can see those red arrows desperately flooding across. Koki grabs the first pick. It will manage to be another pick for Rishi Bobby, and a big kill again from Arsenal right when they need him to come up huge for them. That's exactly what he does. You anticipate that trades are going to come through thick and fast now, though the Renetti spin from all day GA not necessarily going to be there. He's got to try and play his life here because his teammates are just working their way through the map, but unfortunately he goes down. They're all going to have to try and hit it from the front. Nothing comes of it, and we do get that round 5.
Well, now, what is our memory like? Can we remember the ticks? Who's going to be in defense and attack? We are back in this position. Have Cannon done enough to get themselves into that stronger position, or has Luke done enough to be able to maybe see this game out at a 3-0? We did say this could be the beginning of a reverse sweep, and I feel like if Cannon come out of this, there's 2 hugely quick maps coming into the end in that Vista hardpoint, and again, I think it's a Rio S&D at the end. Will be absolutely monumental for Cannon. We thought it was laughable at the start of the game, but this is on, boys. This is on.
Well, round 5, and Luke AFB are on the defense. So those early ticks in that first round have proven absolute dividends for them. So B push right off the rip here for Cannon. And number 3 and Koki should have a free pick in towards mid, and he does. So nice work there. It looks as though they're going to try and get this B progression done literally straight off the rip. But saying that, Pavs, the last time they did this, we saw Luke AFB hold that A point for pretty much the entirety of the round.
Yeah, they were very solid, but, well, I say solid, I'm lying. They were scrappy, very, very scrappy when it came to the defence. And it's when you've got Arsenal firing on all cylinders like that. 28 and 27 from Prom. We're seeing some big. Unfortunately, they're not reflected in the main stats. You guys look just below the name. You're going to see the actual KDs, some stellar performances coming out of these players. But 25 lives, plays 25. It is that B zone done. So maximum time for the boys of Cannon to see what they can do. But they've got to break through this scrappy kind of difficult team in Luke Air Force Base.
Well, Hate's all the way in the spawn, and he's managed to get a 7 streak through all of this, so they've got to deal with him in the back, and he is proving to be an absolute nightmare for them. I think Percy some bad timing, though. He should probably fall in the back of the spawn. Bones able to get a pick. They're still looking for Hate, who somehow manages to just completely worm away, and while he's in the back here, you can just see all the players from Luke AFB just second-guessing everything they're doing, making sure they don't get shot in the back, but they're getting killed around the point. And now, opportunity to maybe get this one, but nice work there from All Day GA. You might call it sweaty, I call it heads up. Just plays the corner, waits for Hate to push out rather than chasing him around the spawn. And that is just enabling them just to cement themselves on that A point and just get the setup going again.
Yeah, that's it. That's a really good opportunity for them to regain and regroup. And you can see that straight away. They get a nice pick. That's going to leave Rishi Bobby with an opportunity to get a pretty easy pick over towards this A/S&D site. And beautiful shot of the cruise. Looked like it was going up rather than down. It is not going to affect anyone. Yeah, just like, where's it going? Into space. Maybe it's space for space and we just don't know it. But again, yeah, just red arrows able to set up. Now, major time going to be a factor. 40 seconds. Only maybe 2 pushes if the team take it quick. With 15 lives, it is a risk.
Well, 30 seconds is the first pick. Not the ideal gun here for Cheeks to take this challenge. Hate, though, there's the first pick from the man you need it from. Arsenal grabs one as well. This is doable now. They've got to try and compose themselves. They've got to deal with number 8, and they do. Arsenal, he manages to get some big kills previously. He's able to do it again. Can he get another? Yes, he can. What a map so far from him. Tomes able to get the first pick, but you can see those players are drastically trying to get across. Number 3 in Koki's got a huge responsibility here of just getting the shots in those players crossing. Koki grabs one. Are the players weak? Tomes is in. The duel stacks in. Prom goes huge. Prom goes huge. He gets another pick. Is that going to be all she wrote? 12 seconds is all they need now just to hold on for. But who's coming in the front of the hill? It's going to be Hate. He can't win the gunfight. Luke AFB, courtesy of a huge moment there from Prom, is going to manage to hold on to this one. No time remaining. Everyone falls. Luke AFB, take it and progress.
Take a bow. The Scrapsters are in. There's 3,000-year-old players from Luke Air Force Base managed to get a 3-0. We did not see that coming with one of the closest hard points we've seen in a long time. A clinical S&D. And I don't know how you describe this affair on Invasion Control. Truly bonkers control play. Scrappy, surgical, everything that you could expect. But more importantly, they did it as a team and they've 3-0'd. And they're going to move on to face a Hill team whose confidence might be in the bin. It's going to be a very interesting game. Right now, you've got to say Luke are in the driving seat. But hats off for Cannon. A great first series that we were able to cast over them, but just not able to bring it in this game.
Yeah, commiserations there to Cannon. They were obviously in that top 4, so they have managed to qualify for that Continental US Championship. It will be unfortunate for them to bow out in this one. But yeah, as you mentioned, Pabs, Hill versus Luke. I mean, off the back of the series that Hill have just had, Luke might be thinking, right, okay, this is well within our rights to win. So what we'll do, guys, we'll throw it to a quick break. We'll get the teams ready. And when we come back, we will have that losers final between Hill AFB and Luke AFB. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. We're whittling it down little by little as the day goes on, and we're now down to 3 remaining teams. And our next series is going to be Hill AFB versus Luke AFB. And I mean, Zep, these guys aren't exactly going to be too unfamiliar with each other because they did actually have this matchup in winners bracket, didn't they? So yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup again for this one, because the way today's action's going, I wouldn't have assumed this winners bracket game went the way it did, to be honest, but here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at how the bracket is shaping up, how Hill managed to 3-0 Luke, they're against each other once again, as he said, but then seeing the way Buckley managed to absolutely dismantle Hill is making me really worried for just the rest of the competition that is left in this one. Buckley are really looking like the dominant team that could, you know, decimate any opposition they go up against. And, you know, I'm sure that's in the minds of Hill and Luke at the moment, but they got to put it to the back of the minds. They've got a big game coming up that they got to focus on, and who knows, maybe if they get to that grand final, they could catch Buckley on a bit of an off performance. But until then, they've got to go through each other, and I'm sure Luke could be looking to make up for maybe some mistakes they made earlier in the bracket.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the Hill AFB roster. Obviously, we know that Luke AFB roster pretty well, but this team that they're coming up against now going to consist of Zig, Slang, Bossman, and Masterful. And it was a bit of a strange one, Zep, obviously the one that you cast in that winners final. As you mentioned, we didn't probably get to see the best of this roster, because considering how quick the game was, and it just felt like it was over before it even started. So it might be a series now where, obviously off the back of a bit of a hit that they've taken, they're now going to have to try and pull out their mental from the mud and just try and regain and do what they know they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. We really didn't get the opportunity to see how they could perform in a scenario, because they were just kind of pushed to the brink quickly and never had a moment to kind of breathe and find themselves and get a couple of rounds and anything going. and from there maybe establish a bit of momentum or get a bit of map control. There was at no points where they seemed at all confident in what they were doing, other than maybe an invasion control, I believe it was, for one of the rounds. So they definitely have the chance to regain here and see themselves back into the grand final. But if you're the side of Luke, you've done a lot of hard work to graft through this losers bracket, and you'll be looking for revenge to get yourself into the grand final. You know, both of these teams have a lot to play for in terms of pride going into this one. It should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the four there: Tones, Jordan, or Prom in game as we've seen him, Rishi Bobby, who you guys will be seeing as Evan, and then All Day GA as well. They've had some big moments, they just seem like a team that manages to get the job done, don't they? It doesn't matter how much they're struggling. Even in a hard point, we saw a few times where they were getting battered in terms of slaying, but they were just still holding on. And then when you get the likes of Prom and you get the likes of Tones manage to kind of pick up the slaying ability, they really do make a difference. And as we look into kind of the map set that we are getting, we're getting another revisit, aren't we, of that 6-star hard point that they actually did get absolutely hammered on by Shriva. So this is going to be an opportunity for them to try and justify themselves on this map and this game mode once again.
Yeah, absolutely. A time to justify themselves, get back into it, and then, you know, from there looking at the rest of this series. Really interesting map selection on the overall, going into a Highrise S&D, a Karachi control. Again, two that we haven't really seen too much of, but if we make it as far as map 4 and 5, we do see a bit more of a familiar Vista hardpoint come out and a 6-star search and destroy. Those two maps seem to have certainly been making themselves more prevalent in terms of the general selection from players. But it's if we get that far, these teams of course have to get through the Highrise in Karachi first, and before even that, see how they can start on this 6-star. And we know what this map is like, we know how mixy it can get, we know how warm both of these teams need to be as they get started. So as we load into this map 1, let's see what they can bring to the table.
So Hill obviously going to be those blue arrows on the mini map, and Luke AFB going to be the red arrows. So let's see how this one unfolds between these both teams. Obviously strong starts, as you mentioned, they're very, very important on a 6-star. Luke AFB, they didn't start too difficult against the boys in that last series. The name escapes me. Shriva, sorry. When they played them, they did kind of keep toe to toe, and it was actually the latter portion of the map really that kind of fell away from them here. So they're going to look towards a lot of these players to kind of hold their own and try and at least keep the momentum going in this map. But saying that, Masterful's already on a 5 streak, so if you're a Luke AFB fan, you are starting to worry a little bit. You don't want to give away a cruise right off the rip. Somehow they managed to just about shut him down.
Yeah, great taking him out because he had a phenomenal start as Rishi comes in here to pick up a 2 and now get on the time again. Tit for tat, both of these teams answering each other. 14 against 15 on the score, counting up with the side of Luke as we get ready for P2, in which it does look like Hill have it locked down as they get good kills there and should be able to set themselves up well, losing some of that time, but so far a very even start.
Yeah, Rishi Bobby obviously going for the flank round the back, but he gets cut down, and they're already watching down these lanes, the front side of the hill. You've got Slang watching shallow as well, so it's going to be difficult here for Tones to try and make the play around the back. The comms, the players are going to be out towards the front, are going to be there, and that kill feed, wow, 8 combined between Bossman, Masterful, and Slang, make it 9 as Zig joins the party. And we are starting to see a very early lead start to form now from Hill AFB, courtesy off the back of some kills. And they are keeping Luke AFB so far away from even getting near the hill. And All Day GA is still awaiting his first kill.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a really clean hold here, it seems. And the scary thing is, again, we've seen it similarly in a 6-star previous that, you know, Hill are a team now at the moment that when they're getting kills, they are lighting up the kill feed almost completely blue. So they're getting a lot of clean time. It's not being really contested. When they get the wave of kills, they are keeping a solid 15-20 seconds from that. Now as the rotations come in, they actually may have won the spawns as they seem to be really forcing Prom out of that backside. He's completely pinned in and is going to be taken out. And that rotation almost looking a little too easy as they make their way over onto the point. And Luke AFB are in big trouble here. To lose a point like that where they should have had the rotations locked down, the alarm bells will be ringing. 84-24. This game is running away from them quickly.
Yeah, they need to at least take, you would say, around 20 seconds off this time. They do manage to get a pick courtesy of Tones, but Bossman is watching down this lane, might cut down another, and he does. Tones, although he gets one, his teammates all falling around him. Prom goes down as well, and that scrap time is going blue, and that lead for the boys in blue is being pushed out every single second. Bossman soaking up quite a large lion's share of that time, but Masterful and Slang also contributing. On the flip side, All Day GA still waiting his first second of time, but a big kill coming through from him there. Slowly starting to edge his way back in towards the game, but they're going to need it sooner rather than later, Zeb. You don't want this lead to be pushing 100 points.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a key hill now already. If Hill AFB come in and get a break, they will go over that 100-point lead going into the second half for hardpoint. If Luke can hold all of this, however, they are within touching distance of getting back into this game. So it is kind of a make or break Hill early doors. And, you know, you kind of alluded to it earlier. That's the first time that All Day GA has managed to get onto the point, and the kills have not been quite there as of yet. The momentum definitely favouring Hill, but Luke AFB, of course, will get warmer as this game goes on. They'll figure out the opposition, so Hill have to take as much of an advantage of this as they can and keep pushing forward, as Zig managed to go on a 7 streak there, I believe, and pick up that streak. Now 134 to 46, they eventually break in, and it looks like they'll be able to get this over the 100-point mark. It seems to be, even when Luke set themselves up with all the advantages, when they get themselves rotated and get set up, they're only able to hold Hill AFB off the point for so long, whereas when Hill gets set up on that rotation, for the most part, they're keeping it.
Yeah, and I think even though your fundamentals and your rotations can be on point, that's where eventually you just get heavily outweighed by kills. So Tones in towards mid, that's better. Him and Prom going to combine for 2. Slang though with an instant trade, and Bossman watching over him. He's going to grab another pick. It looks as though the last man anywhere near is going to be All Day GA, who's going to push through to P2 already, but they are just slowly getting picks here and there. Are Luke AFB, so it's not necessarily all doom and gloom, but they're going to have to try and convert some of this effort in towards time as well. As a good kill comes through. Slang though with 6, Slang with 7. He chews through 3 players in quick succession. He's now got a streak to work. Just when it was looking like there might be a slight sign of positivity for Luke AFB, they just unfortunately get blended.
Yeah, absolutely. It's already looking like it could be a case of Luke having to chalk this game off and merely play to get some kills and get some sort of momentum going for them going into the rest of this series, because if they can't pick up the kills and they can't pick up the points and this becomes an embarrassing loss with no positives going into map 2, it could be a very, very long day ahead. You have to give massive credit to Hill AFB. They've been consistent. They're playing well together. They're all going in little runs of Slang. About to hit the merciless 15 and 6. Somebody stop this man as he looks to continue this killing spree. Eventually gets taken out. A good run of kills from Luke, but I feel like everyone on the side of Hill AFB have just had their turns of going on runs of at least 5 or 6 kills and absolutely putting Luke AFB to bed.
Yeah, you know, it's not looking good if you've got a player on the other team dropping double digits in a streak on your head. The streak actually does, I believe, come down. It doesn't actually connect with anything. Zig, though, trying to make his trade. He's able to grab 1, and that's again another clean wipe. These boys are just so clinical. As you mentioned, Zeb, off the back of a 3-0 battering, you wouldn't have thought it, considering the way they are playing this hardpoint. Luke AFB, they are struggling to even approach the 100-point mark, let alone contest for this map. And it is all coming down to the slaying ability. You've got Bossman over double positive, Slang over double positive, Zig rocking a 1.6. You've got X-Masterful with a mediocre 10 and 11. But at the moment, with a 150-point mark, this hill is pretty much going to be make or break. If Luke AFB can't break, this one's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't look like they're going to get anywhere near it, Luke. They are completely stifled. And as you mentioned there, it is the kills that have been the night and day difference, really just the slaying power. And Luke have been allowing Hill to play like that, to be fair. They've been allowing them to get into positions where they can kind of play their game, get the kills in the way that they want. They haven't been taking more aggressive gunfights or hitting things together or just doing anything to stifle the momentum of Hill, but they're always putting themselves in positions where Hill are just able to go on a run in terms of how they're playing, whether it's individually or as players. They just haven't found a way to counteract Hill well, and you know, whether or not that's an issue of maybe Luke not being able to adjust to the game, or just give massive credit to Hill for their pure ability in being able to just keep doing what they're doing and have it working. But they're not going to win it off this point, but they're going to virtually have it done, as it looks like a 100-point comes in the cards.
And this is the thing now, they've whittled them down to the point where all they need is 1 break and a few seconds of scrap time. It's going to be so hard for Luke AFB. We've seen crazier things, but the way this map is going, if you're a betting man, you are putting it in the side of the boys who are in blue of colour. It is very much a one-sided game. It's a one-sided affair, and it's a one-sided map. Hill AFB 250 to 70 on the back of that map. It will show us 250. I mean, it was pretty much that anyway, to be honest. Unfortunately, the boys of Luke AFB just got nothing going, but credit where it's due. Hill AFB just didn't even let them leave spawn, it felt like at times. They got absolutely blended.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give so much credit to Hill AFB in the way that they played that, because we have seen already before where teams can be completely dominant in how they're playing and still maybe win 250 to 110, 120, because there's always going to be a point, you would think, for the most part, where, okay, we're going to give up 30, 40 seconds here and there. We're going to guarantee a set of rotations to make sure a game is done. The way that Hill played that was so sort of professional in the way that they went about it as well. It was systematic. They just stayed on every hill, made sure to lock down enough of the scrap while staying within touching distance for a successful rotation to not only be able to get there, but to be able to trade out each other's kills and maybe have someone go around for a spawn in a moment where they wouldn't have it. So it was just perfection all around, both on an individual and on a team level, especially when it comes down to that communication to make sure everyone's in the right places at the right times, to make sure that Luke AFB just weren't able to get a sniff. I mean, 70 points, it's just a hill and a bit, really. Yeah. So they were living off barely any scrap time, which, as I was saying before, even as a really, really strong team, it's hard to keep other teams that dormant.
Yeah, and we'll see the highlights here. For the most part, it will probably be blue in the kill feed for most of these as we look towards our second map on this one. So yeah, 250 to 70. If you guys did miss it, don't worry, it was a very quick occasion anyway. But now looking onto the high-rise search and destroy. But then again, Zep, we go back to what we've seen kind of Luke AFB traditionally doing, not necessarily looking great in a map 1 and then somehow looking good in a map 2. When they placed Shiva, they dropped map 1, not obviously a heavy defeat. I think it was 251-38 that they lost in that map 1 on 6-star, but then they looked good on the search and destroy and they managed to take it 6-2. So although it's a bit of a brutal one for them, again, don't want to count them out just yet because you could just see them pinch a map.
Yeah, you can't count them out, but I think relying on those types of playstyles and tactics can only take you so far. That kind of regain on the map 2 and take a series all the way mentality, it's definitely good to have in the locker, but it's very tiring. And you're also going on to a high-rise search and destroy for this map 2, where it very much rewards the team who's feeling dominant in their gun skill at the moment, because power positions are key on this map. So things aren't looking good for Luke, but you're right, if there's anywhere that they can pull it back, they'll be looking to pull it back on this search and destroy.
So the boys of Hill AFB going to be on the offense first here on high-rise. Those ARs are going to be all important. Slang straight off the top right, no hesitation. Able to get the first pick there onto Promer Man, who's been so prominent for them. And he unfortunately goes down. Very, very aggressive though, just running straight towards all day GA. And Masterful is going to grab a pick himself. So now 2 plays 3. And unfortunately, Boss Man goes down. So Luke AFB just demonstrating why you don't necessarily want to just run at their gamer tags every time you do see them. Zig though, going to get an all-important pick. Now all day GA needs the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, a massive moment already for this first round. I mean, Luke AFB, to be fair, could be using something. Could be using something like this, if I can finally get my words out. They need a moment where they can win a 2v1 and get a bit of momentum going for themselves, where when their backs are against the wall, they can pull a play out of the bag. And doing the first part right, but needing to get the second kill. Now 38 seconds left on the clock. It's up to Zig versus All Day GA, who comes out on top.
Well, Zig not got the ideal gun for this. All Day GA is playing this so slowly, it must be said. He's literally waiting over towards that back shack area. I'm not quite sure on the route, on the timing on this one, because he's unfortunately going to find himself in probably a lesser off spot here, because he's going to have to try and defuse the bomb here. He's just waiting for anything. Has he spotted Zig in towards elevator? I don't think he has, because he's still paranoid around the back. Is he going to win the gunfight? No, Zig shuts him down, and a little bit of extra je ne sais quoi on top as he'll take the first round.
I mean, potentially it was a good play there. Very weird angle to watch over towards that A side for so long, over towards, you know, Heli, but also taking into account that Zig had the sub, maybe he was reading the fact that he might be trying to come round onto a flank position, play the tight corners and play to be shooting him in the back. But ultimately 1v1, if you're going sitting and being that passive when you need to defuse the bomb, you are playing into a bit of luck if you're not trying to search for that kill, and it didn't pay off for them in that moment. But doing a great job, Zig, just to run down that clock, not getting too overzealous, just playing underneath the bomb and then around it towards elevators to secure that round.
Oh. First round on the board there for Hilt. Luke now on the offense. And it's a very slow offensive push, saying that the number 8 Prom has gone straight over towards the lower side of the map. There should be a free pick. There he is, able to get one. Can he get away with his life, though? He does. He manages to just slip away in the spawn. Meanwhile, All Day GA is able to get a pick as well. So 2 versus 4 already. Hill AFB on the back foot. Timing for planting the bomb. Is it going to be good? No, it's not. All of a sudden, 2 kills go straight back for the team in blue. And now it's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, they've taken this round back very well, but still a lot to do. 45 seconds on the clock in the 2v2. That bomb dropped in a precarious position, and Hill are going to have to try make a move on this site. Meanwhile, you do look at this kind of pinch angle that's coming in from all day GA, and then you're going to have that top propane watched as well by Tones. They're setting up well to watch this B side. LAFB are going to need to get a good pick. But they're trying to make their way around and do something. Tones does pick up the bomb. We're going to nearly get taken out. That one was so close. I don't know how Tones is still up, but they know that bomb is probably towards B, and Luke AFB are going to have a very tough time of it here.
All day GA has to try and keep his teammate alive here. Shots in, nice team shots to take down Masterful. So now it's all on Slang for the 1 versus 2. Just waiting, top propane. One man underneath him is going to be Tones. He's just waiting for that first pick. Spots all day GA though. The shot's crisp enough, not quite enough to get the kill. And now there's all the information that Tones needs. There's the whereabouts of Slang. Is he going to fly in towards elevator? He's not going to check it. Shots in the back, surely dead to rights at this stage. And he will be killed. So Luke able to take a round, and an important round as well, Zep, just to get them on the board, stop the nerves from kicking in potentially this one. And it's a very important round for them.
Yeah, a massive round that kind of dragged out a little bit slowly as well, so the fact that it went in their way will be a huge sigh of relief, and credit to Tones as well, you know, just keeping his position concealed, knowing that under that elevator would be massive, playing off the information his teammate would have gotten from that gunfight. And you know, if Slang had gotten that kill and you go into a 1v1, it probably would have been a very different scenario, but Slang obviously having the focus on maybe getting flanked or getting pushed from that helicopter side, just paid no heed to the elevator beneath them and got taken out because of that. Great round from Luke.
Oh. A is looking very overrun with AFC players. We're saying that bottom mid. Oh no, that's not ideal. I'm not sure if it was Zig that managed to put the bullets through Bossman's head, and then it was Rishi Bobby able just to clear up the pieces there in that one. Not an ideal set of gunfights. But Slang again able to grab a couple of picks. So Masterful now only needs a 1 versus 2 as opposed to a 1 versus 4. Do get information on his whereabouts. Nice shots though from range from top propane. And Luke AFB, they just seem to whittle away rounds, and they do it again there. 2-1 up now. They take the lead.
Definitely showing that they're way more confident, should I say, on a search and destroy. I mean, we're seeing complete parallels here. I thought, you know, a Highrise search and destroy, whatever about their prowess in search and destroy, Highrise can be a punishing map. Especially after playing that 6-star hardpoint, you'd think they would have been a little bit damaged in terms of their momentum, but they dropped that first round, but they've come in, won some hard-fought rounds, and now gotten themselves back into the lead going into round number 4. But whether or not they can keep this up, or if Hill AFB have any tricks they could pull out, any plays that could be brought to the table, this is where the tactics come into it. Which team is going to be able to alter the best to what their oppositions bring into them? I suppose we'll see here in this round.
All day GA's been spotted 100% Bossman with the jump check. Yep, he knows he's there. He's going to fly out. This should be a pick, and it is unfortunately there. But all day GA, it's the awareness there for Bossman just to check that lower run. And he's able to get the first pick. So next gunfight again goes in their favour off screen. Slang able to take down Prom. So it looks like a much more regimented round here from Hill AFB. Just not giving Luke anything to work with, and it will be another pick. It's looking like an absolutely clinical round here. Tones is going to be the last one up. He goes down as well, and Hill with a pretty much textbook round on how to take that one. Zep, really clean work from them.
Yeah, great round from them, and a great way to answer back. You know, very much a tit-for-tat affair, I believe we're seeing at the moment. You know, these two teams are very much having the read of each other, adjusting well, and then giving it back to them in the following round. And it's kind of nice to see that. It's nice to see teams, you know, you can tell that they're actively figuring each other out and how these rounds are going. And, you know, you would say the advantage is towards Luke now. If they can keep going at this in the way it has been going, they'll keep just keeping that lead. And it is up to Hill now to chain a few rounds in a row if they want to come away with this. But if they do, they're setting themselves up in a great position to do this in a map 3. So Luke are going to want to make sure they get some momentum here and take a few rounds themselves.
There's a lot of players staring down B long. Number 1 on the minimap in Zig is going to be just playing underneath, and I think Bossman's going to be doing the same as well. So they're just going to actually pass straight by each other. Information though for Prom, he's able to take down Zig, and they will manage to drop Bossman as well. So the bomb again has been dropped in a really awkward spot. Masterful now needs the 1 versus 4. And on Highrise, it is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Is Prom going to check these heli steps? He's going to fly straight past him. There's one for him. Ooh, okay, Masterful gets 2. He's able to get away with his life, and now this round suddenly becomes doable.
Yeah, massive 2 kills there. Fantastic read. And what a great chance doing something here. Did he get the spot top propane? I think he might have only able to take a few shots. Masterful's in a terrific position here to at least do some damage to the mental of Luke AFB. I mean, look, if you're in a 1v4 and you drop to at least a 1v1, that's going to have you having a few question marks of what's going on in the team as a unit. A massive moment here.
Oh my god.
Getting the one. 15 seconds left to go. This could be massive.
Whoa. Round and round they go. Rishi Bobby knows his rough whereabouts. Oh, I think he's going to get caught out with the bomb. His efforts, unfortunately, are going to come to absolutely nothing, where with the timer just forces his hand. Unfortunately, there for Masterful, so close to getting the 1 versus 4. Like you mentioned, Zep, if they drop that round there, Luke AFB, they're going to be in the mud, and you probably are going to start pointing fingers at who shouldn't have really given their life away that necessarily easy. Big 2-piece off the start, but so close, but unfortunately not going to be close enough.
Yeah, absolutely, so close yet so far. Masterful did everything he could, but just couldn't quite get over the line with that one. And I wonder maybe if already finger pointing would be happening in that instance. The drop down to a 1v1 in that scenario, it proves that something isn't quite working right, and that Hill can still be really dangerous if afforded the opportunity. So they need to lock up a little bit, Luke, here, and make sure they play together as a unit.
Masterful is putting on an absolute spectacle at the moment. It must be said, he's picking them off left, right and centre. Nice shots from Slang as well to take down Prom. The ability of this Hill AFB team is there for all to see. It's just a case of whether they stop themselves from becoming complacent. Nice shots from Zig. Every single pick coming through. All day GA now. He needs the 1 versus 4. Going to be a tough ask up against the likes of Zig and Masterful. Masterful currently 6 and 4. Likewise is all day GA. But the info of his whereabouts is there. The shots come through and he'll take that round.
It's been a really entertaining game of Search and Destroy so far between these two teams, because I think every round it feels like it really can go either way, and there's absolutely no way to be able to tell, you know, who's got the upper hand. I mean, you would argue sometimes that, you know, Luke are looking like the better team in the way that they're beginning to pull things back or sort of find a bit of Search and Destroy form that we've seen from them already today. But then look at the side of Hill, sometimes they just all of a sudden switch it up and win a round with confidence. So genuinely is going either way every single round, and as we're reaching kind of the second half of this Search and Destroy, neither team seems willing to give an edge.
Well, what the Hill AFB try to opt to do this time? Prom's managed to get himself all the way down B Street here, which is going to be a bit of a blessing in disguise if he's able to keep this. 1 pick comes through. Slang unfortunately goes down courtesy of the shots straight in the rear end there from Prom. 2 versus 3. Russell still has the bomb. Only gets a lot of information there. Prom tries to stay alive, but the wall bang comes through. Nothing really much he can do about that one. And now Tones with it all to do, saying that. Nice shots there from Tone to take down another person. So now 1 versus 1 up against Zig. The regen will come through. And now it's just a case of who blinks first. Obviously, Zig's got to retrieve the bomb and he's got to plant it. And it looks as though they might meet over towards this helipad side.
Yeah, big gunfight coming up here. And again, it was interesting why the peak came onto Tones there. Should have played together as a unit to see the round out, and Tones is going to get that kill as well. And, you know, I'd almost argue that Hill AFB handed that round there to Luke Tones. They had the information of where he was over on top propane. I believe it was a 1v2 scenario at that point. There was no need to chat that gunfight singularly. Just link up with your teammate and see that round through. Instead of leaving a 1v1, leave your teammate in a 1v1 scenarios. The little mistakes you can't be affording at this level, at this stage, especially when a game is this close.
Yeah, big rounds there from Tones. 3 in that round. And it will now be an opportunity for Luke AFB just to push this score line out a little bit further. Again, we haven't really seen much in the way of distance between these two teams as we see that 1 round deficit reinstated. But Slang with another first pick. The AFB have done a really good job of getting first bloods here. It's just a case of Luke AFB being able to reply with picks themselves. From just watching over towards that heli step area. See if he can catch anyone on the cross, or Bossman over towards the bottom side of blue. Oh man, he's got some really good timing here as all day GA able to get 1 pick. They're still on the hunt for him down here. Slang, you can see, trying to find his whereabouts. Masterful though sniffs him out. Tones now needs to do it all again with the 1 versus 3 this time.
Yeah, I did it once, but doing it again, that's the big question. And they know he's in the spawn. He is so trapped here. Hill AFB in the last couple of rounds in terms of overall momentum seem to have been pulling it together a little more, but mind you, Tones absolutely setting the tone, would you say, for Luke in terms of trying to keep them in it. Now getting a 2v1, but again, so much information for the side of Hill. They can run down this clock. Tones does manage to get out, and Hill are very split from each other at this moment, which has given Tones sort of an opportunity to get through the middle, but ultimately so hard to plant on this map, especially in a 2v1 scenario. So it's going to have to go huge here towards the A bomb.
Oh, they've stun checked him as well. I'm surprised he didn't go for the plant there. The opportunity was there. He's not going to be able to do it now, and he will get taken down. So Hill there with a big round. It looked as though it might be potentially doable again for Tones off the back of a really strong round where he was able to clutch up. He got very, very close, it must be said. Nice shots there from Slang. He's having a map, by the way, 10 and 6 out of him as his team now tie it back up once again. And at the moment, I mean, do you even try and separate these guys? They just keep trading blow for blow. We're tied up again at 4 apiece, and it doesn't seem as though anyone's really taken this game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, it's going right down to the wire, isn't it? And I mean, it's these offensive rounds that I think are proving a little more difficult. So I think it's whoever can pick up one of these first that might just have the edge. Hill, massive round for them. And, you know, Luke looking to try and hold out in this defense, but Zeke getting a big first blood. And I think if Hill AFB can play together and play for the kills, that could be the difference maker for them in this offensive round, as they already make it a 4v2, get onto site to get this bomb down. And that's a big kill from Wishy, but there's a lot to do now with that bomb down in a 3v2.
Pick's huge. Next pick's huge. All day GA's able to get it. So now 2 versus 2. Slang, though, with a really big pick. He finds himself on a 5 streak now at 12 and 6. And they do manage to take down that last man. So Hill, back-to-back rounds, is going to now put them on the precipice of going 2-0 up in this series. And more importantly, they're so close to taking a search and destroy off of this Luke AFB team, who I believe have not dropped the search all day today. So this will be a huge kick in the teeth for them if they're not able to regain something here and try and turn around the series.
Completely right. And then on top of that, Slang has just gotten himself a cruise missile, so it could be all done here for the side of Luke. Even if they don't get a kill with that, it will be able to get a lot of information if they call that one in, which will keep Luke pinned really far back or even clear a sight. I mean, there's so much you can do with a cruise missile on this map that's so beneficial. So Luke are going to really have to pull something out of the bag now as we're in this round 10.
Got a lot of presence up towards this shack area of the map. Tones gets the first blood this time, but there's the streak. Slang invests it. Or Masterful, does he know that Essence is round this corner? Apologies, or Rishi Bobby round the corner. Just waiting. He might get 2 here if they both fly out on him, because I don't think they realise that he's just laying prone towards bottom blue here. If they slow peek it, there's probably going to be curtains for at least one of them. Out they fly. Oh, he shoots as well, so he gives away his position, and now the chase is on. 2 players. The reach out, though, flies around the corner. Masterful, absolutely exemplary again as he gets the second. And All Day GA now has it all to do. He's able to get the first pick. The damage there from Masterful was absolutely impeccable.
Oh. And that is it. I thought the bait and switch was going to be the end of Masterful, but he played his life, dare I say, masterfully, and managed to come around and get that massive kill. The 2 kills, actually, and Hill deservedly winning that, I believe, in the last few rounds. But man, what a map we just watched.
Oh, that is the problem now for Luke AFB. They came off the back of a battering in that respawn. They've now dropped the search and destroy. Slang went 15 and 6, by the way. That is the correct stat, with 14 non-traded kills and a 7 streak. So it was almost like he was playing respawn, to be honest. But man, what a map from him and his boys. To take one off of Luke AFB, that is not exactly the easiest thing to do, as a lot of teams have now demonstrated. And we'll see the highlights of some of these, but most of them will probably be Slang, to be honest, because what a map from him.
Absolutely. I mean, Slang is having one hell of a series. He went absolutely huge there for Hill AFB. And I mean, we were talking about that series, you know, it was very back and forth. It was going tit for tat, and you just needed that moment. And I think all of these games, unless they go to a round 11, need a moment where a player just kind of steps that little level above and is able to get that extra kill and play their life and chain something together. And that was Slang in the end. I mean, we had Masterful come out with moments, but ultimately Slang getting himself in a position to get that streak, which got them a lot of information that round and ultimately got them a kill that counteracted that first blood and made it a 3v3 scenario, which, you know, look, you'd like to be able to use your streak to go a man up, but if you can save a round and then go on from there and do something massive, that is big in of itself. So you have to give credit to Hill for just having that little bit extra towards the real crunch time of a map where it's necessary, because it doesn't matter how good you start, it's how good you finish. And Hill managing to do a job against Luke, or leaving Luke a very tough job going into map 3.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to regain. They will have a slight break to be able to do it, guys. We are going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have that Karachi control for map 3 here between Luke AFB and Hill AFB. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. It is now do or die for Luke AFB. They've dropped map 1, they've dropped map 2. Their first search and destroy, actually, of the day from what we've seen, Zep. So they're right up against the ropes now. They've got to do the full reverse sweep, and it's going to start on a Karachi control, going into a respawn where, let's be brutally honest, the first respawn wasn't great. 250 to 70. They were on the back end of an absolute hammering. Now they're going to have to try and regain here on a Karachi control, which, to be honest, we've not seen them play so far, so it'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, we haven't seen them play, but it's one of those maps I do feel like it really punishes you if you can't pick up the kills, particularly on defense. I mean, on so many of the other control maps, we really do value kind of having that defensive round and knowing that can be one that you can win. But I mean, in this map, A is virtually always going to go, and if you're on the defense and you cannot quite pick up your kills, if you get pushed any way in towards your spawn on that B side over that hop wall, then you are finished. There is no way you're getting towards that site. So it's actually the defense in this round that can be really punishing, and it's on offense you need to make sure to try and get a wave of kills, which, you know, Hill already proved on the respawn that they were really good at getting consistent wave of kills. So the way that this series has panned out so far, everything is screaming that this one is going to go to Hill, but we've seen Luke pull it out of the bag before with search and destroys. Maybe they've got one more trick up their sleeve when it comes to a control as we get into this map 3.
Yeah, it's just about kind of trying to nullify the threat, I think, of this Hill AFB team. We saw Slang have an incredible search and destroy, but as a roster, as a 4, they just seem so good across all 4 of them. When they played the likes of Cannon, so you had Hate, who was kind of like the big hitter for the team, and the likes of Promenade were able to kind of keep him quiet and nullify him a little bit. But this Hill AFB roster, they've got talent in abundance, it seems, especially on some of these respawns. And this man on the screen here in Masterful had a big couple of moments in the search and destroy. So as you mentioned, the defensive side, they're going to have to be careful. Obviously, they're on the defense right off the rip of this, and the last thing they are going to want is to be put in the blender and their mental straight in the mud.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was big gunfights already happening over towards B, where it does look like Luke were able to rotate and sort of nullify that threat quickly. But in the meantime, this A side is going to look virtually gone, and Hill are playing this really well so far in terms of picking up kills, getting into the power areas and kind of getting that map control as they'll be setting themselves up for a B push. But Tones, as we just see in the back of the spawn, taking out Bossman in what would have been a massive gunfight. And they're holding on when it comes to this B. We know it all comes down to that B, but for the moment, 25 v 24, pretty even affair. But Hill, they are enclosing around this side quickly.
Yeah, and the thing is, they've got to jump over that back alley area. Bossman's able to take down all day GA. You've got Slang here just watching over those players, looking to try and get across over towards Yellow Alley. And now this is the difficulty. 2 players have managed to cross the points. They've done the hardest bit. Now they've just got to try and get rid of these players out of the power position. You've got to get rid of Slang over towards the top side of AC. One pick comes through, though, for Zig, and he absolutely chews through both of those Luke AFB players. He's on the point. The damage might potentially be done. The double stack is in, and now look at Luke AFB scrambling just to try and even contest this.
I mean, it's exactly what we were saying. You just lose one wave of gunfight and it's game, set, and match on the round. I mean, Luke, they're trying to flank around from top red, but it should all be in vain as the triple stack is in. And Hill, I hate to say it, but they took that round with ease.
Yeah, that wasn't even close, to be honest. That A point seemed to go uncontested. CAF just, well, they got a couple of kills, and then the big 2-piece from Zig again as a team for having moments of being able to get 2 pieces and 3 pieces. It just feels as though every single player across this roster is able to do it, and unfortunately for Luke AFB, they just seem to be struggling with keeping up with the pace that they are setting. Slang on a 5 streak, 1 off of a cruise. If he gets a cruise and potentially Zig gets one as well, he's only 2 off. It might already be curtains before it feels like the map started.
Yeah, absolutely, because I mean, those streaks can potentially be get out of jail free cards when it comes to playing the defense, which, you know, will end up probably being the harder side for them. So if they can see themselves through this defensive round, it could be all game, set, and match. But did I just see all day GA shooting some bodies? I think we caught the back end of some body shots there. Well, I mean, all I'm going to say, if he was as accurate as that, and the players that are still alive, Luke AFB might be putting in a slightly better performance here. But to be fair to them, they are holding out, but so far not getting onto the points.
Yeah, there might be a few question marks from the Hill AFB players who are getting their bodies shot, thinking, hang on a minute, am I in the same game here? Because they have just been on the receiving end of an absolute smacking in the opening round. But I'll tell you what, if you're looking to ruffle a few feathers and try and ruin the mental of Hill AFB, fair enough, have a go. Zig going to be watching the crossover towards the B point. He knows that one player is going to be hit, called AGA around the back. And if it was Zig that got the body shots last time, I would anticipate that he's probably going to be on the receiving end of some as well. Shots go in, and there you go. There's the pick to clear off that B point. So no progression comes through. More importantly, something that nothing at A either. That time is completely running away from them. Slang gets another pick. T now finds himself 9 and 4. Oh, there you go. There's a little bit of return to sender.
Yeah, I mean, 24 to 20, 24 seconds left on the clock. Finally, Luke AFB make their way towards that sort of conceding that they have to play towards that point, though, but maybe too little too late, as Bossman now in a killing spree of 5, Slang not too far behind him with 3. He's got the point clear. GA once again shooting bodies. I think that's what they're resorting to now, because ultimately they realized that maybe the efforts that they would make would be in vain, as it's 23 to 14, not a tick on a point. Time has run out. Slang on the 5 streak, and everything points to Hill AFB wrapping this up in just one more round.
Yeah, it seems like such a crashing shame for Luke AFB to be thrown around like this. The way it's been going for them today, they've had moments where they've been able to clutch up. But it just looks as though this Hill AFB team is just too much for them in respawns. I don't know whether their heads have completely gone, because we're seeing body shots, I think, after every single kill. But Hill AFB, they're well within their rights to kind of flaunt it a little bit, because in this map especially, it has been all them. You've got the likes of Rishi Bobby struggling 2 and 9. There's not a single player on Luke AFB currently positive. And now, unfortunately, Zep, they're going into a round where they're on the defense. And as you mentioned, it's not really the preferred side.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to go huge. And look, we've seen stranger things. They absolutely could do something here to pull a round back, maybe switch that momentum, but it'd be a very difficult thing to ask for. I mean, Rishi now in shooting some bodies. I mean, accurate shots on the bodies, to say these. And the teabag as well. My God. All composure has gone out the window here, as Hill AFB, look what you've done to Luke. Look what they're resorting to now because of you. Shame on you.
It's just, oh no, 2 bags, body shooting, the worst. But we needed storylines, we've got some now. The main storyline at the moment, though, at least in this map, is that Hill AFB, they are charging through to a map win here. It's all going down in mid. Nice couple of kills coming through from Prom, so a little bit of redemption, but it's just players lighting up other players in spawns, and everyone's running everywhere. I think Luke AFB have just resigned to the fact that they are not going through to this grand final, which is a crashing shame considering the way they have handled themselves today. But it looks as though Hill AFB have decided, no, boys, this is where your tournament ends, and we're just going to fly through to that grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Luke AFB, I think they've done more damage to dead bodies now in this game than they have done to the players that have been left standing, which, again, as you're saying, is such a shame, because we have seen them so many times really kind of pin teams back and put them against the table and make them have to change their play or pull something out of the bag to answer back. But Hill just really have seen on another level as the streak comes in, gets 1, gets 2, and the 3, and 23 to 15 now. That B point, or A point, is gone. B point's about to go any second now, prolonging the inevitable, you'd argue, as this point is nearly up. There it goes, it's gone. I mean, congratulations Hill, commiserations to Luke. I mean, I think Luke absolutely tried their best throughout that series, but I think we knew once that search and destroy went that their trump card did not turn out right for them, and yeah, that control, I don't think it could have gone any worse.
Yeah, I think if we see a different search and destroy where they tie it up and maybe a strong start to the control, then maybe the composure might not have been as lost as it was in that map, because it was a bit of a wild one, it must be said, from their side. But yeah, commiserations there. The guys of Luke AFB, they've got some brilliant maps and some brilliant series for us this evening, but unfortunately that will be where their tournament will end. And unfortunately, Zep, it was on the back of yeah, a bit of a battering, to be honest. There was Hill AFB kill feeds pretty much throughout every single respawn in that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what really scares me about this was seeing how strong Hill played there and how nullified they were in their previous game against people that were able to be playing now in the grand finals. Buckley, I mean, they were absolutely decimated by Buckley, I would argue, and now having to go in against them, it really just kind of showcase the levels and the differences between these teams. And Yeah, it's just going to be a super fascinating game to go into. I mean, have they learned from the mistakes, Hill, and they're setting themselves up to give us a really entertaining grand final, or are we just seeing how far ahead Buckley are from the rest of the competition, given what they could do to Hill?
Yeah. Well, we are going to have that rematch of the winners final in our grand finals between Buckley SFB and Hill AFB. We'll throw it to a quick break. We'll bring Pablo back in for that grand final. So don't go anywhere, guys. Grab some food. It might be an interesting one for this grand final. We might see a regain. And we'll throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we will have that grand final.
Welcome back to the Air Force Game and Western Regional Esports Invitational. If you wonder why I'm not looking at the camera, it's because I have to read that out because my memory is faded from an incredible day of Call of Duty. And how have we got back to the winners final? A performance that was either so amazing by Buckley or so terrible by Hill that we thought that Hill were going to struggle in the rest of the game. But what do we know? We are just mere commentators in this field. Hill have made it back and in style. So what do you expect from this grand final? Incredible day of Call of Duty that we've had.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. What do we know? Those who can't do teach, those who don't teach talk about it. And you know, we're sitting here thinking, what the hell are Buckley able to do if Hill were able to do so well in that previous series, given what Buckley did to Hill? I mean, it boggles the mind, to be honest. I felt like I was watching two different teams. When we seen that previous game, we've seen what Hill could do when they have room to play, which I think will be the biggest difference maker going in now to this. Have they learned from their mistakes? They've got a bit of momentum from playing a really good series, so now are not only able to play well when they have things going right for them, but are maybe a little better set now to actually get things going well from them off the bat to begin with. I suppose we'll wait and see as we're going to be getting into this grand final series.
Absolutely. In fact, on your screen right now is the team of Hill, Zigslang, the Bossman and Masterful, still sporting that beautiful mustache. Let's go. And only the Air Force can pull this off. But yeah, I mean, they've gone from the ridiculous to the sublime. They made Luke look absolute amateurs and at times just lights out performances. And in fact, in the chat, just talking about how well Masterful played in the games and in the series. So a big opportunity for them really to strike a psychological blow at Buckley. You know, we've seen them play. We've got Itama, we've got Kabase. I don't think Revenge is playing. He's at someone's wedding. I think it's his brother's wedding. And Hale, I actually can't remember the third player because I'm a moron. But yeah, and you know, they at times were incredible as well, putting up some big numbers. But this is Hill's opportunity to strike back, to show that they can play against this team and not only play but win. We're expecting hopefully a better game than the winners final, because to all intents and purposes it was a very one-sided competition. I'm hoping that they can do more. If you're Hill going into this game, Zep, what is the mindset? What's the team talk like?
I think the mindset is that you go in and you think that this is a fresh series, right? And ultimately, you know, looking at how a game could pan out, Hill have already seen what Buckley could bring to the table. They already know what it feels like to essentially get slapped. Like, they know what it feels like when everything's going wrong, when Buckley are at their best, when they just can't take it to them. But Hill have never shown Buckley yet what they can do. They never got the opportunity to pull that out against them and really pose a dangerous threat to Buckley. So Buckley still have things to be cautious of, and that's something, you know, as players you can get into your own head about. And I remember, you know, when we were watching that game, you had Hale, who was being incredibly aggressive, which could be counteracted quite easily, you know, kind of capitalizing on some of that complacency. And I think Vista Hardpoint is a very good map for map number 1 to get in and sort of make that statement in that you're changing how you're going to play, because you can go in, you can start picking up some more kills, you can play for those spawns a little more and kind of make that statement that we have changed how we're going to play, and this is not going to be nearly as easy for you as you'd think.
Yeah, I think for Vista, as your starting blocks, it's a high interaction, high octane map, but it does afford you the opportunity, you know, if you are going to lose in the Hill, you've got that opportunity, a quick rotation, get yourself set up, and we can see this back and forth. So I'm expecting a much better performance from Hill in this series, particularly starting on this map, which is going to be explosive. Then we have back-to-back invasion, the theme of the day almost, Seth. We've seen a ton of back-to-back invasion. It does seem to be the kind of preferred choice of the Air Force and Space Force boys. You know, we see a lot of Karachi over here in the EU. We know that in EU challenges we see a ton of Karachi, but his preference still being for invasion. It slows the pace down. It's a lot more pragmatic, and there's a lot more strategy required, which I guess plays into the hands of the armed forces.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looking at the side of for invasion as a map, you're just kind of picking that to try and nullify some of the sub work. And I'd be curious, you know, looking at the ins and outs of how the map bans went, because I think there would be the mentality of nullifying Hale, because we have seen how Hale could do in terms of being really aggressive and pushing forward. In invasion, you can't quite do that as much unless you really play around the center part of the map. It relies on more AR control. So it does give them more of a chance to try and just sit back, hold off, control the game, slow the pace down. And again, you know, we keep talking about it, giving Hill a chance to play how they want to play. And if a game goes too fast, gets too frantic, they never get the opportunity to show it. These maps go for them as quick as they did the last time. So the fact that we have slower maps could play into their hands.
It's really interesting you talk about the map picks, but obviously we had the winners final. We played this very game. We're expecting it to be different. But the previous, again, Buckley complete ban on Karachi. They did that in the winners final, and they did that here. And you would wish that Hill recognising that they would have maybe tried to nullify that and get it involved in some way. But again, it depends on the picks, I suppose. But just crazy that they weren't able to read that, go back to the vetoes and just see if there was a way that they could do exactly what you've just said. But we are going to be heading into the map one very soon, Vista. I'm not gonna put you on the spot, mate. I'm not gonna ask you to plant a flag. But you know, the previous game, Buckley absolutely dominated. Is that going to happen again?
I think it's very much on the cards. I think Hill need to come out quick and not let Buckley get any momentum. Against so much easier said than done. I think you kind of got to do to Buckley what they have normally been doing to the opposition, whereas it's just kind of stunning them and then not letting them kind of have that opportunity to kind of get into the rhythm of the game and giving them an opportunity to breathe. But I mean, already it's not looking like that's going to be the case if Buckley has come in and virtually clean sweeps on the Hill, Zig answering back, but in that kill feed going mostly blue and that time going all the way towards Buckley.
Mate, I've got to apologise to Medicated Goblin. How in the world do you forget what a tremendous net game attack like that? But yeah, Medicated Goblin was someone who was putting absolutely bullets into Hill in the previous winners final, but it was Hale with that incredible 7-piece in what I think it was an invasion control. He just absolutely dominated. But Hill just still struggling to get onto the point at all. This is, again, just night and day compared to the previous game. And Buckley already putting them to the cosh, 47-0. And the bullets are going into the bodies. This is personal right now. Hale finally gets dropped. 0 seconds on the point for Hill. Can they come back?
I mean, Hale is just on another planet as a player, honestly. Everything that I'm watching him doing, it's just perfection in every sense of the word. This guy is running, this guy is gunning, and no one seems to be able to stop him. 59-1 as he pushes through the spawns. I mean, can we just keep Hale calm? Sorry, let's just keep it here. We'll stay here till he dies. Well, we could be here a very, very long time if we do that. I mean, talk about a player who's controlling the pace for his team and managing to play with his life there immaculately. Like, he just, except for then, can't be stopped really, because as we just said there, not only is he picking up the kills, but in situations where he knows he's going to be outmanned, outgunned, he's getting out with his life and then just picking up another power point to cause an issue for the opposition. So he doesn't even need to reset on a death. He just picks up somewhere new and goes again.
I don't think he likes to take 50-50 gunfights. I think he likes the advantage to be with him. I think he's always looking for that 70-30 opportunity, and that's why he does so well. He reads the game so well. Big plays can't read it that well there, though. It is going to be Zig who manages to take him down. Slang 5 and 8 right now. Masterful 6 and 7. The boys really on the struggle bus for Hill Air Force Base. Buckley putting them to the sword. You've got Cabasay out the back, just trying to make sure that no one able to push across. In many ways, this 2-second scoreline for Hill is somehow more disrespectful than having 0 seconds on the clock. They are 110 seconds down. This could be a very quick game of hardpoint. Cabasay now on 7 and 4 and on a 5 streak with Buckley Zep teaming for 7 in a streak, 1 away from a cruise for Cabasay. They are unstoppable right now.
Absolutely, but look, if anything could turn around, you have to say this map is incredibly chainy, as we said before. You can get a couple of hills on the trough, and maybe Hill can answer back with a few holes of their own, as they did rotate well, and Buckley are going to have to get the kills here off virtually a complete reset. But you already see the way they've maneuvered up the map in sort of a 2-1-1 complete wide sweep of that map, and it's a very back and forth kill feed, but it's looking like Buckley will be able to win it out with that extra man and now have the spawns working for them as well, and they are just running this like clockwork. I mean, a whole team playing immaculately alongside Hale being double positive 19 and 8. You have a couple of players on the side of Hill AFB who aren't even doing that bad. You have Slang 12 and 10, Masterful 9 and 12. Not bad KDs by any amount, but they're just not being able to get enough of these kills in a row to get any significant time from that.
The boss man, I think, needs a demotion. He needs to get back in the warehouse because he's 2-10 right now, if indeed those stats are correct. He's massively on the struggle bus, not able to take the game to Buckley at the minute, and they are flying 143-21. Guys watching, I don't know if you realise, as a caster and commentator of Call of Duty, the single most difficult thing to do is cast the slap when a team are being absolutely trounced. It's even more difficult for the observers in the background trying to find a good potential gunfight that will constantly go the same way all the time. Right now, Zig with a good opportunity, just a little confidence kind of lacking there. Not going to take the pick, manages to get 2 kills on the bounce. So Zig going to get those picks, going to allow him to get control of that zone. Medicated Goblin just finally gets dropped. Finally starting to see a few kills going the way of the boys of Hill, and they're turning it into time slowly but surely.
Yeah, proving that they are indeed human, but I think they're beginning to nullify some of the people for Buckley that are presenting an issue. For example, you are seeing that it's Cabasay and Medicated Goblin who are the ones really picking up that majority time, so they're making sure to take them out. They realize they can't take out Hale, so they're kind of just playing a bit more defensive against Hale, not really getting into positions where they're being too exposed to players who are roaming more freely around the map. They're just really focusing on the time, getting in there, getting the kills, and not being too adventurous, and it's allowed them to pick up some time here because it would eventually force Hale to have to converge towards a point. But when he does, you have a situation like you have here where everyone is just around the point clearing it out, and they're now completely dictating the pace of this game, very much looking like they're going to go over 200 points here on this P1, and we could be seeing this game done before P3.
This is a second rotation P1 set. This is insane plays, but there's going to be Itama GG just looking for that push across the front of P1. He is going to finally get those picks into that play and see him go into the blender. It is going to be Buckley again with total control and total dominance of this. They're going to get the entirety of P1. It is going to be Hill just looking to get set up over towards P2. Already they're going to have a big fight jump down. He's just not prepared for it at all, though. No corners checked, just assuming that he's got the pace to be able to get over to that side of spawn. And what that means is that now Hale and Medicated Goblin are able to get a little bit more leeway. Boss Man, though, finally comes through with some big picks, despite being negative case of the caster. Obviously, the Hale pops up and absolutely puts him into the blender. But 62 seconds, plays 197. It's not impossible, Zep, but it's going to be very, very difficult for Hill. You almost feel that if Buckley sit forward, they're going to be able to flex this game out.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, looking at Hale as well, how he plays, you know, I get we've been talking a lot about him, but beyond everything that he's doing in terms of kills, I mean, you gotta actually say, first of all, that Cabasay 24 and 11 with 2 minutes in Hill is immaculate in of itself, but the way Hale is pushing gunfights is just so quick, and this is a map that suits Hale down to a T with a fantastic 2-piece there. And I mean, I think Hill are already going to be thinking that they're just going to try and quiet this guy down on an invasion, but even if they manage to do that, you do have the Cabasay AR. It's proving to be more than effective. I don't know, I think Hill are going to really struggle in this series.
Yeah, I'd agree as well. And Slang has been doing his utmost to drag his team through this. 70 seconds looked like an impossibility during the first rotation, but they only picked up 2 seconds. 30 and 21, big plays. And that's huge right there, as we see Zig drop Hale as well. But it isn't going to be enough as the team of Buckley managed to convey us back onto the point. Nice kill, nice angle from Slang right there. Reads the game beautifully as well. Able to get another pick, make that a 3-piece. Slang absolutely drawing the hammer down on Buckley, but is it too little too late? He's on a 4 streak. Can he get the cruise? They might need to push them over that 100-point mark and you know, stop them getting clubbed. Zep, this has been a wild performance from Buckley, but the resurgence might be on.
I mean, Slang has been keeping up the numbers very well for Hill, all things considered. The rest of the team haven't been able to quite keep up there, but I think it just has been a case of the brilliance of Cabasay and Hale versus the kind of solo effort of Slang, where the numbers just haven't been able to compete. But you would argue in the second half of this hardpoint, all things considered, Hill kept it a far more even affair. If they could have played like this throughout the entirety of the hardpoint, we'd be seeing a far more even game. I mean, already we're seeing them in a position where they could at least end this with 130 or 140, come away with a bit of pride. They could pull it all the way back, but I mean, you're talking like beyond perfect hardpoint from here, because to rotate onto the next point from here, is a very tough ask.
Yeah, you've got to get a contest in now. You've got to win your gunfights. You can't afford to lose your gunfights right now because there's only 20 seconds needed. In fact, they only need 10 more seconds of this time, and they're getting the kills where they need it. So despite that fall off kind of towards the beginning and middle of this second rotation, they've managed to hold on, and Buckley are going to be very, very impressive for that first game win in this grand final. Huge plays from Hale. We pointed them out at the top of the game to keep your eyes on them. But don't forget, guys, these guys are remote in from Denver, Colorado. They're the one team that's not actually at Hill Air Force Base playing at the LAN. So whether that's played a part in their performance or in their abilities, or whether it's played a part in some psychological difference for the team of Hill, but they struggled hugely. Cabasay and Hale have dominated that game 1-0 to Buckley.
I mean, Hale coming out with 40 kills, I mean, that is just absolute insanity. And, you know, Hill and that Vista, you really would have thought they would be able to bring more to that. And, you know, I think they would have if it wasn't for Hale. And, you know, beyond Hale as well, having Cabasay, as we mentioned before, being able to pick up as many kills that he did, but able to stay alive as well and playing that AR role. And, you know yourself, having an AR player that's staying alive usually means that a site is never being completely broken at any times because they're not having a clean push through with a 4 down. Cabasay always been able to stay up, be dangerous, and kind of be there for the moments that Hale maybe doesn't quite have as much of a presence in and around the hill. Maybe Hale's free roaming a little more. And that ultimately meant that every time Hill dealt with one problem, they were just faced with another and could never deal with both at the same time. Yeah,
it's been a stellar performance for Buckley, but Hill really on the struggle bus despite the heroics of Slang. First Vista done 1-0 to Buckley, but we are going into an invasion S&D. The pace absolutely levels out now, and this is going to be a great opportunity for Hill now to try and put the boys of Buckley under pressure. Again, they're going to have a little bit of a regain, but you wouldn't put it past them. They've been kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team. Largely, we've seen them play incredibly poorly and incredibly well. Whether they're going to be able to do this in the S&D, I think it's going to largely come down again to the heroics of Slang and Masterful. Both need to kind of drag the rest of the team through this. So good opportunity for them to bring it back. But Zep, do you think they can against this very strong Buckley side?
I think it is possible. Like, ultimately, I think task number one is to nullify Hale, and how you're going to be doing that is on defense, play it very defensive. Do not be getting pushed up into tight angles where Hale can use his pace against you if you're defending. B, sit deep, maybe get initial picks from top sandbags. If you're playing to defend towards A, just play the longest sites, play courtyards. Do not be hugging up tight to any walls or playing around that mid tank. Just keep Hale away from you as best as you can, and then from there you've nullified one problem. And when it comes to the attack, I think they're just going to need to get a little bit lucky at a moment. They're just going to need to get in there and have things fall their way. We know Search and Destroy sometimes comes down to a little bit of luck here and there, so Hill got to be hoping that they have some of that go their way.
Yeah, this is going to be a big push through. Cabasay is going to get done by the effervescent and bubbly Slang, who manages to get 2 as he puts Atama into the bin as well. So 2 players from Buckley already into round 2. It is going to be a straight fire back from the Goblin and Hale, but Hale's going to get taken down, and that's going to be a huge kill win there. What a comeback right there. Confidence has got to be flowing in them. 1-0 up in this S&D.
Yeah, massive round for them, and I did say about playing defensive, but they absolutely didn't do that. They took the ARs, but really converged rather quickly. Once they got that information, they did not let Buckley have any sort of room to sort of set up how they wanted to set up to where they were. They found out where they were, they got pushed up, played together as a unit, and got those kills sorted. Good round from Hill AFB. If they can get another round now on top of it, they're going to make this one very interesting, because we know Buckley are going to be a bit of a sleeping giant here, that if they don't perform for the first few rounds, there's going to be a moment where they do, so Hill need to get as much of an advantage now as they can.
Yeah, you can see the pace from Hale as he tries to push right the way through DVDs, get as much geography as possible, but it's going to cost him dearly. He is the first blood. Slang again getting that first kill, so important, and Hill look like a completely different team already. They look like the team that you were casting over Luke Air Force Base earlier in the round. This is going to be another big gunfight though. Cabasay puts Slang into the next round, and it is going to be a 2v2 Zep.
Big 2v2 here early on, mid at a 1v2 as Masterful picks up a big kill, and you said Masterful and Slang would be important, and they have been the ones already picking up the kills for Hill, as it is now going to be up to Atama GG to kind of holding this defensive line towards B, but this bomb looks like it's going to be set up towards A, and they have the information. They know where he is. The boss man is setting up to watch that dark cut. Tama is going to have to go huge and go all the way around here and potentially try and catch Masterful on poor timing.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge moment. It's Tama with shots, not able to get those picks, but the information has been gathered that is going to be Tama on his lonesome, trying to deal with the boss man, and is going to be off that top tank heady, and he'll get another round. So we're already seeing this kind of weird Jekyll and Hyde performance. In a respawn, they just can't seem to hang. But as soon as we go to the S&D, they're just a totally different kettle of fish. Big plays coming out of Bossman, who had a pretty poor hard point. Just didn't really go positive, wasn't able to get time, but already contributing a hell of a lot more than he did. And it's got 2-0. We've got 2 for Masterful and 2 for Slang. So big plays. Got themselves a 2-round advantage. And it is going to be the boys of Buckley looking to pick up Bomb. Atama again with that. It does look like it's going to be a much more cautious B approach as the shots go out towards mid. Speculative at best, Seb.
Yeah, I think Buckley now know that they have to slow things up, and that Hale have counteracted the way that Buckley like to play. Hale playing far more passively now, which I think is the correct play. Cannot afford to be first blooded, and this is where we're going to see the prowess of Buckley in the sense of having to adjust their playstyle to when things are going their way. They've been kind of nullified, dare I say, for the very first time in what seems like a long time in regards to how they've been playing throughout this tournament, and now we can see their adjusting power as the slower play so far seems to be working is to get the first blood. Answer back quickly now though, as Hale trying to get into an advantageous position, but it is very tit for tat. But now 2v1 to Buckley, they have a chance to take this side.
Yeah, I think that's an important kill, getting that player off that digger heady. It's so difficult to dig players out sometimes, and that's going to be huge. The gunshot not quite going there, but Zig in the end able to deal with Gabasay. Leaves Hale all on his own in a 1v1, and you wouldn't put it past him. He does manage to get shots over to Dark. That is going to largely tempt him down. I think that sight down Dark is still going to be there. That's going to force Zig to just rethink his position. I think that's going to mean Hale just going to look to see if he can get a better position, make sure that he's able to cover that flank. I think he's read this pretty well. Zig has got a lot of work on his hands, and Hale just using that big digger heady. I think he's seen him. He's going to be able to get the picks. Oh, Zig with the kill and time for the defuse. Holy hell. They are 3-0 up.
Well, I think that is a moment Buckley are going to be looking back on with a massive amount of regret. He should have been able to play his life there. He should have been able to lay it down, play it passive, but again, be a touch of complacency given how that map number 1 went. And now Hill with a 3-0 advantage, and a 2-0 advantage you can very easily answer 2 back with your own, but when that's 3-0, that means you really need to start chaining some of these hills and then continue beyond that to play some great search and destroy, or chaining these rounds, should I say. Well, Buckley giving themselves a lot to do, but to be fair, if there's any team who can pull something out of a bag, it's them.
I mean, your finger's going to get stopped, you know, start getting pointed. You got to look at Cabasay 0-1. Tama 0-1 again. These are big name players. These are guys who've been doing well today. So right now, big fat donut for the boys of Buckley Hill. Tails high. Tails still looking for that first pick. He's not really gone off in this game. In fact, he may have gone off like milk in this game. But first blood just still elusive right now. Bossman looking for an angle, making sure he doesn't get picked. Again, Zep, big cautious plays coming out of Hill. Masterful with Bomb.
Yeah, Hill really seem to have realised now that the chokehold they've got Buckley in and how slowing down has seemed to have worked, and I think Buckley are kind of realising now that they have to slow it down and sort of allow Hill to come to them to get the picks. It's become really tentative with the boss man getting a big first blood, and now that they start to converge in, Buckley are in trouble. They are a bit disjointed towards that back. They do need the help of Cabasay. What a play from Meditated Goblin to pull back. Now 1v3, ultimately not going to be enough. But, I mean, if there's any way you're going to come out of the smoke, that's a way to do it.
Well, I mean, yeah, how to avoid it, just back out of it, and then no one will realise you're there and get the kill. Crazy plays in the end, but it is going to be Slang putting that to bed. 5-3 right now for probably the most heroic player on the Hill team, but this is an equal slap right now to the hard point that we've just seen. Like, if they win this, like, they're 4-0. If they get these next 2 rounds, like, that is not just parity restored, but that's like they've slapped back. You know those competitions you see where people are at a podium and just slap each other in the face? Well, they've power slapped Buckley back with this S&D performance, and that really puts us in a weird predicament for the control, if indeed Hill are able to do it. Slang is going to get pressured from mid though. Hale able to get that pick. It's going to be a first blood for Buckley, and this could be an important round as Zig tries to apply a bit of pressure. I don't think that's been read, and it's going to be 2v, but that's not good. Masterful putting the blender to Zig as the card explodes, and that could be the first round on the board for Buckley. They could be on their way back.
Yeah, that round was a little bit crazy, but it's exactly what Buckley needed. And anytime you see a round go a little more hectic, whether it's respawn, not respawn, always seems to favor the side of Buckley. They just revel in the chaos and almost at times don't seem to know what to do with themselves when things slow down a little bit. And, you know, again, for Search and Destroy, this is really favoring Hill, but you can't help but think of what that means going into respawns, like another hard point potentially, like a control. You know, looking at how this one is shaping out, if Hill get through this one, they're going to have to win that control, because I still don't see how they're going to be able to counteract this Buckley side in a hard point. And then obviously Search and Destroy, Hill are proving that this is their best mode to play Buckley in. Yeah, and they're going to need to win one of those respawns to get back to this favoured mode, and that's going to require an absolute monumental shift in respawn quality. There's going to be the boss man looking to get fixed to dark. He is going to get taken down. There's going to be Atama. Zig and Slang though fire back. Hale and Atama going to go into round 6. There's going to be Cabasay, medicated Goblin in a 1v3. Masterful still with one. They still need control. So now it's going to be Slang. Body shots go out. Goblin all on his own. What kind of absolute menace can he wreak on this team, if any? Yeah, Buckley now need to find their moments to sort of pop off, but medicated Goblin, you know, all credit to him, but you wouldn't consider him be the player you'd want alive to pop off, as this bomb is going to go down to A, and medicated Goblin, he's going to need to get a couple of kills quickly because the setup is there for Hill, and they have the information. He is trapped and he is taken out, and Hill just one round away from taking this Search and Destroy and evening this series back up in this grand final best of 5. This was absolutely not on the cards given what we've seen from these two teams before, but Hill seem to have certainly learned from their mistakes, and at least in terms of the map pick, seem to have catered way more to what suits them. And they've Conor McGregor'd the game. They've swaggered into the game and absolutely dominated the S&D. They're strutting around the ring with their elbows out like chickens and just staying in charge. It's 5-1. We did not see this coming. But you know, this is the Hill that we watched against Luke. This is the Hill that we watched, you know, dominate that very, very difficult side. They were very scrappy. Masterful with another pick. Looks like he started to warm up. Big plays coming out of big players. Hale manages to drop one to even things up. It is going to be a 3v3. Hale just looking to transition. He is going to get tagged, but not able to finish that kill. I wonder how important that is, that they're not able to finish off. And that tells you how important it is, because Hale puts Masterful into the next round. And it's going to be a 2v3 in a game that Buckley need to win. Yeah, and again, Hill decided to go a little more aggressive here. Again, maybe thinking they had the opportunity to do so, given the amount of a lead they've given themselves. But this is not what's usually worked out for them. And, you know, we can see Buckley giving themselves an opportunity to get back into this one now in a 2v1 scenario. Yeah, it's going to be a big job, though. It is going to be Hale getting bombed down. It's going to be a 1v1 against the two big players in this. So it's going to be a solid 43 seconds. Hale going to take up that digger position he prefers. He wasn't very successful with it last time. This could be very, very interesting. No ordnance on there for Slang, so he's going to have to get some accurate shots. First shots miss. Hales don't miss though, and he's able to get a Buckley win on the board. You know, inch by inch, bit by bit, Buckley are clawing their way back into this game. Fantastic win from the side of Buckley. I mean, Hale, are actually getting a great round, should I say, you know, pulling themselves back into it. But I don't know, they've given themselves too much to do, I think, at the side of Buckley. I think even we've seen how good they are. Hill, I think, have figured out the formula in terms of how to beat Buckley in this map, but it'll only come down to going back to kind of that route one, doing what they know will work, doing it simple, just slowing it down again, and I think Buckley wouldn't have the answers. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting moment. Now, you can see Hale, who's normally very aggressive, is taking a much more passive route. Number 3 in Cabasay just looks a little lost. He's taken up that kind of middle tank. I don't know if the comms there, and you can tell already 2 players fall
for Buckley. It puts them in a 3v2 situation. Hale able to drop the boss man, but more importantly, Masterful and Slang still alive and still with Bob. Slang's read that mid perfectly, but Hale able to put into the blender. It's going to be a 2v2. 50 seconds on the clock. Bomb still knocked down. Hale needs to win this gunfight if they want to stay in this, leaving Zig all on his own in a 1v2.
And Hale, he's just gotten himself a cruise missile, so that could be huge. If he can just save it this round, they go 3 to 5, maybe use the next round, go 4-5. Next thing you know, this map has turned on its head. Buckley doing everything in their power to give themselves an opportunity to pull this one back. But of course, Zig will be looking to get it all done right here and now with that bomb planted. Massive 2v1 moment going up. Will he get the spots? He will.
He's still both alive.
Big moment for him.
They're absolutely still both alive, and that's going to be good play. Nice play. We've seen them try that spread out pincer movement where they try and get a bit of information and then converge, and it's not worked for any team really today. So nice to see a little bit of classic trade. You've got a player getting aggressive, pushing forward with the support from on the back. So really clever plays for Buckley and Zepp. As you pointed out, a round on the board without having to use the cruise they just got. This is potentially now going to be a round winning piece of ordnance that could see them be within one round of going level with Hill. The psychological importance of that for the boys of Buckley could be huge. And if that Cabasay stat is right, it's largely on the back, and I can't believe it's right for 1 second, it's largely on the back of Hale dragging this team through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hale has been the star player. Of course, the stat line doesn't look entirely right whatsoever, as the Codcaster normally likes to throw these little fun bugs at us, but
that's
Hale
big.
definitely been the player carrying him. And yes, Slang, huge kill.
Big first blood right there, and the cruise goes out. They're going to know where players are, but they're not going to have any luck with that, as everyone in Hill able to play their lives. So good play. First blood for Hill. Get used to get rid of the cruise without it becoming important. It is going to be Cabasay who gets to pick on Slang, but it's going to be an instant fire back from Zig over towards Hale. So a 3v2 advantage with Hill as Masterful looks to try and play this digger heady. Again, this has got to be important shots. Cabasay gives away his position, and keep your eyes on number 5. You probably can't see him there, but he's going to be creeping around Zig over towards the back as the boys in blue need to get this round.
Yeah, massive round for Buckley here. They need to move, and they need to move now. They need to pick up these kills, and Zig is going to be this player who could do a lot of damage, but it looks like they're going to take this bomb over towards A, and dare I say, maybe get this plant down in time. Hill sort of gambled on surrounding B. I don't know why they've just haven't decided to switch towards A yet, as this bomb will go down, and Buckley giving themselves a great opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, they've got someone mid, the Bossman, just going to play kind of mid-tank area, but this is going to be very tricky because this is where you can get a pincer movement, so this needs to be played to perfection. As he read that over towards mid, 30 seconds on the clock. Zig going to look to nade out. That nade looks like it's going to be short. He's managed to play his life, not able to get the kill, and it's going to be Masterful drops that player. So it is going to be a defuse, and the boys of Hill are going to tie things up 1 game apiece in this grand final. Big plays from Hill there. They needed to come back. They needed a resounding win, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, I mean, a very good win from the side of Hill. That's definitely gone against the cards and the run of play, but I have to say, Buckley had a few moments there towards the second half of that search and destroy where they really seemed to pull it back, and this seemed like the map and mode for Hill where they need to come in, win it, and win it well. And I mean, if they'd seen that one through and it was 6-0, 6-1, whatever it was, that would have been a real sort of momentum shifter going into the remainder of this series. But Buckley were able to prove during that second half that they've still got what it takes to really do some damage and put it right to the wire when it comes to Hill and never let them rest. And that is going to be on their minds now, Hill, as we go into this map number 3. I mean, you could even argue that the momentum of how those maps went, or how that map went over the last number of rounds, is still towards the side of Buckley. At the end of the day, it was a 2v3. They still managed to rotate around well and get that bomb down towards A. If anything, Hill were playing incredibly hesitantly, even though they were saying that they need to play slow from time to time. But, you know, all in all, I think Buckley are still going to be feeling confident going into the remainder of this series.
Yeah, momentum potentially still with Buckley as they manage to claw back a handful of rounds in a very difficult S&D, and going into an invasion control. We really don't know how Hill are going to perform. This is largely the X factor in this series. We know Buckley are going to try and stay on top, especially in the respawns. They could quite easily go and dominate the next 2 maps. but we just don't know how Hill will perform in the winners' final. They kind of fell apart. But this is a much better performance, much stouter play from them. Hopefully, going into this invasion control, we're going to see just the same attitude that we saw in S&D. We are going to be hitting a quick break. Before we get into that invasion control, we're going to be back with you in just a few seconds. Welcome back to the Air Force Game and Western Regional Esports Invitational. I managed to do it without looking this time, praise the Lord. But we have got a game on our hands, Jeff. That's what we wanted in the grand final. We were so worried from winners final, which was a dominant performance from Buckley, that Hill might roll over, particularly when we saw how much of a pacing they got in that first hardpoint. But they've come back really strong in the S&D, and now we go into this invasion control, our second invasion map of this grand final. And where are Hill going to place in this? How are they going to approach this? Because this is for us, we think this is a vital game for Hill. You know, can't see them winning a 6-star hardpoint against Buckley. So this is huge for them. How do they go into this? How are they going to defeat Buckley in this control?
That's such a difficult question to answer, because again, I think the reason why they were able to beat them in an invasion search and destroy, it kind of came down to having the ability to play passively. If you play too passively on the defense in an invasion control, you find yourself backed up into spawn and kind of leaving that A to the point where one wave of kills gets you finished. And you play too defensively in an offensive side, next thing you know, you could be spawn trapped, barely able to get a B. So I think we finally found that point where they need to be able to come out and be a bit aggressive themselves, and while being aggressive, nullify Hale, who we have seen as arguably the best aggressive player that we have seen throughout this entire tournament. So it really is do or die. Completely agree. 6-star hardpoint not for them. So this map number 3 really is the one that they have to pull through.
Well, it's going to be Zig off the blocks, looking to get some potentially speculative shots. No, he's just going to push right through and wait for a push, maybe through mid. Everything about this mid control, and he's not going to be able to do it. 3 fall for Hill, and it's going to be the boys in blue straight onto the point. It's going to be a 2 stack towards B and a 1 stack towards A. That is going to split the pickles of Hill AFB, who've got to make a choice now about where they want to go. And not only have they got players on both points, but they've stopped the time at its possible maximum. So big plays coming out of the team in blue. Hale still plays his life, causing consternation. And would you believe it, Seth? They've got B already.
Absolutely. Blink and you'll miss it. If you went away to get a drink of water, you've come back to B just being missing. And already on top of that, that A tick gone, the first tick gone due Hale, who's already showing how aggressive they can be. And Atama GG shooting some bodies, and Buckley have come out super aggressive to begin with here, and that has worked for them. But now that it's up to defending this A point, they can afford to slow the pace down a little bit, and that's already beginning to show, because they are getting a couple of kills back here, and you can see sort of that wall defense that they are forming. It is a reset for Buckley and how they push forward, but so far Medicated Goblin getting that first one. Buckley have plenty of time and plenty of lives to put numerous challenges onto this hill.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and mass push through DVD, but it's going to be costly for them as we see Hale fall. We see a 3-man wipe as that kill feed goes very red. And if you are indeed a fan of Hill, this is exactly what you wanted to see from them. Not that kind of scrappy, kind of just about getting by defense. They are dominating the defense, and Slang is controlling mid-map there. So despite the heroics of Buckley getting that B, this is a much better performance coming out of the team of Hill Air Force Base hometown heroes at their LAN right now. And number 5, no better way of projecting that than Zig right now, causing absolute mayhem over towards the back road there, and it's going to be taken by Atama. So Hale just about to push up, trying to get that A-long control, gets the first pick. It's still got mid. It's Slang again causing problems there as the blue arrows start to pinch forward. Only 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Slang really seems to have been kind of holding back the storm, you would say, of Buckley, who every time it looked like they've been able to get pushed forward, it's been Slang just kind of getting in there, getting a couple of kills and keeping his side in it, and also being 1 kill off a streak here. That could be massive. Hill kind of demonstrating an immaculate defense here of this A point, which they absolutely needed. Again, we've talked about how massive this map is for them, as Buckley now have a chance for one more push. 13 seconds left on the clock. 13 v12s. It will come down to the time, not the lives. And big push here. It's going to be up to Atama GG to try and get on this point. Atama versus the boss man, and it's the boss man who wins out. And round 1 goes to the defensive side of Hill. Credit to them. They had a long time to defend that point and a lot of lives to stay up for, and they played it really well.
Yeah, not a scrappy affair. Really confident, really composed performance out of every player, including the boss man. Atama, you are fired. Get into the next round. 1-0 to Hill. Buckley needing to come back on the resurgence. Momentum now firmly with Hill Air Force Base. But the thing is, can they keep it up? Now they're on that attacking side. What is going to be their plan? Arrows looking firmly over towards that A zone. Are they going to risk it? It's going to be nades at the OK Corral, while people potentially having things like trophies, and that's a nullifier. Huge shot's going to go over from the angle, but there's not going to be anyone falling just yet as the boss man carries on this performance. He gets another pick. Slang with first blood. Boss man is firing on all cylinders. Can't finish it off. Gets the Renetti. Has to reload. Finally gets dealt with in rugs. Again, we've got 2 players on A. This has been a stellar performance from the boys of Hill so far.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think we're finally seeing what we said Hill needed to do was, you know, being able to show that they actually can play. Like, they never had the chance to do that in that first series, and now they're actually on the point, getting this A point done, and now also on B. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get all of this A as Meditate Goblin rotates around behind, clears it out, but at B point, they'll be able to do some damage towards that, and you know, a couple of ticks ahead on the lives. I mean, if you had said that this could happen if these teams met again after the series that we previously watched them play in, you would have been laughed out of here, because Hill didn't not show anything that they're showing here in that previous series.
100% looks like they've been on the pre-workout injected to testosterone and are fighting on all fronts right now. Progress over towards B. If they get this, it's going to give them potentially 2 minutes 8 seconds, plenty of time either to turn this into TDM or get themselves another important and valuable tick because this game is looking like it could potentially go all the way, and it's going to be down who has the most ticks. Right now, we can't think about that. They weren't able to get B, and this is a worrying moment. There's a turn of events. They weren't expecting a potential spawn trap as Hale's got them over towards this digger area, and it's going to be a quick kill for Slang. That is vital for them right there. No one else is going to be there. I don't think Slang's going to realize that. He does get the confidence to just push forward as Itama looks to get a little bit of mid-map control, and that's going to be a nice place from Cabase. He gets that distracted kill, and they're so close, and I don't think they're going to get it again. It's so close to getting B, but can't get it over the hill. Literally, Buckley on the defense doing great work.
This defense has been really good by Buckley, just about keeping them off at 16v14, only 30 seconds left. And this could be enough maybe to see them through this round, as Cabase going huge on that 5 streak, 1 off the cruise, and a cruise would be huge here in this scenario. In a round that started off so well for Hill, all of a sudden they are finding themselves chasing, and I believe so far a tick behind if it stays exactly like this. Buckley with a great defense.
Yeah, huge plays, and that's going to be so important if they do end up at this game 5. We're going to see parity restored unless the boys can get themselves over towards that B zone. It's going to be stopped. No, he wasn't able to get his foot onto it. Not enough pre-workout's going to get him over there. It is going to be 1-1 as Buckley get around on the board, and this is going to be worrying for Hill. Buckley on the resurgence. They are going to be switching back over to that very difficult attacking side, but a resurgent Buckley are going to be a difficult team to deal with, especially with Hale shooting as straight as he is right now, 14-9.
Absolutely. Like, I think you look at these two sides and you look at what they're bringing to the table. Like, we're giving so much credit now to Hill for how they're playing, but how they're playing is relying on keeping Buckley dormant. Like, we're not seeing anything from Hill in a sense of where they're the ones shining and completely making Buckley look silly. It's a case of they're playing in such a way that is nullifying Buckley, and if Buckley find a way to grow into the game, we've already seen proof of this before, Hill won't be able to have the answers to it, because there'll be not many teams out there who would have the answers to how Buckley play once they really get rolling and playing the game in a way that suits them the best. And we're kind of already seeing that here as they're wiping through this A as clean as you like, as Cabase has been popping off for at least this last round and a half. As you said, huge clear there by Bossman, but Buckley, they're really beginning to find their form here when they need to.
Yeah, they've done the job over towards A, only a partial tick remaining there, and they've got a little bit of control, but it is going to be a bit of a bun fight over towards this B zone, so they're going to need to try and get a few picks, and right now the kill feed is mainly staying the way of Buckley, and that is indeed going to see them get not only that time over towards B, but it's going to give them practically the maximum time available to go and get that final point at A. You would say this is advantage Buckley, especially seeing as they now go into the lead in terms of ticks, as they totally dominate the back spawns. Hale going to be looking for players on the cross. That is a big kill from the boss man, who says he can't shoot straight as he takes Hale's head clean off.
Yeah, and Slang and Zig getting a couple of big kills there as well to sort of reset when things were not looking good at all for Hill. Buckley have to go again. This Meditated Goblin who's sort of waiting for an opportunity to strike, and he does. Now 2 down at Tama and him combining for kills, but then an answer back from Masterful and Slang, and this is what Hill have been able to do. You know, even when there's been moments where Buckley looked like they're going to be able to mount an offense, they just answer back enough to, once again, as we've said a lot before, keep Buckley dormant. They do not let them have 2 or 3 up so they can rush at full pace and be as aggressive as they want to. They just stop them from pushing. They really stagger the push as well, but in saying that, Buckley have now gotten the 3 kills. They are pushed up that A lane. They've got the spawns pushed out, and all it takes is one wave of kills, and Buckley should be able to see this A through.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty straightforward to Cabase, just trying to make it a little bit easier for Atama as he gets a team kill with the cruise. But Buckley on an attacking round are going to take the lead, and this puts them firmly in the driving seat in this series with a solid opportunity to go 2-1 up, heading into what you would feel is their favourable game mode of hardpoint on one of the faster maps in Rio. So big job for Hill Air Force Base. If they want to come back, they're going to have to do it now. These next wave of kills are vital. They need to break their problem with this attacking mystery that they just can't seem to solve. So huge moments, and it's going to be largely down to the likes of Slang and the likes of Masterful.
Absolutely, and I think taking an A early doors here would be the perfect way to set themselves up on the right foot. But Buckley set up well for this. The smoke is going to make it interesting, but you have a team kill going in there for the side of Hill. Absolutely not what you want, as Hale's picking up one medicated goblin with another, and that push has been slammed shut. They're rotating quick over to this B as well, and if Hale cannot get these wave of kills, you would think it's all over.
Oh my
no.
days, Hale puts them in the blender. That is not what you want to see if you are a Hill Air Force Base fan. Not only did they get blended out of A, but they get melted over towards B by Hale going absolutely huge. Cabasay going to get that big no. The drop shot comes in from Slang. He's able to get a little bit of control. He's going to be able to stop the clock at 39 seconds, but this is not what you want. Masterful with a beautiful two-piece over towards mid. The question is, can they get this tick? Is going to be all important right now. 39 seconds on the clock. They need that extra minute. Right now, it's only a 1 life deficit. Zep, this game has been wild.
We see this quite a lot from Masterful, to be fair. When he starts chaining a couple of kills together, he does so really quickly. Like, he just seems to find himself in moments where he has the perfect read of where everyone is going to be and when. He has terrific map knowledge, and Slang, of course, picking up a lot of kills. But again, you talk about whether or not it is enough, and there is only 25 seconds left. That B point has not gone yet, and it is 19v15. That is a huge wipe. That is a complete wipe. The B point is clear. They can push in the spawns. 15 seconds left. Hill, you've tried your best, but I think this map is all but done, as Buckley look like they're going to close it up here.
Yeah, they're going to need a teleporter. I don't think they're going to be able to make it on foot if they don't get these picks. It's going to be a foot race right now to dive onto B. Big kill over towards Dark at 0.9 seconds. Hold onto your seats, boys. They need this B to get the time, to get the picks, and to potentially take this to a game 5. They've got a lot of work. He plays his life. Is he able to get the B? No, he's not. Buckley are going to take it 3-1 and go 2-1 up in this crazy grand final as we head into their preferred mode of hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but feel sort of an impending sense of doom. That is where it was for Hill to potentially pull them through and try and win this series on a map 5, which, you know, to be honest, feels like the only way they were going to be able to do it, given their prowess at search and destroy. As he said, now going into a hardpoint of what I believe will be a 6-star, I think that is just going to be hugely difficult for them to try and pull themselves back into it, and especially in a map that has so many lanes, which will suit the sort of aggressive sub play. I mean, we can probably picture that Hale will be dominating the middle of that map big time, and yeah, I think Hale just have to really surprise us now. If they're going to pull this out of the bag. They need to just show us, like, hey, you think we're bad at hardpoint? Well, we're not. And then just, you know, prove us completely wrong. That's the only way that this shakes up, because if Buckley can even bring 50% of what they have grown, the majority of the hard points that they've played throughout this tournament, I don't think Hill stand a chance. But credit to Hill, you know, where it's due. They've given us a far more entertaining series than perhaps was on the cards, given how they played against each other previous.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slap previously, and they've done a little bit more to be able to get involved. It was a great S&D. They've got around and put a little bit of pressure towards Buckley, but going into a 6-star again, I think they may have played a 6-star against Luke, I can't remember, but they were all right in that. So a good opportunity for them to maybe regain and just apply a little bit more pressure. But they are going to have to bring this at pace and maintain that pace as well, because the 6-star hardpoint is going to be right up Buckley's street. Buckley's spaceport, whatever you want to call it, but they're going to be able to potentially dominate this. It's going to be a very quick grand final if that is the case, because they came out all guns blazing in map 1. Is that going to be the case? Are Hill prepared to nullify the absolute mastery that we've seen coming out of Hale? And the boys, Cabasay had a great game, and Itama has been phenomenal as well. And is there enough in the tank, Zep, and the likes of Bossman? I mean, this is a player that has largely struggled in the series, but can he make the comeback? Can he contribute? Again, we know that they're down a player. I believe it's Buckley that's down a player, but yet this is going to be huge for Hill. Game on.
Yeah, best of luck to both of these teams getting into this one, as we really are at the 11th hour. We are at crunch time in this tournament, and everyone from Hill is going to need to bring it to the table as Masterful gets the first bloods. The kills are back and forth checkerboarded, but it is going to be Buckley, or should I say Hill, sorry, on the initial time. I thought Buckley were on it there, but no, Hill converging around the point, and Buckley are the ones that are outside, and this is the start that they needed just to get some initial time and be dangerous. But already you can see Buckley kind of converging around the point, picking up the big kills, and it feels like a blink and you'll miss it moment where they just wipe the red arrows off that map and get control of the site themselves. The rotation to P2 will be massive, and it is, so far at least, set up to be for Hill to be able to hold.
Yeah, this is big on them. It's always difficult, I think, to hold this from the front as well. You've got to be very careful. You need someone at that point over towards Pool, which they have got. They've largely contested a little bit, so it's not too much of a deficit. It's not what we've seen before, where they've absolutely fell off, and P1 has been a travesty for them. So this is a lot better. They're only kind of halfway between parity, so big important kills going down. Slang having an absolute blinder of a game there, 6-1 on a 4 streak. Hale's just going to come in and try and end that problem. Yep, he just puts him in the blender. You know, anything Slang can do, Hale's just going to do even more. He's on a 2 streak right now, looking to play his life. 3 fires down through vents, but it's going to get dealt with by Zig. And this has been a nice bit of plays. He dropped 3. This has been a very contested kill, with both teams taking a few seconds, but this is going to be huge right now. There is still 24 seconds to play for, so a good chunk of time. You've got to get over the front there. Bossman does that. Already starting to think about that P3. Gets stuck a little bit on the bar. Little shot to Tequila, and he's on his way, but he's a little bit drunk with his shots. Not able to get those picks, but it is going to be a solid opportunity to take the lead and be partially set up for P3.
I mean, Slang doing a great job so far, just gets taken out, but on 10-3 so far, and you have to say both of these teams really bringing it to each other in a moment where they both realize the weight of what they're playing for now, the gravity of this game, both realizing that they have to bring their A game, and Hill have surprisingly turned up to this hard point already, way more than maybe we would have suspected. But Hill being, or Buckley should I say, being rotated well on a point, we're really starting to see on this point how they can dominate when things are set up perfectly for them, as Hale, I believe, managed to pick up the cruise missile there. Shocker, I know, Hale with a cruise missile, we never see that one, but I mean, credit to Hill, they've managed to break in there. They've got that scrap time. I really was worried there about how they will be able to eventually get through on this Buckley side with them being set up, but they are having the answers, and they are keeping this game very evenly contested so far. Very entertaining hardpoint.
Yeah, big moment now. Slang in a 2v1 moment to try and potentially get control of this P4. Very difficult one. If you don't get control of the early doors, it can be a little bit easier to defend. You see Atama's just going to push through, and again, that looks like it is going to be Buckley with a little bit, but the kills go the way of Hill. This has been back and forth, a much better performance. Parity restored at 70 all, and a little bit of a lead just going the way of Hill as they apply the screws to Buckley S3 fourth base. You know, they're able to get this. This could be a crazy S&D. We could see the reversal of all reversals here. They've been getting the picks, but Cabasay just going to put them back under pressure. 30 seconds remain on this hill, so very much worth another push, but they're going to need to be far more accurate than they're being right now, as Cabasay just enjoying his time, putting the players into the next spawn, and you can just see the red skulls littered everywhere. They're not ready for this change to the second rotation, and it's complete control across the middle of the map for Buckley Space Force base.
Yeah, Buckley have really set themselves up well, going back into this P1 where they are lighting that kill feed up blue. A little bit of red in there as Masterful picks up one. Masterful continuing. Again, it always seems to be Masterful or Slang that pulls Hill out of a tough scenario where the kills aren't going their way. They're the first ones to kind of get that 2 piece and swing things back in favor, but Tama on a 5 before getting taken out. And it just looks like Buckley slowly but surely growing into this one, not playing their best hard point, but beginning to get a bit of a hold on things.
Yeah, this looks like the moment. This P1 in the second rotation. Buckley have just started to lean a little bit more forward, that little bit closer to the monitor, 10% engaged as they go through the gears. It is going to be the boys just managed to get back on the kill of Hill Air Force Base. 81 plays 126. It's 126, 126. It's not a huge deficit. It is only 40 seconds, so still very much in this game. Not really set up to deal with P2. Please wake up, Slang. Itama absolutely melts him, and it's going to be a pushover, but that's exactly what you want from Masterful. Allows his team to get back set up for this P2, and he just needs to get further forward and be able to defend from the front. This is going to be a huge P2 in the second rotation for Hill.
Absolutely. Hill handing themselves a lifeline with the plays of Masterful, but They need everyone to pull out of the bag now. Zig is going to need to do a little bit better with the kills, and if not getting those kills, at least sit towards the point a little more. Astful is trying his best, 14 and 12 a minute on the point. Slang is slaying out as best as he can. But those guys are going to slow down, and we know the likes of Hale and Cabasay will not. So the rest of the teammates are going to need to try and come in here in the second half of this hard point to sort of will Hill through this final half with a real team performance, because otherwise Buckley are going to start rotating better, getting those 3 or 4 wipes that we know they can get, and see through this last time. Massive few hills coming up. They hold enough of this one, but they are not rotated for the next point.
They've lost kind of like really simple gunfights they should be able to predict or pre-fire. They're going into the P3 zone towards the back and not expecting players losing gunfights. They lose the scrap time and they're not set up for P3. He'll have thrown this away in this second round. They were doing so well, but a little bit of concentration and consistency has caused them to fall off. Can the boss man bring them back? No, it is going to be a 3-man wipe there. There's Atama and Cabasay look to bring even more pain. It is going to be Atama just there, gets taken down. Number 7 in Masterful is going to be ready to pounce. This could be a big opportunity. You know, they just do not die. He'll just keep on grinding. He's going to play his life. He's going to get taken down by Hale, and again it's a 3-man wipe. So that's going to be a solid 15 seconds before the boys can even mount another challenge. That's going to potentially put Buckley over the 200-second mark in the potential final game of this grand final.
Yeah, Buckley have kind of just slowly but surely wrapped their hands around this game. What was an evenly contested game is now one that could very easily go to an over 100-point lead for the side of Buckley, who again have had to play this way more conservatively compared to how they've had to play other hard points. They've definitely been humbled in moments by Hill in the way that they can play, but the way Buckley are just able to take it to the opposition when it matters most, in a mode that they feel the most comfortable in, with the likes of Hale on a 9 streak, looking for that merciless, gets taken out eventually. But it doesn't matter how good you are as a team, if you have a player that's been able to drop 9 against you, you know something's not going your way, and Buckley just have that in their locker.
The absurdity of not just getting a 9 streak but holding the hill on your own for 25 seconds is just ridiculous. To put them over to 210 and they lose the hill when Hale falls. I mean, I'm not saying that Buckley are relying on them, but 32 and 14 with every other player sub 20 on Buckley, an incredible and stellar performance from easily the MVP of the series so far. Incredible plays coming out of Hale. He's going to look to try and get a stun out, but he's going to get taken down just by the trophy, and then we're going to see Slank and Master will just try and team up. So Hill's still in this, but they need control of this mid-map, which they have got, but the support is in. The not-medicated Goblin could cause all kinds of problems. It's being read though, the boss man straight in there, but he is going to fall. And again, those bullets of Buckley, Cabasay and Hale teaming up to get control of P1 Zep.
Yeah, but Sig trying to go big ultimately gets taken out by Atama, and these gunfights are massive again. Hill are trying to hang on, but fundamentally they need to get straight to that point, and they need to do it now. They have no more room for mistakes as it really comes down to this crunch time. 2-2-4 versus 1-5-5. Hill have completely spawned out away from this point. They're going to have to choke themselves through you and also maybe think of new, as it looks like now Buckley won't be able to win it off this, but if they got on it, they virtually could. And they do a 3 down, and it is also Hale that has rotated well, and of course when Hale's rotated he's going to pick up the kill. 34-16 over the 240 threshold. The rotations are in, and Hill, you have tried your best, but it looks like it's all done here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to give them that 4 seconds, a nominal push towards that, but I don't think they're going to take that time. And Buckley are going to be your Eastern Region Division winners in this Air Force Gaming Championship. Again, the top 4 teams are going to be heading towards Eglin. I keep trying to say Elgin. Eglin Air Force Base in Fort Lauderdale. So pack your budgie smugglers and pack your suntan oil and get yourself down there, because it's been a stellar performance. Hale 35-16 with 28 non-traded kills. Incredible performance. They look great in winners final, and they've continued to look great in grands. Take a bow, boys.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Buckley and commiserations to Hill, who, all things considered, gave us one hell of a series where we thought they would not have a look in, given how these teams played against each other previously in the tournament. They came back with a bite, made things difficult, but I think ultimately he just had everything going for the side of Buckley when it came to both individual performances and how that all came together on a team performance. Hale doing so well as an individual, but linking up with his team and being a very impactful sub player. Cabase kind of having that same role, but more towards an AR sense, where he was really sitting on that time, holding the distance and able to play his life and pick up a lot of kills in the process where the game suited him to do so. And then ultimately everyone else on the side just being able to link up together to complement everything that was going well for them. Then the side of Hill, you had some players that weren't able to pull up the numbers. You had Masterful and Slang who were doing a great job of trying to drag their team through the mud and keep them in it maybe longer than they deserved in certain instances, but ultimately Buckley were just able to play the game how they wanted to, and that was just too much for any side in this tournament.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be the boys of Buckley, Hill, Luke and Cannon. I believe the top 4 are going to be heading to Eglin Air Force Base. Incredible performance all around. A really great day of Call of Duty for the US Air Force as well. And again, we just got to say big shout out to the team at Rally Cry for putting on a stellar production behind the scenes. It's been, you know, seamless in many ways. Really a pleasure to have worked with them. And you look at Buckley, you look at Hale's standout performance. We only got to see him in a couple of games, but some of the names that stand out, I think obviously we've seen the likes of Slang, who was incredible for the boys at Hill. He was players across the board who were Koki. I mean, I like the name Koki because we can sing it a little bit over here in the UK. But yeah, a really top day of Call of Duty. Yeah, and again, I just want to thank everyone. You know, Major is not with us right now, but Zepp, you've been a stellar colour caster. Lovely to cast with you again. And just want to say thank you to everyone at the US Air Force and at Rally Cry for having us on board for a great day of Call of Duty. That is going to be it for this evening. Thank you for staying with us across the board, and hope you had a great day of Call of Duty.